Intellectual China in 1919. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. December 1919. Volume 4. Number 4. Pages 345 to 355. 1. In the whole modern history of China, the year 1919 certainly deserves the nominus mirabilis. The long series of memorable events beginning with the 4th of May and ending in the teachers' strike during the last weeks of the year are too well known to require mentioning here. But the real miracle of the year seems to be the marked change in the thoughts and ideas of the nation. So rapid indeed has been the spread of the intellectual transformation that it even astounded those who have entertained the wildest expectations for its final triumph. When the year 1919 was ushered in, there was only a small group of men working in the new intellectual movement. Our monthly organ, La Jeunesse, had just reached its 30th issue. The university students had just published the second number of the Renaissance, and our weekly review had only had 3 weeks' existence. The laborers were few indeed, but there were already signs of encouragement. 2 daily papers in Peking, the Kunming Kung Pao and the Morning Post, which had been organs of the more intellectual wing of the Qingputang, were beginning to throw open their columns to the new literary and intellectual movement, and have ever since been the 2 powerful centers of liberal opinion in North China. Early in the year, oppositions from conservative quarters began to take shape, and men like Mr. Lin Shu openly attacked the literary revolutionaries in violent and abusive language. The National University of Peking became the center of bombardment. In March, the Anfu members in the Senate were talking about impeaching the Minister of Education and the Chancellor of the University for allowing perverters of opinion and corrupters of youth to remain in the highest educational institution of the nation. The wave of reaction grew so strong that the Ministry of Education was forced to send a letter of censure to the editors of the Renaissance, and Mr. Chen Tu-Su, an editor of La Jeunesse, at the time dean of the College of Letters in the university, found it necessary to leave the university in order to save it from the bombardment of its enemies. At the height of the controversy, Chancellor Tsai Yuanpei of the National University issued on March 18 his famous reply to Mr. Lin Shu, in which he defended the several professors whose radical views on literature and morals had become objects of grave concern to the conservatives. It was more than a defense, for he also declared that the university under his administration must stand for the principles of impartiality, toleration, and intellectual freedom. This letter was widely quoted and will always remain one of the historical documents of the Chinese intellectual revolution. While the reaction was unavoidable, it was not without its beneficial results. Aside from the amount of free advertising the new movement received from its opponents, controversies virtually helped to define the issues in dispute and gave the liberals an opportunity to clarify and develop their standpoints. Moreover, throughout the whole controversy, the opposition revealed an intolerant and abusive attitude and utter emptiness in argument, which gradually alienated much public sympathy and drove many a moderate to the other side of the fence. "I know," said Mr. Lin Shu, "that the ancient literary form of writing should not be abolished, but I cannot tell why." The attack on the university had hardly subsided when the news of the Shantung settlement reached China. Young China's faith in Wilsonian idealism was shattered to dust. The New World Order was no more. This disillusionment was followed by a conviction: China must not rely upon the wishes of other nations for settling our own affairs. The May 4th episode was an outcome of this conviction. The subsequent events need not be mentioned here. Suffice to say that the success of the student movement made the National University very popular throughout the country. The university immediately arose to be the recognized center of intellectual leadership and a source of new national inspirations. Public opinion, as well as the Anfu Club, insists upon attributing the credit of the student movement to the liberal doctrines advocated by several of the university professors. Undoubtedly, this attribution was by far too generous. Nevertheless, with the increasing popularity of the National University, the one-time unpopular advocacies of its professors and their friends have begun to spread with a rapidity and fecundity for exceeding their most ambitious expectations. The journalistic world soon underwent a remarkable change. The year 1918 witnessed La Jeunesse fighting almost alone for the new literary and intellectual movement. But shortly after June 1919, there have sprung up in all parts of China numerous periodicals edited in most cases by young students who have caught the new spirit. Most of them are weeklies modeled after our weekly review, which was suppressed by the Peking government in August. Practically all of these new publications are written in the spoken language. It has been estimated that the number of such periodicals has now exceeded 400, and according to the Sunday Review of Shanghai, there are over 200 new periodicals in the two provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang alone. In Changsha, Hunan, there were at one time 10 weeklies of radical thinking and fearless expression, and that under the military rule of General Chang Qingyao too. The resistless advance of the newer literature has forced the old daily newspapers to undergo radical changes. A number of important dailies in Shanghai and Peking, notably the Morning Post, the Kunming Kung Pao, now suppressed, the Shishi Hsin Pao, and the Mingquijai Pao, have allied themselves with the new movements. Not only are their editorials written in the spoken language, but the more important news correspondences are also written in it. The most significant change, however, has come in the supplement page of the majority of the dailies. A year ago, the daily supplements were devoted to fanciful and largely imagined news of actors and actresses and of sing-song girls. But during the last year, these pages have practically all been occupied by reports of educational and philosophical lectures and translations of short stories by modern writers like Chekhov, Gorky, Maupassant, Strindberg, and others. Even the conservative and partisan papers have found it profitable to reproduce in their columns a few articles by liberal writers. 2. The most conspicuous achievement of the year 1919 has been the triumph of Vulgate Chinese, Peihua, as the recognized instrument for journalistic and literary composition as well as for popular education. When the National Educational Association met 2 years ago, a motion to adopt the spoken tongue for writing textbooks in all primary schools was dismissed without serious discussion. When the same association held its 4th annual convention in 1918, a similar motion came up and was reluctantly referred to the next convention as the last item of unfinished business. But when the 5th annual convention of the NEA opened last October, it found that 6 provincial delegations had simultaneously presented resolutions urging the adoption of the spoken language for elementary education. These resolutions were wrought into one general motion, the most important section of which requires all textbooks in the primary schools, and part of those in the higher primary schools, to be written in the spoken language. This resolution, which even in its much more moderate form had been rejected 2 years ago, now passed the convention without a dissenting vote. And in January 1920, the Ministry of Education officially proclaimed that beginning with this autumn, the spoken language shall be used in teaching Chinese in the first 2 years of the primary schools. This story well illustrates the great change in the general attitude towards the Vulgate tongue during the last 2 years. Vulgate writing, especially Vulgate poetry, was regarded with contempt and ridicule, even as late as the spring of 1919. Its practice was almost entirely confined to the small group of university professors and their friends. But shortly after June, there suddenly arose a host of youthful writers who found in this new language the instrument for effective propaganda work and for honest literary expression. The art of writing had long been considered a rare gift of the gods to the favored few. But the advocacy of the Peihua has emancipated the youths from this timidity, which was the result of the unnatural letters of an antiquated literary formalism. The spirit of young China was never at ease in its ancient garments. And with the emancipation of the literary form, there has burst forth the youthful spirit in full blossom, which certainly gladdens the heart of every kindly spectator. The result has been that the taboo of a year ago has become a fashion of the day, and from Peking to Canton, from Shanghai to Qingtu, there is hardly one educational center which has not at least one Vulgate paper of its own. Never before has China had so many new writers. Never before had there been so many attempts made at literary experiment and creation. A truly representative literature of China is still to come, but the Pei was the literary medium par excellence both for press and poetry is now a recognized fact, and no amount of opposition or suppression can ever hope to destroy it again. 3. Space does not permit me to enumerate the specific details of the recent intellectual changes in China. Nor is it possible for us now to pass hasty judgments on their merits and demerits. What we can do at best is to give in bold outline the main tendencies, which are clear and unmistakable to any careful observer of the newer movements. As I see it, there are 3 such tendencies. First, a movement towards democracy. Second, a movement for educational reform. And lastly, a change in the general intellectual attitude. In the first place, there has been a better understanding of the meaning of democracy. 8 years of bitter failure under a nominal republic has gradually brought young China to the realization that democracy cannot be secured through political changes alone, and that no democratic government can ever be founded upon a citizenry brought up in the atmosphere of a semi-patriarchal family system, imbued with antiquated ideas and ideals, and working in a social arrangement where the individual, even the male individual, receives no proper recognition as such. Democracy, in short, is no more and no less than the sum total of all the democratized and democratizing forces, social, economic, moral, and intellectual. It is this realization which constitutes one of the guiding principles of the new movements in China. Ever since 1898, the attention of intellectual China has been confined to things political. Its protagonists worked for the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty, and it was overthrown. They wanted a republic, and the Chinese Republic was proclaimed to the world. They wanted representative government, and they have had parliaments and provincial assemblies. They tried political parties, and parties they have had, even to the present day. They had staked all their hopes on the political at the expense of neglecting the non-political. They were bound to be disappointed, and great indeed was the disappointment. Then the events of 1919 gave us a new lesson. It was the non-political forces, the students, the merchants, the demonstrations and street orations and the boycott, that did the work and triumphed. This was a great revelation and produced a new optimism. As despair naturally results from one's coming up against some closed and blocked way of action, so hope and courage are engendered with the opening up of new and fresh channels of fruitful activities. Young China now finds enough to do. Let alone the Anfu Club, let alone the Internal Peace Conference at Shanghai, let alone the petty political intrigues in Peking and elsewhere, we still have the masses to educate, the women to emancipate, the schools to reform, the home industries to develop, the family system to reshape, the dead and antiquated ideas to combat, the false and harmful idols to dethrone, the many, many social and economic wrongs to redress. It is in these new channels of activity that young China, with reawakened hope and vigor, is now working slowly but steadily to rebuild a new foundation for Chinese democracy. In the second place, the new movement has brought about a new beginning in educational reform. The theoretical interest in this educational movement has been inspired chiefly by the visit of Professor John Dewey. Dr. Dewey landed on Chinese soil 4 days before the memorable 4th of May, and has since lectured in Shanghai, Hangzhou, Nanking, Peking, Tientsin, Mukden, Shanxi, and Shantung. Several Dewey numbers have been published by the newer magazines to introduce his philosophy to the Chinese public, and his Peking lectures have been reproduced everywhere throughout the country. His emphasis on the child's natural powers, on self-activity, and on the social aim of education has set many a Chinese educator to serious thinking, and surely will effect significant changes in the years to come. His advocacy of the experimental method in education has shattered our belief in a rigid and uniform educational system, and challenges us to carry on innovations and experiments without which an educational system is lifeless. The practical side of this new educational movement has come from the events of the year. The student movement with its organized efforts, its popular lectures, its interference with cheap goods, and its struggle with the constituted authorities, was itself a new education. The organization of students' unions was still more significant. They are organizations of young men and women, not for athletic or gladiatorial exhibitions, but for a serious and noble purpose. There can be no doubt that the associated life and organized activities of these unions will go very far towards training leadership and cooperation. The necessity of popular support in a great movement like this made it imperative to educate the masses. Hence the various popular lecture forums, night and half-day schools, and industrial schools for poor boys and girls. The educative value of such activities cannot be overestimated. The sudden appearance of a large number of local periodicals, too, forms an important part in this movement for popular education. For the first time in history, the small communities which had long been accustomed to take its intellectual supply from the metropolitan centers have now begun to provide themselves with organs of public opinion and useful intelligence. When the first volleys of sentimental fire are over, they will have to settle down to business, to investigate into the conditions of their own localities, and to solve the problems concerning their own civic interest and welfare. This, too, is an education of no mean worth. In the third place, there has been a great change in the general mental attitude. It has been justly said that the greatest obstacle to progress in China is the deductive habit of mind, that is, the willingness to accept things on authority, to acquiesce in ideas and ideals without questioning whence they are derived and whether they are true or not. A quotation from the classics is sufficient argument for a national policy, and a spurious saying of Confucius is good enough to justify the existence of any obsolete custom or institution. This habit is the most formidable enemy to innovation and progress. Its best antidote is found in the scientific attitude which seeks to find out truth for oneself and refuses to believe in anything without sufficient evidence of its credibility. It seems that this scientific spirit is beginning to make itself felt in the Chinese intellectual world today. It first shows itself in the attitude of doubt. The question, "Why?" is heard everywhere. Why should we believe in this or that idea? Why should this or that institution still exist today? Doubt rarely is purely negative. It leads to inquiries, which in most cases lead in turn to positive reconstructions. We find, for example, many Confucian doctrines severely criticized, but we also find that Confucianism was never so intelligently studied as it is today. We find filial piety seriously questioned, but we again find that the relation between parents and children has never before been so rationally discussed as it is now. This critical attitude cuts through almost every phase of Chinese life. Nietzsche has said that the modern age is an age of transvaluation of all values. Truly, we are today transvaluating all our values, literary, social, intellectual, and moral. A glance at the numerous problems raised during the last 2 years, problems of Confucianism, the Chinese language and literature, the position of women, the double standard of sensual morality, the reform of the theater, the right of women to inheritance and heirship, the reform of the schools, and so forth. A glance at these will reveal the extent of this process of transvaluation. The new intellectual movement originated in concrete problems, and its success so far has mainly consisted in having forced public attention to face problems where none had been suspected to exist. We have not been able to solve all the problems raised, but the mere unearthing of a problem and the discussion subsequent thereto are important steps pointing to its solution. The spirit of doubt and criticism does not spring up of itself. It is always the outcome of a new vision and a new point of view. There must be sufficient data for comparison and reflection before the mind is freed from the shackles of the old standpoint, which had long been taken for granted. Men who have acquired new standpoints either directly or indirectly from the West have been applying them to Chinese ideas and institutions. Such comparisons, if honestly made, rarely fail to arouse doubts. Thus one by one have arisen the various problems which have featured in hundreds of the new periodicals. And if we keep this in mind, we shall be in a better position to understand the motives behind the apparent eager though desultory reproduction of the new and radical thought currents of contemporary Europe and America. The Dewey numbers, the Ibsen number, the Marx number, the New Thought number, the series of studies on direct government in the construction, those on the different phases of socialism in the emancipation and reconstruction, and those on diverse types of radical thought in La Jeunesse, the Renaissance, and other periodicals. All this has not been done merely to keep pace with the fashion of the world, but largely to furnish the nation with sufficient material for comparison and suggestion in dealing with our own problems. This new mental attitude, this willingness to look facts in the face, and this boldness to raise unpleasant and unwelcome questions, this I consider the greatest contribution of the new movements, the spread of which constitutes one of the most significant events of the last year. Progress and reform have never come en bloc, but always piecemeal. It is the solution of specific problems, and the transformation of specific ideas and institutions that constitute progress. And it is the critical and problem-loving habit of mind which is the only road leading to this piecemeal progress, the only progress possible. Buddhist influence on Chinese religious life. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. January 1925. Volume 9. Pages 142 to 150. This is a part of a lecture on Buddhistic influence on Chinese thought delivered before the November meeting of the Peking Historical Association. The lecture was divided into 3 parts: literature, religion, and philosophy. At the urgent request of the editor of the review, the second part of this lecture is here published as it was read. I hope that I may be able to revise the other parts before they appear in this review. S.H. 1. In Smith's Proverbs and Common Sayings from the Chinese. Shanghai, 1914. New and Revised Edition. There is the proverb, Avalokitesvara in every family, and Amitabhas everywhere. This proverb best describes the extent of the Buddhist influence on the religious life of the Chinese people. The feminine figure of transformed Avalokitesvara, the Chinese Madonna, symbolizing that ever-present mercy to which every man, woman, and child may appeal for help in times of distress, and the name of Amitabhas, symbolizing hope and salvation through sheer faith, which is attainable by everybody however humble in station and however deficient in intelligence. These two are certainly the most universal objects of worship throughout the empire and throughout the ages, testifying to the complete triumph of the Buddhistic conquest of China. The story of the Buddhist conquest of China is too well known to need retelling here. I shall, therefore, confine myself to a consideration of the historical position of Buddhism in the history of the religious life of the Chinese nation. Prior to the entrance of Buddhism, China had never been under the influence of any powerful religion. The ancient Chinese had a crude polytheistic religion which worshipped the heaven together with the various natural forces, such as the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers. Ancestors were worshipped and divination was practiced. Sacrifices were made to the gods and spirits largely for the purpose of asking favors or averting disasters. With the dawn of the age of philosophers in the 6th century BC, the popular religion gradually lost ground and was undermined by the naturalism of Lao Tzu on the one hand, and by the agnosticism of Confucius on the other. Mot, who was religiously inclined, arose to champion the cause of the popular religion, which he sought to rationalize and purify. He taught reverence for the will of God, belief in the existence of the spirits, and an unlimited love for all mankind. Moism as a philosophical school soon died out. But Moism as a purified form of popular religion continued to exert its influence throughout the later ages. When Confucianism was established as a state religion in the 2nd century BC, it was not the agnostic Confucianism that was established, but the theistic Moism in Confucianist disguise. And when Taoism as a religion arose in the 2nd century AD, it was no longer the naturalism and atheism of Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu, but the theistic Moism together, with 1,000 of the superstitious features of the religion of the common people. When Buddhism came to China, it found 2 religions of native origin. The Confucianism of Han was chiefly ethical and political. The Confucianists exalted the conception of a teleological heaven as a higher authority, which would watch over and reward or punish the acts of the rulers on earth. The history of the two Han dynasties is full of ideas and practices connected with this politico-religious conception of heaven. The Taoist religion, which flourished among the people, was a polytheistic religion with a priesthood whose business it was to practice magic and to attend to the physical wants of their followers. Neither Confucianism nor Taoism ever maintained the importance of personal salvation. Even the most esoteric school of Taoism, which sought freedom in retirement and meditation, had no notion of salvation through faith or through observance of religious rites. Buddhism was a religion of salvation. To the intellectuals, it taught the philosophy of vacuity, of negation, of freedom through enlightenment. To the masses, it taught the doctrine of karma, of transmigration, of the effects of good deeds in this and the future life. And to the upper and lower classes alike, it taught the wonderful doctrine of paradise, the doctrine that absolute faith in the existence of paradise and in its God, the Amitabhas, will ultimately lead us to attain that blissful end, salvation. All this was new to the Chinese mind. The idea of transmigration of existence was never known to the ancient Chinese, who only believed in the existence of spirits or ghosts. The doctrine of karma, too, was unknown. The ancient Chinese dimly believed that somehow evil deeds would lead to disasters while good conduct to good results. But they never had the notion that there was an iron law of causation under which every action necessarily produces its effect, and that this law extends throughout all stages of existences. Both the Confucianists and Taoists were fatalists, believing in predetermination. Naturally, the note of pessimism is apparent in the teachings of these two schools, especially in the Chuangzi and the Lizi. Even Confucius often resigned himself to the dictates of fate. But Buddhism, which teaches the law of karma, also teaches the possibility of creating new causes through human endeavor. Faith and good endeavor will win salvation. Here is then a new note of optimism which broke down the fatalism of both Confucianism and Taoism, and which gave new life to the religious experience of the people. An autobiographic story of a moral leader of the 16th century will illustrate my point more clearly. Yuan Huang, better known as Yuan Liaofan, describes how he became a fatalist through a Taoist fortune teller who told his fortune in its minute details, most of which turned out to be true to the letter. For instance, the fortune teller predicted that during his term of pension scholarship, his accumulated pension would amount to 91 pickles and 5 pecks of rice. And the prediction came true to the fraction of the total amount. He was so convinced of the truth of predetermination that he became completely resigned to the play of fate. Then he met a famous Buddhist monk named F.A. Hui, who tried to arouse him from his fatalism. F.A. Hui argued that to a Buddhist, fate is created by oneself, and happiness is obtained through one's own seeking. After a long discussion, the Buddhist monk concluded with this remark, which has since become proverbial. Let all past die with yesterday, and let all future be born with today. That is resurrection through reason. Yuan Huang was greatly moved by this doctrine, and resolved to carry it into practice. He repented all his past sins before the image of Buddha, and resolved to achieve 3,000 good deeds as a price for an advanced literary degree which his fortune-teller had denied him. And he won the coveted honor when his good deeds had been completed. His fortune-teller had predicted that he would have no son, so he resolved to win a son by offering another 3,000 good deeds. And the endeavor was rewarded. This story may sound ridiculous to the modern readers, but it illustrates most strikingly the life outlook of Buddhism as distinct from those of the other Chinese religions. 2. Modern scholars tend to hold that Buddhism denies the existence of the soul. That is quite true of the scholasticism of the Hinayana schools. But it was certainly as a religion emphasizing the immortality of the soul that Buddhism was welcomed in China. The ancient Chinese believed in the existence of ghosts and spirits, but they never attached much spiritual significance to that idea, nor did they reason out that idea in all its logical implications. Confucius took an agnostic attitude towards the spirits, while the Confucianists immediately after him boldly denied the existence of spirits altogether. The Moists defended the old belief in the spirits, and this idea continued to exist among the people. But the ancients never seriously thought of the idea of the indestructibility or immortality of life after death as an important concept or religious belief. A contemporary of Confucius maintained that there were three kinds of immortality: immortality of words, of works, and of worth. But he completely ignored the immortality of what is called the soul. It was Buddhism which brought home to the Chinese the idea of the indestructibility of the soul. All beliefs in paradise, in the punishments in hell, and in the possibility of a better or worse existence in the future are based on this fundamental belief. Destroy this belief in the permanence of the soul, and all the important beliefs and practices of Mahayana Buddhism are left without a foundation. In the long history of Buddhism in China, we see this notion more than once assailed by opponents and defended by Buddhists. For instance, about the year 500 AD, a great Chinese scholar named Fan Chen wrote an essay on the destructibility of the soul, in which he holds that the relation between the body and the soul is like the relation between the knife and its sharpness. We never hear of the existence of sharpness after the destruction of the knife. How is it possible for the soul to exist when the body is decayed? This powerful argument of frank materialism so alarmed the Buddhists of the day that more than 70 answers were written to refute Fan Chen's essay. Even the Emperor Wu Ti of Liang issued an edict to condemn it. The best refutation written by Xinyo was to the effect that the knife of yesterday may be forged into the dagger of today. The sharpness of the dagger is the same sharpness of the knife, while the body of the knife is no longer discernible in the body of the dagger. The quality of sharpness remains unchanged, although the form of the body has been transformed. The same is true of the transmigration of the soul of A in becoming the soul of B. The existences differ, but the soul of the past existence has been transmitted into the present. 22. The great statesman Sima Kuang, 1019 to 1086, who was influenced by Fan Chen, revived the old materialistic argument in his refutation of the belief in tortures applied to wicked men after death in hell. He said, "When the body is decayed, the spirit fades away also. Even though there be such tortures, whereupon can they be applied?" From these controversies, we can see how important the idea of the immortality of the soul has been to the religious belief of Buddhism. Thousands of tales were written and printed which told of wicked men and women who after death were subjected to all kinds of cruel tortures in hell. Equally large is the number of tales of virtuous men and women who after death were allowed to pass to the heavens where they were to enjoy the life of complete bliss. Other tales were invented which traced the successive stages of existence of individuals who attained better or worse future existences according to their respective merits. Such beliefs exist even today, and may be found in some of the circular telegrams issued by some politicians in connection with the recent coup d'état. 3. The introduction of Buddhism undoubtedly brought about a tremendous change in the religious life of the Chinese nation. A practical and matter-of-fact race was gradually worked up to religious enthusiasm, even to religious fanaticism. Temples and stupas were built everywhere. Men and women deserted their families to become monks and nuns. The monumental stone sculptures at Ta Tung and Lung Men testify to this day to the height of zeal of the Buddhistic age. With this sudden outburst of religious enthusiasm, there also came the worst features of Mahayana Buddhism. Extreme forms of asceticism and self-torture were commonly practiced. We may remember that one of the chapters of the Saddharma Pundarika, chapter 23, contains the idea that the most effective kind of sacrifice is the sacrifice of one's own body. The hero of that chapter therefore perfumed his whole body, anointed it with fragrant oil, soaked all clothing in oil, and finally burned himself as a sacrifice to Buddha. The Saddharma Pundarika was exceedingly popular, and the idea of bodily sacrifice was soon taken up by the fanatical monks. The Confucianist philosopher Huyin recorded a number of such cases in his anti-Buddhistic treatise. The monk Huishao resolved to imitate the Yang Puese and burned his own body. Another monk, Sung Yu, collected dry faggots into a shrine, seated himself in it, and set fire to it while loudly reciting the Yang chapter in the Saddharma Pundarika. Another monk, Pao Yi, bound his fingers with oiled cloth and set fire to them. When asked if he felt the pain, he answered, "Pain arises from the mind, and when the mind feels no pain, how can the fingers feel pain?" After this trial, he piled up dry wood in his storage house, coated the walls of his room with oil, and, holding a torch with his fingerless arm, set fire to the room. He was seen performing the ritual of reverent worship amidst the choking smoke. His face and body caught fire after the second worshipping. Still he continued his ritual, and fell dead upon the burning charcoal. 4. The new religion of Buddhism came to China with irresistible force. Persecution after persecution failed, and Buddhism continued to be the most powerful religion of China. Confucianism was no longer considered as a religion, but as a system of practical ethical and political principles. Buddhism being an ultramundane religion, it was necessary to leave the state affairs to the hands of officials trained in the ethico-political philosophy of Confucianism. The only rival religion with which Buddhism often came into conflict was the newly arisen Taoism. Many of the great persecutions of Buddhism were brought about by the Taoists. Yet the undeniable influence of Buddhism may be seen in every stage of the development of Taoism as a popular religion. Indeed, Taoism may even be described as a religious product of Chinese nationalism, a child which was born in the days of Buddhist triumph and nurtured in the atmosphere of Buddhism, but which grew up with a determination to battle its alien tutor and rival with his own weapons. Taoism had been a religion of asceticism and magic, but with no organization nor commonly recognized scriptures. Under the influence of the Buddhistic church organization and Buddhistic Tripitaka, the Taoists began to organize themselves into a church with priests as officials, and to produce a large number of Taoist scriptures. The greatest organizer of Taoism was Ko Xianqi, 448 AD, who, under the patronage of Emperor Shirao Wu of North Wei, established the first Taoist church in Ta Tung. The church began with a priesthood of 120, and had its rules regulating the daily and monthly rituals of worship and fasting. This was the first time that ascetic Taoism of the mountains and grottos suddenly became the established state religion of metropolitan life. The Taoist scriptures were largely imitations after the Buddhist sutras. The work of imitation began as early as the year 300 AD, when a Taoist wrote the Sutras of Lao Tzu's conversion of India. The attempt was to make Buddhism a form of Taoism, and Buddha a convert of Lao Tzu. The fact that Chinese Buddhists persisted in dating the birth of Buddha in the 10th century BC, instead of a later date, was chiefly due to the desire on the part of Chinese Buddhists to make Buddha as old as possible in order to avoid the possibility of his being converted by Lao Tzu into Taoism. As we glance over the several hundred titles in the Taoist canon now being published by the commercial press, we cannot fail to perceive the shameless work of imitation and forgery that has produced this vast amount of parrot-like nonsense. Even the form and style of the Buddhist sutras are retained in many of these Taoist texts. I quote the following opening passage from the Sutra of 16 Books. At that time the Supreme Jade Emperor was in the Lin Shurao Palace of the Tu-Su Heaven, that is, the Tishita Heaven of Buddhism. Together with the Sacred Mother of Yaoqi, he was preaching the precious truth, Sadharma, of the great beginning, the grand mean, and the universal salvation. Among those present were the 5 grand old emperors, and the immortals of the 10 continents, the 3 islands, the 5 sacred mountains, the 4 lakes, and the 3 worlds. All were listening to the precious truth. At that time, the emperor of the eastern sacred mountain arose from the rank and said, "The Renaissance in China." Journal of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, 1926, Volume 5, pages 265 to 283. Address given on November 9, 1926. It is a great honor to me to be invited to speak at Chatham House, which, I am told, was the residence of 3 Prime Ministers of England, and to address the Royal Institute of International Affairs, an institution devoted to the study of problems affecting the intercourse and interdependence of nations. I feel a message and a mission for those Chinese and British lecturers who are to bear the responsibility of bringing the 2 nations together, introducing them to each other, China to the west and Great Britain to the east. It is to be regretted that Great Britain, which has been in contact with China longer than any other nation in the West, should have fallen behind some others of our neighbors in intimate intellectual relationship. It is difficult to explain the reason, but there is certainly no such close intellectual link between Great Britain and China as exists between China and America. We shall hope that the proposed exchange of lecturers, in which I am happy to have been chosen as one of the first workers, will bear fruit in creating a truer and fuller knowledge of our civilization and our common interests. The subject chosen for me tonight is the Chinese Renaissance. Such a title may sound a little conceited, especially from the lips of one who has taken a personal part in this new movement. The Renaissance is, of course, the term usually associated with that great movement in Western history which heralded modern Europe. The same name has been accorded to the far-reaching changes in thought and action which have swept over China during the last 10 years, and for the sake of convenience I will use that name and try to tell you something of the movement for which it stands. The Chinese Renaissance movement represents a new stage in the process of modernizing our country and our people, and in that process 3 stages have already been manifested. The first may be described as the mechanical stage, the introduction of mechanical implements of battleships, guns, and steamships. The second was the stage of political reform. Then came the third stage, the movement of which I am to speak tonight. In the last 100 years, the period of our close contact with the West, China has shown an unfortunate resistance to the new form of civilization which has been knocking at our door. We resisted for 100 years, and started our effort to modernize almost at the point of the bayonet. Perhaps it is hardly to be wondered that our first efforts lay in the direction of mechanical devices. Our mechanical experience started in 1850 with the weapons of war introduced during the Taiping Rebellion, which swept over the country like a cyclone and devastated almost half the provinces of China. The old army was powerless largely because it had been demoralized and weakened by opium smoking. There arose in the province of Hunan certain Chinese leaders of high courage and character who tried to organize a volunteer army and a volunteer navy. In the course of a few years, they recovered from the rebels a number of cities and provinces. But even this new army, this volunteer army, proved quite inadequate in equipment and organization for its great task. Then one of these leaders, Li Hengchang, realized that assistance could be secured from the West in the form of munitions, of organization, and of leadership. In the lower Yangtze territory a new army was organized, equipped with modern arms, and trained under modern Western military officers, among whom was General Gordon. This new force, which soon acquired the name of the ever-victorious army, recovered practically all the provinces in the lower Yangtze Valley, and finally besieged and recaptured Nanking, the seat of the rebellion. This event brought home to the Chinese in a practical way the superiority of certain phases of Western civilization. The introduction of modern armaments paved the way for a general reorganization of the Chinese Navy and of part of the Chinese Army. Arsenals were erected, and a big dockyard was established. But in all these innovations, these attempts to introduce Western ways, there was no attempt, and indeed no desire on the part of the Chinese to understand the basic ideas underlying the civilization which had produced these wonderful new weapons of war, and the new methods of commerce, which became conspicuous at about the same time. There was not even a desire to understand the language of the foreigners. When at last a school of languages was established by order of the government, even the sons of the men who had originated the idea refused to enter the new school, and scholars had to be recruited from poor families who were attracted by a small monthly gratuity. There was no desire on the part of the Chinese government or people to train leaders for a new and more modern form of civilization in China. Their activities were confined to the training of young boys in the mastery of a foreign language, in order that they might become interpreters to the great mandarins. Throughout this first stage, indeed, this stage of mechanical experiment, there was no attempt to understand or to introduce those finer elements which constitute the genius of Western civilization. There was, it is true, some attempt to translate scientific textbooks with the help of foreign missionaries, but the whole tone of the age was represented by the demand for only two things from the West: wealth and power. In the newspapers and publications of the last generation, these two factors stand out as the sole requirements of the first reformers. But we soon began to realize that it would be impossible to achieve even those desired objects of wealth and power without political reorganization. The wars of 1860, of 1884, and of 1885, and the war with Japan in 1894, demonstrated that the introduction of modern weapons of war and of commerce, unaccompanied by the transformation of outworn political machinery, was not sufficient to save China. The new navy, which had cost China vast fortunes, was swept away during the Sino-Japanese War in the final decade of the last century. And at last the more far-seeing of our leaders began to realize and to preach the need for a thorough reorganization of our political machinery. China thus entered the second stage in the process of her modernization, the stage of political reform. The drama of Chinese political reform divides itself into 4 acts. Act 1, to make a long story short, was the reform of 1898, based on a program of the Manchu Emperor Kwangsu, who was convinced that China needed certain basic reforms if she was to retain her independence. When he came into power, he called to his service a number of the more radical leaders of the time and, in the course of a few months, proclaimed a series of drastic reforms. But this movement was short-lived. The forces of reaction soon gathered together and rallied round the person of the Empress Dowager. The reforms were swept away, the emperor was imprisoned by the Dowager, and 6 of the reformers were executed. China then entered on the second act of this political drama, which consisted of reaction and culminated in the appalling tragedy of the Boxer Rising of 1900. That episode so disgraced the nation that for many years China was not considered a respectable member of the family of nations. But the humiliation which China suffered in those days was sufficient to convince the people that political reform could no longer be neglected, and even the reactionary court of the Manchus was persuaded to proclaim a few important reforms during the years from 1901 to 1910. When the Russo-Japanese War was being fought on Chinese soil in 1904-5, the Chinese had a striking illustration of the efficacy of modernization. A small nation of the East defeated Russia, one of the greatest powers of Europe, and modern organization was recognized as the cause of her success. Thousands of students accordingly flocked to Japan, hoping to discover the means for a second and similar miracle. The government was compelled to send an imperial commission to Europe and America to study constitutional reform, and in 1908 a scheme of constitutional government was proclaimed, allotting a period of 9 years to the gradual fulfillment of a program of constitutional monarchy. The Council of State, which was to be the father of the future Parliament, opened in 1910. But these reforms, which constituted Act 3 of the political drama, were approached half-heartedly. There was no genuine change on the part of the court, the nobility, or the officials. The government was still in the hands of intriguing princes, eunuchs, and old women. There was no genuine leadership in the direction of a more healthy and more vigorous national life. During those years a new activity had manifested itself, a revolutionary movement which was directed against the Manchus. The Manchus, who had been reigning in China for 270 years, had now proved themselves incompetent, incapable of meeting the needs of the nation either in its internal or external affairs. The Taiping Rebellion provided the first definite evidence of the demoralization of the reigning race. It was followed by the period of reaction, by the coup d'état of 1898, and by the tragedy of 1900. A conviction was growing among the people that, so long as the Manchu court and nobility remained in power, there was little hope of effective transformation. The spirit of unrest grew deeper and broader in those years between 1900 and 1911, until in 1911 it showed itself in open rebellion. The dynasty offered no effective resistance. The old loyalties had been shaken by those years of revolutionary agitation. The dynasty abdicated in 1912, and thus the first popular revolt, the anti-Manchu rebellion, won a complete and almost bloodless success. But there remained the more important task of establishing a republican government. The forces that set it in motion have been in evidence for 50 years, but we must confess that the first efforts at popular government have so far proved a failure. The republic has failed, not because modern China has failed, there has never been a modern China, but because in all these processes the changes have been superficial and have hardly touched the fundamental issues of political transformation. There has been practically no modern leadership, practically no genuine admission of our real weaknesses, no recognition of the spiritual possibilities of the new civilization. Such reforms as were carried out were regarded as a necessary evil, and were never directed by men trained for such great tasks. If we look at the list of men who have played an important part in the history of the last 50 years, there is not one who had received even the rudiments of a modern education, not one who is qualified to govern a modern state, for to govern a modern state in a constitutional way requires a modern education. In the first years of the Republic, the old forces were taken by surprise, and the old officials hurried to Shanghai or Tsingtao to seek refuge and retirement, thinking probably that their day had passed. But in the course of a few years, they were recalled one by one to participate once more in the government of the country. The reactionary forces rallied round one man, Yuan Shikai, the incarnation of reaction, and it was impossible for the infantile new forces to maintain an effective resistance against the shrewdness and experience of men who were past masters at the Chinese official game. In a very short time, the new forces had been swept out of sight, and Yuan Shikai had proclaimed himself Emperor of China. In 1914, 1915, and 1916, there was an all-pervading sense of despair. A number of young men committed suicide because they could think of no way out, could see no ray of light ahead. It was not like those last years of the Manchu dynasty, when people knew that somewhere and sometime a rebellion would come. Now it had come, had been swept out of the path, and had left only depression and despair. One of my young friends jumped into the West Lake at Hangzhou, leaving letters of farewell to his friends expressing his joy at escape from a situation without hope. In those years people began at last to realize the futility of superficial political change, and to seek for some new factor which could be made the cornerstone of a new age. May I read to you an extract from a letter of Huang Yuanyang, one of the leading publicists of the day, written just before leaving the country in 1915 at the height of Yuan Shikai's power. Politics are in such confusion that I am at a loss to know what to talk about. Ideal schemes will have to be buried for future generations to unearth. As to fundamental salvation, I believe its beginning must be sought in the promotion of a new literature. We must endeavor to bring Chinese thought into contact with the contemporary thought of the world, and thus accelerate its radical awakening. And we must see to it that the basic ideals of the modern world produce some direct effect upon the life of the average man. The method seems to lie in using simple language and literature for the wide dissemination of ideas among the people. Have we not seen that historians regard the European Renaissance as the foundation of the overthrow of medievalism in Europe? That letter was addressed by Huang to his friend, the editor of a paper called The Tidings, who wrote an editorial comment pointing out that it was impossible to have a new literature without first having some political order. He said that social reforms presuppose a certain general level of political stability and order, and that the new literature could not be an exception. Events have proved that he was wrong, and that Huang was right. Huang Yuanyang was assassinated in 1915, and he died without ever becoming aware that at about the time of his death a new movement was coming into being which would verify and vindicate his prophetic message. It was at that time that the new movement began which forms the title and the topic of my address tonight. In the years 1915 and 1916, groups of Chinese students in American universities were carrying on a controversy on problems of literature. The controversy began on a question of poetic diction, and it gradually extended to the larger problem of Chinese literature. The results of the controversy were published in the early days of 1917 and formed the first declarations of a movement which has created a revolution in Chinese literature. This literary revolution marks the first stage in the Chinese Renaissance, for here will be found a spirit essentially different from the earlier stages of modernization. In the early days, we wanted to be modern, but we were afraid of losing the other things which we were told were good. We had been constantly flattered, even by the missionaries, that we were heirs to a great heritage, and we were adjured to cherish it and cling to it at whatever cost. Even today we are hypnotized continually by praises of our old civilization. We want to be modernized, and we are expected to become modern. But at the same time we are requested not to lose what we have. We are expected to perform a miraculous task, to change and to remain the same. There is little wonder, then, that the Chinese have continued to live in comfortable dreams of compromise, accepting certain externals from the Western barbarians, whilst preserving the restrictions and negations of the past. But a new age has dawned. We have realized at last that certain things must be given up if China is to live. If we really want education, general and universal education, we must first have a new language, a language which can be used and understood by tongue and ear and pen, and which will be a living language for the people. For years and years we tried to have education, but we feared to use the spoken language. We tried to compromise in various ways, but we clung as scholars to the scholarly language. It was impossible to preach a language, to ask people to accept a language, which was not good enough for us. China went through a stage of contradictions, and remained unconscious of the fact. At last the new movement began in earnest, the literary revolution. It advocates the adoption of the spoken language, the vulgar tongue of the people, as the lay medium for all official and literary composition. Its aim is to elevate the despised vulgar tongue of the people to the dignified position of the literary language of the nation. It is a revolution in a sense because it has involved a reassessment of the vulgar literature of the past and of the classical tradition. It seeks to introduce the spoken language of the people as the medium of expression in all textbooks, in all the newspapers, in all respectable branches of literature. It has achieved its success through two methods, through historical justification and through constant experiment. The historic argument has aimed to demonstrate that the classical literature, the classical tradition of China, did not represent the whole historical development of Chinese literature. It represented only the stereotyped phase of the development of Chinese literary genius. Side by side with this classical tradition, there has always existed a continuous current of popular literature in the form of folk songs, poems, epic recitals, the drama, and the novel. It based its claims on those great masterpieces of literature, which have become so popular among the people. One of the greatest critics of the 17th century was inspired to declare that one of the popular novels was superior to any work of classical diction in literary beauty. The masterpieces of the popular literature have proved conclusively that the vulgar language is capable of being used as the literary language of the people. The historical argument has been supplemented by conscious experimentation. It has been shown that in the long historical development of popular literature there was lacking one great factor: conscious endeavor. The great writers, the people, the street singers, the rustic lovers, the tavern entertainers have accepted and used this living language to express their feelings and their aims, but there has been in the past no conscious effort to adopt the language, no conscious effort to defend it. In the history of the rise of modern literature in Europe there were great writers who wrote in the vulgar dialects, and at the same time they were men who defended those languages in a conscious and articulate manner. Dante, for example, wrote a defense of Italian, and the early French poets wrote a defense of the use of French. But this conscious effort was lacking in the history of Chinese literature. So the leaders of the literary revolution tried to supply this need by resolving never to write anything except in this new language. In the course of a few years a number of young writers have succeeded in producing presentable specimens of literary experiment. And so, by means of the indisputable facts of history, and by the fruits of conscious experiment, the literary revolution has won its way to success in the course of less than 10 years. It has succeeded in revolutionizing all the school texts, and it has succeeded in making the school life of millions of children easier than that of their fathers. It has given to the youth of the nation a new instrument for the expression of their emotions and ideas. It has formally established what was once the despised vulgar tongue of the people as the legitimate and even the fashionable medium of literary composition. This literary revolution formed the first phase of the Chinese Renaissance. It marked a new phase, a new life. It was not a complete breaking away from the past, it was a historical development. It was a conscious effort to make articulate all the valuable elements we already possessed. At the same time, the methods were modern, the inspirations were modern. It thus presented to the people a new and living idea. As language is the most important vehicle of thought and of expression, any radical and fundamental change in a national language could not but involve a great change in other phases of social and intellectual life. So, during the last 10 years, this literary revolution has spread and has affected various phases of Chinese life. I shall not describe those different phases in great detail. I shall confine myself to two particular phases. First, the intellectual changes, and secondly, the social and political developments. However multifarious these tendencies may seem, there are certain general characteristics which unite them more or less into one great national movement. The whole movement may be characterized, in the words of Nietzsche, as a movement of the transvaluation of all values. It is a movement in a way to make everything upside down, to try to judge, to criticize, to doubt, to revalue old things according to new standards. Nothing is too high or too low to be subjected to this process of transvaluation. Marriage, concubinage, widowhood, Confucianism, Christianity, nothing is too sacred to be allowed to pass without criticism. It is for us an age of doubt, of criticism, of protest. The first phase, the most important effect of this age, is shown in the world of intellectual life. For the first time in history we begin to recognize a new attitude, a desire to understand the basic meaning of modern civilization, to understand the philosophy behind the civilization of the West. As the best example of this new consciousness, I may cite the work of a Chinese scholar, Liang Xiaoming. Mr. Liang's father committed suicide during the early years of the Republic because he could not bear to see the incoming of a new order and the passing away of the Manchu regime, to which he had been always loyal. The young Mr. Liang, who had apparently inherited an impulsive and courageous character from his father, was disturbed by the imminent conflict between the civilizations of the East and West. He spent years of thought on this problem, and in 1920 published a book called The Civilizations of the East and the West and Their Philosophies, quite an ambitious title. In his introductory chapter he points out that Oriental civilization has come into sharp and fundamental conflict with the civilization of the West, and that we cannot escape the imperative necessity of seeking a fundamental solution. Other people may not feel the pressing demand for the solution of this great problem, says he, but it is not so with me. If no satisfactory answer can be found to this question, I shall not know how to live my own life. Then he goes on to postulate what he considers the only three possible alternative outcomes of this cultural conflict. He says, first, if the two cultures are incapable of coexistence and interassimilation, and if Oriental civilization must be replaced by modern culture, then we must consciously hasten our basic reforms and not wait to perish together with our civilization. Secondly, if the invasion and aggression of Western civilization is not to be feared, and if our own civilization may yet ultimately triumph, then we must earnestly and actively work for its revival, and we must not waste time in daydreams and idleness and bring ruin upon ourselves and our culture. And thirdly, if the two cultures are capable of mutual assimilation and compromise, then we should directly seek a clear and definite solution and fight out a new road of life. We cannot meet the urgencies of this situation by half-hearted adoption of certain non-essentials from the West. That is his impulsive statement of the case. He is voicing the yearning of a new age. His book was widely read, and much has been written since on this same subject. The most surprising thing in the writings on this question is the almost entire absence of any apologetic tone in defense of the civilization of the East. Even Mr. Liang, whose words I have just quoted, probably the most apologetic of these writers, condemned the philosophy of life of the Hindus and frankly admitted that the Western civilization must become the world civilization of our day. Of course, Mr. Liang had his pious hopes. He admitted that the Western must be the world civilization today, but he prophesied that this Western civilization would be replaced by Chinese civilization, which in turn would be ultimately replaced by the civilization of India. But he said that for the present we must get rid of all the weaknesses of the East and frankly thoroughly adopt, modern civilization, to use his own words, the modern, democratic and scientific civilization of the West. We will not bother about those pious wishes, but may I suggest that in these discussions we find a completely new attitude, an attitude on the one hand of frank admission of our own weaknesses, all the weak points in Oriental civilization, and on the other hand the attitude of a frank, genuine understanding of the spirit, not only the material prosperity, but also the spiritual possibilities of the Western civilization. These modern Chinese thinkers, among whom I may mention Mr. Wu Qingheng, an old scholar of 60, who has been some years in this country and in France, men who know their own civilization as well as modern civilization, have come to some general conclusions, which may be stated as follows. They recognize that the civilizations of India and of China had not only failed to give proper emphasis to the physical well-being of mankind, but have failed also to satisfy the spiritual demands of the human race. For example, the desire to know, the demand for knowledge, certainly a legitimate and spiritual demand of mankind, has always been discouraged by the great sages of the East. This desire, this yearning for knowledge, has been suppressed either by skepticism or by resort to a so-called deeper wisdom through meditation and contemplation. The skeptics, Chuang-Tzu, for example, say that life is finite and knowledge is infinite. How dangerous then is it to pursue the infinite with the finite? Then the esoteric mystics tell us to meditate and seek a deeper wisdom through the processes of introspection. We have been accustomed to regard these forms of deeper wisdom as forms of spirituality. But the modern Chinese are asking, what spirituality really exists in these forms of deeper wisdom? What spirituality is there in a civilization which has maintained a caste system for thousands of years, or which has bound the feet of its women for 1,000 years, and has sought justification in claims of duty and beauty? These are some of the judgments which the modern thinkers of China are frankly passing upon their own civilization. On the other hand, there is a growing understanding of, and a desire to appreciate the spiritual possibilities of Western civilization. The ideals of equality and liberty are certainly spiritual. Science, the idea of seeking truth by verifiable methods, is certainly spiritual. The emancipation of women, the extension of the franchise, the protection of the laborer, and all that social legislation which is centered upon the idea of extending the greatest happiness to the greatest number, all these are certainly spiritual. And socialism, whether we like it or not, is certainly the highest spiritual idea of social organization. Even material progress is spiritual, if we only regard it as the necessary condition for liberating humanity from the pitiful struggle for a mere subsistence, and for uplifting it for higher and more valuable things. All those who have been in the Far East, and have seen those millions of human beings toiling under that peculiarly Oriental form of human slavery, the rickshaw, or manpower carriage, cannot fail to agree with us modern Chinese thinkers that there is much spirituality in material progress, which has at least relieved that much of human slavery by means of mechanical inventions. These judgments may be wrong. They may sound even more eulogistic than the Westerners themselves are willing to admit. But I must add that we are not blind to the shortcomings of modern civilization, to certain phases of nationalism, the means of warfare, the use of machinery for manslaughter and war, the inhuman phases of industrialism, and so on. We are not blind to these things, but we have come to an understanding of the spiritual possibilities, and we are prepared to work for the realization of those potentialities when modernization does come to us. I will not discuss at any great length the other phases of the intellectual change. They include the development of a scientific scholarship, of a critical study of past learning, of movements for mass education. I might even cite the great controversy which took place several years ago on the relation of science to the view of life, a controversy which in the course of a year produced a literature amounting to 250,000 words. These things I will pass over and come to the second phase, the social and political unrest. When the literary revolution began in 1917, some of us resolved not to take an active part in politics. Some of us indeed declared that we would not talk politics for 20 years. I was one of them. but I broke my vow long ago, so it will be all right for me to talk politics today. We were convinced of the importance of non-political work, of the work of literary and intellectual change, which was to become the cornerstone of a new revolution. But this movement can only be carried on by process of education, and education is always too slow a process for impulsive and impatient souls. Even in the early days of the revolution, some of my colleagues were so anxious to talk politics that, during my temporary absence from Peking, they started a political paper. That was the beginning of a division in this new movement. Some of the original leaders of the movement became leaders of political parties. The present leader of the Chinese Communist Party was the co-editor with me of that paper, The New Youth, which was responsible for the first launching of the language movement. At first, there were two phases of politics. One school represented a willingness to work in non-political movements and wait for years before tangible results could be expected in the political order. On the other side was the impatient school, who were anxious to go on with political activities at the same time as with the non-political movement. Political disturbances, internal politics, and international relations gradually forced the political problem upon us, and in the course of a few years we were convinced that we could not possibly refrain from talking politics or even from taking an active part in politics. That difference remains amongst us today. On the one side you have the moderates, the workers who devote their attention to literature, to new philosophy, and new views of life. On the other side, you have the men who are taking their part in politics. I should like to say a few words about the part played by the students in recent years. The student movement began in 1919 as a protest against the decision of the Versailles Peace Conference in regard to the Chinese province of Shantung. The constant interference of students in politics is regarded as strange in foreign countries, but when you come to think of it, it is quite a usual phenomenon in the history of mankind. It is almost a universal rule that, whenever abnormal conditions of society exist, whenever there is lacking a regular channel for the expression of popular wishes and ideas, whenever the older generation fails to satisfy the desires of the people, the burden of political interference almost invariably falls upon the shoulders of the younger generation of intellectuals, the students. The Chinese students participated actively in politics in the 2nd century AD, in the 10th century, and in the 17th century. Whenever you find an abnormal state of affairs, there you find the student movement. In European history, I believe that you find the same thing. In medieval times, such movements were not uncommon. In the year 1848, the year of revolutions throughout Europe, revolutions were started by students in almost every country. In India, in Korea, in Turkey, in Persia, in Russia, whenever you find a set of abnormal conditions, and the existing order of things no longer satisfies the people, or wherever the older generation has failed to live up to the expectation of the younger generation, you find an active student movement. And the reverse is equally true. In those countries where conditions are tolerably normal, as in America and in England, we shall find the students more deeply interested in football and cricket than in politics. The Chinese student movement began as a spontaneous movement in 1919. It became so suddenly strong that the government was soon forced to dismiss 3 pro-Japanese officials of the highest rank. There was no Russian propaganda, no organization of any kind behind it. It was a spontaneous patriotic movement. Though it gradually spread and became a national movement, it lacked any efficient form of organization. but the events of 1919, 1920, and 1921 so clearly demonstrated the usefulness and power of this new element in Chinese life that political parties began to understand and try to use that power. In the years 1920 and 1921, many political parties threw open the columns of their papers to student contributions. Student editors and reporters were employed in an attempt to get students interested in political life. Then, in 1924, the Kuomintang officially adopted the policy of enlisting students among its members. From that time onward, party organizations have existed in the colleges and universities throughout the country, and wherever you find an educational center, you will find a party organization of some kind. The first stage of student activity found them without any organization. The second stage was one of political organization. Then came a third stage, when the students were no longer a loose organization, but a highly organized body under the influence of Soviet Russia and of the Third International. The Chinese as a race have always shown a lack of organization. Even in literature, we find in the whole literary harvest of 2,500 years no single book written with a plot, with an organization, with a desire for architectonic structure. Even the novels and dramas show a lack of plot, of organization. The early unorganized efforts of the student movement soon died away. Any great emotional crisis would be sufficient to call up a student movement, but as soon as the issue passed, the movement died away. But the new phase of the movement is different. The new Kuomintang, or National Party, has adopted a highly developed organization, a new army, a new discipline. The army became a part of the party, and the party became the directorate, the teacher, the soul, the brain of the army. The whole organization of the military army and of the party itself is practically identical, at least interlocked. There is a party representative in every unit of the army. At the same time, the whole party is more or less under a military type of discipline. This, I think, is a very remarkable and very important fact. The Japanese received a great deal of inspiration from the Germans in the early days of their enlightenment. The Chinese have not yet learned any serious lesson from any Western country. But we are beginning to be schooled in the matter of organization. We do not know what will be the result, but, so far as we can judge by the events of the last few months, we can see that the movement is taking shape. The army thus organized has certainly won victories over the older armies, which were not organized. Thus the movement of Chinese Renaissance swings back to politics. This is, perhaps, inevitable. The political anarchy had become intolerable, and the outside world, as well as young China, has grown quite impatient. It may be that we were wrong in trying to avoid politics. It may be that the new political movement was after all not so premature as it had once seemed to us. Recent events seem to point to the possibility of an early success of the new political revolution under the leadership of the Nationalist Party. The old forces set loose by the revolution of 1911 have gradually exhausted themselves and are offering no serious resistance to the new forces, which have the advantage of organization and the inspiration of political ideals. As an impartial and nonpartisan liberal, I wish them success and welcome it. I am sorry that I have taken so much time. I was advised not to read a paper, so I have tried to speak without notes. But I have been tempted to speak for longer than I had intended. The Civilizations of the East and the West. Charles A. Beard edition, Whither Mankind, A Panorama of Modern Civilization. New York, Longmans, Green and Company, 1928. Pages 25 to 41. In recent years, the despondent mood of a number of European writers has led to the revival of such old myths as the bankruptcy of the material civilization of the West and the superiority of the spiritual civilization of the Oriental nations. When I was in Germany last year, a German savant most solemnly assured me that the civilization of the East was based on spiritual principles. In the East, said my enthusiastic friend, even souls are selected on the basis of moral fitness. For does not the doctrine of the transmigration of souls imply the idea of moral selection? Although these expressions represent nothing more than the pathological mentality of war-stricken Europe, they have already had the unfortunate effect of gratifying the vanity of Oriental apologists, and thereby strengthening the hand of reaction in the East. In the West, too, one could see, as I have seen during my recent travels, that such loose thinking was leading not a few people away from a proper understanding of their own civilization, which is fast becoming the world civilization. It is in the hope of furnishing a new point of view and a new basis of discussion that I now offer these few reflections on the civilizations of the East and the West. 1. As a true Chinese, I must begin with Confucius. According to Confucius, all implements of civilization are spiritual in origin. They all came from ideas. When conceived, they are called ideas. When materially embodied, they are called implements. When instituted for general use, they are called forms or patterns. When wrought into the everyday life of all the people, they marvel at them and call them the work of the gods. Confucius cited many examples to illustrate this point of view. Man saw wood floating on water and invented canoes and ships. He saw wood submerged under water and, caring for the preservation of the dead bodies of his parents, invented coffins and tombs. He saw rain fall from the heavens and, thinking probably of the work of time obliterating all traces of human memory, invented writing to take the place of knotted cords. Needless to say, this view of Confucius was supported by Plato and Aristotle in the West. Human tools and institutions had their origin in the ideas, or ideal patterns which Aristotle called the formal causes. Confucius and Plato and Aristotle lived in those good old days when the human mind was not yet troubled by the medieval dualism of matter and spirit, and was therefore able to recognize the ideality underlying the material embodiment of human inventions. Indeed, there is no such thing as a purely material civilization. Every tool of civilization is produced by human intelligence making use of the matter and energy in the natural world for the satisfaction of a want, a desire, an aesthetic feeling, or an intellectual curiosity. A clay pot is no more material than a love lyric, nor is St. Paul's Cathedral less material than the Woolworth Building. Indeed, when man first made fire by accidentally drilling wood, the invention was regarded as such a spiritual thing as to be attributed to one of the greatest gods. In the East, all the legendary kings of China were not priest-philosophers, but inventors. Such, for example, were Sui Jin, the discoverer of fire, Yusao, the first builder of houses, and Sheneng, the first teacher of agriculture and medicine. Our forefathers were quite right in deifying the creators of tools. Man is a tool-making animal, and it is tool-making which constitutes civilization. The invention of fire created a new epoch in the history of human civilization, agriculture, another, the invention of writing, a third, printing, A fourth. The great religions of the world may justly claim the credit for submerging the whole civilized world from the China Sea to the British Isles underneath the deluge of medievalism. But it was the invention of the telescope and the steam engine and the discovery of electricity and radioactivity that have made the modern world what it is today. And if the priests of the medieval age were justly canonized as saints, Galileo, Watt, Stevenson, Morse, Bell, Edison, and Ford certainly deserve to be honored as gods and enshrined with Prometheus and Cadmus. They represent that which is most divine in man, namely, that creative intelligence which provides implements and makes civilization possible. The civilization of a race is simply the sum total of its achievement in adjusting itself to its environment. Success or failure in that adjustment depends upon the ability of the race to use intelligence for the invention of necessary and effective tools. Advancement in civilization depends upon the improvement of tools. Such names as the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and the Steam and Electricity Age tell the tale of the development of civilization. And what is true of the historical development of civilization is no less true of the geographical distribution of the different civilizations. The difference between the Eastern and Western civilizations is primarily a difference in the tools used. The West has during the last 200 years moved far ahead of the East merely because certain Western nations have been able to devise new tools for the conquest of nature and for the multiplication of the power to do work. The East, whence have come a number of the epoch-making tools of ancient civilization, has failed to carry on that great tradition and is left behind in the stage of manual labor, while the Western world has long entered the age of steam and electricity. This, then, is the real difference between the Oriental and Western civilizations. The Oriental civilization is built primarily on human labor as the source of power, whereas the modern civilization of the West is built on the basis of the power of machinery. As one of my American friends has put it, each man, woman, and child in America possesses from 25 to 30 mechanical slaves, while it is estimated that each man, woman, and child in China has at his command but 3/4 of one mechanical slave. An American engineer has stated the case almost in the same language. Every person in the United States has 35 invisible slaves working for him. The American workman is not a wage slave, but a boss of a considerable force, whether he realizes it or not. Herein lies the real explanation of the difference between the two civilizations. It is a difference in degree which in the course of time has almost amounted to a difference in kind. 2. In July 1926, I arrived at Harbin, in northern Manchuria, on my way to Europe. The modern city of Harbin was formerly a Russian concession which grew up from a small trading center into what is now called the Shanghai of North China. With the development of the Russian concession, there has grown up, a few miles away, the native city of Harbin, which was once only a group of peasant villages. While I was touring through the city, I was struck by one interesting fact. Whereas practically all the vehicles of locomotion in the native city were jinrickshaws, or carriages pulled by human power, no rickshaw was allowed to operate in the former Russian city which, though now under Chinese administration, still retained much of Russian influence and tradition. Transportation and traveling in the modern city of Harbin were by tramways and taxicabs. Rickshaws carrying passengers from the native city must leave without a fare. Here I made my great discovery in modern geography. I discovered the borderline between the Eastern and Western civilizations. The city of Harbin separates the east from the west by separating the jinrickshaw, manpower carriage, civilization from the motorcar civilization. Let all apologists for the spiritual civilization of the East reflect on this. What spirituality is there in a civilization which tolerates such a terrible form of human slavery as the rickshaw coolie? Do we seriously believe that there can be any spiritual life left in those poor human beasts of burden who run and toil and sweat under that peculiar bondage of slavery, which knows neither the minimum wage nor any limit of working hours? Do we really believe that the life of a rickshaw coolie is more spiritual or more moral than that of the American workman who rides to and from his work in his own motor car, who takes his whole family outing and picnicking on Sundays in distant parks and woods, who listens to the best music of the land on the radio almost for no cost, and whose children are educated in schools equipped with the most modern library and laboratory facilities? It is only when one has fully realized what misery and acute suffering the life of rickshaw pulling entails, and what effects it produces on the bodily health of those human beasts of burden, it is only then that one will be truly and religiously moved to bless the Hargreaveses, the Cartwrights, the Watts, the Fultons, the Stevensons, and the Fords, who have devised machines to do the work for man, and relieve him from much of the brutal suffering to which his Oriental neighbor is still subject. Herein, therefore, lies the real spirituality of the material civilization of mechanical progress, for mechanical progress means the use of human intelligence to devise tools and machines to multiply the working ability and productivity of man, so that he may be relieved from the fate of toiling incessantly with his unaided hands, feet, and back without being able to earn a bare subsistence, and so that he may have enough time and energy left to seek and enjoy the higher values which civilization can offer him. Where man has to sweat blood in order to earn the lowest kind of livelihood, there is little life left, letting alone civilization. A civilization to be worthy of its name must be built upon the foundation of material progress. As one of China's statesmen said 26 centuries ago, when food and clothing are sufficiently provided for, honor and disgrace can be distinguished, and when granaries are full, the people will know good manners. This is not to drag in the so-called economic interpretation of history. It is simple common sense. Picture a civilization where boys and girls and old women with bamboo baskets tied to their backs, and with pointed sticks in hand, flock to every dumping place of garbage and search every heap of refuse for a possible torn piece of rag or a half-burnt piece of coal. How can we expect a moral and spiritual civilization to grow up in such an atmosphere? Then people may point to the religious life in those regions where the material civilization is low. I shall not discuss those Oriental religions whose highest deities appear on roadsides in the shape of human sex organs. I shall only ask, what spirituality is there, let us say, in the old beggar woman who dies in the direst destitution, but who dies while still mumbling, Nama Amida Buddha, and in the clear conviction that she will surely enter the blissful paradise presided over by the Amida Buddha? Do we earnestly think it moral or spiritual to inculcate in that beggar woman a false belief which shall so hypnotize her as to make her willingly live and die in such dire conditions where she ought not to have been had she been born in a different civilization? No. 1,000 times no. All those hypnotic religions belonged to an age when man had reached senility and felt himself impotent in coping with the forces of nature. Therefore, he gave up the fight in despair and, like the disappointed fox in the ancient fable who declared the grapes sour because he could not reach them, began to console himself and teach the world that wealth and comfort are contemptible, and that poverty and misery are something to be proud of. From this, it was only a step to the idea that life itself was not worth living, and that the only desirable thing was the blissful existence in the world beyond. And when wise men calmly taught these ideas, fanatics went further and practiced self-denial, self-torture, and even suicide. In the West, saints prayed, fasted, lived on pillars, and whipped themselves at regular intervals. In medieval China, monks prayed, fasted, and, feeding themselves daily with fragrant oil and tying their bodies with oiled cloth, gladly burned themselves to death as offerings to some deity of Mahayana Buddhism. It was those religions of defeatism that sank the whole civilized world underneath the universal deluge of medievalism. It took over 1,000 years for a portion of mankind to emerge from the civilization which glorifies poverty and sanctifies disease, and slowly build up a new civilization which glorifies life and combats poverty as a crime. As we look around today, the religions of the Middle Ages are still there. The churches and cathedrals are still there. The monasteries and nunneries are still there. How is it that the outlook upon life has so radically changed? The change has come because in the last 2 centuries men have hit upon a few key inventions out of which a vast number of tools and machines have been constructed for the control of the resources and powers in nature. By means of these machines men have been able to save labor and reduce distance, to fly in the air, tunnel the mountains, and sail underneath the deep seas, to enslave lightning to pull our carriages and employ ether to deliver our messages throughout the world. Science and machinery seem to meet no resistance from nature. Life has become easier and happier, and man's confidence in his own powers has greatly increased. Man has become the master of himself and of his own destiny. Thus a revolutionary poet sings, "I fight alone, and win or sink, I need no one to make me free. I want no Jesus Christ to think that he could ever die for me." Thus the new civilization of the new age has given to men a new religion, the religion of self-reliance as contrasted with the religion of defeatism of the Middle Ages. 3. We are all children of the past, and the distinctive types of civilization which we find today can be best understood in the light of the relationship they bear to their respective medieval heritage. The difference between the Eastern and Western civilizations is simply a degree of success or failure in the process of breaking away from the medieval ideas and institutions which once ruled the whole civilized world. The modern civilization of the West, as I have tried to show in the preceding paragraphs, represents a higher degree of success in the emancipation from medievalism than any other cultural group has yet achieved. At the other end of the scale stands the civilization of India, which is medievalism made visible today. Between these two poles, we may arrange and grade all the other civilizations of the East. A comparison between China and Japan will be most instructive in helping to drive home the point we are making. China started her fight against medieval Buddhism at least 12 centuries ago. With the aid of the humanistic tradition of Confucianism and the naturalistic philosophy of the school of Lao Tse, China fought a long war against the medieval religions. Mahayana Buddhism was replaced in the 8th century by Chinese Zennism, which was only the naturalism of ancient China clothed in Buddhist terminology. By the 9th century, Zennism became iconoclastic and was hardly recognizable as a religious sect. A great revival of the secular philosophy of Confucianism began in the 11th century. Since that time, Buddhism has gradually died out without a persecution. The Neo-Confucianism, which began, naturally enough, as a scholastic philosophy, slowly developed a highly intellectualistic attitude, and its slogan became, "Extend your knowledge by going to things and finding the reason thereof." By the middle of the 17th century, Chinese scholarship had developed a genuinely scientific method of study and investigation. Every philological reconstruction or textual criticism or historical research must be based upon evidences. With the aid of this new methodology, the scholarship of the last 300 years became quite scientific, and a number of historical sciences, notably philology, textual criticism, higher criticism, and archaeology, reached a high stage of development. Yet, with all this achievement in the humanistic studies, and with all the success in the gradual emancipation of philosophical thought from religion, China remains in her backward state where we find her today. She has overthrown the medieval religions, but has not made life easier for the vast majority of the people. She has found a scientific method, but its application has been confined to books and documents. There has been an emancipation of the mind, but there has not been an equivalent subjugation of the material environment to sustain that intellectual emancipation and make it a reality in the ordinary life of the people. The thinkers of the 17th century lamented the fact that 500 years of rational philosophy could not save the country from the fate of destruction by famine and banditry, and final subjugation by a barbarian race. Thereupon they turned away from philosophizing and devoted themselves to what they considered to be useful knowledge. Little did they dream that the 300 years' diligent and scientific scholarship after them would also turn out to be only a new kind of scholasticism, and would prove of little or no value in the salvation and uplifting of the life of the people. On the other hand, Japan has achieved a modern civilization within a short period of time by an unreserved acceptance of the tools and machines of the Western civilization. When Perry knocked at the gate of Japan, she was deep in her medieval slumbers. After a short period of resistance, she was forced to throw open her doors to Western influence. In the face of imminent dangers of national humiliation and ruin, she did not trouble about her medieval religions and feudalistic morals, but went wholeheartedly into the work of equipping herself with all the new weapons of war, vehicles of commerce, machines of production, and methods of organization. In the course of half a century, Japan has not only become one of the greatest powers of the world, but has also solved a number of important problems which neither Buddhistic religion nor Chinese philosophy had been able to solve. Feudalism is gone forever. Constitutional government by parliamentary representation has come to stay, and the medieval religions are being rapidly undermined. Japan was the inventor of the rickshaw, but today in the industrial centers of Yokohama and Tokyo, the rickshaw coolie is rapidly disappearing. And his disappearance has not been brought about by the humanitarianism of the native or foreign religions, nor by the good offices of the ladies of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, but only by the advent of the one yen within the city Ford car, and with the increase of wealth and prosperity made possible by the mechanical and industrial civilization, the indigenous artistic genius of the nation has been able to develop in the course of time a new art and a new literature commensurable with the material progress in the country. Japan has today 90 institutions of scientific and technological research and 30,000 engineers enrolled in the membership of her national engineering societies. Through 3 workers and instrumentalities, a great modern civilization full of spiritual potentialities is being built up in the East. The moral of the story is clear. Man began his career as the tool-making animal and built up his civilization by inventing new implements for the control of his material environment. Civilization sank into medieval darkness when man became weary of the task of fighting his natural environment and sought refuge in the life of the spirit. It was science and the new technology which restored to man the sense of self-confidence and created the modern civilization of the West. It was the introduction of science and technology which transformed Japan and built up her modern civilization. And it will be the same science and technology which will transform the whole East and bring China and India into the world of modern civilizations. 4. I began by pointing out the spirituality of the most material phase of modern Western civilization, namely, its technological phase. Modern technology is highly spiritual because it seeks, through human ingenuity and intelligence, to relieve human energy from the unnecessary hardships of life and provide for it the necessary conditions for the enjoyment of life. Whatever be the use man may make of the resultant comfort and leisure, the relief of suffering and hardship is in itself spiritual. We do not necessarily condemn God simply because some honest heretics were burned to death in his name. I shall now try to show the spirituality of the other phases of the Western civilization. I shall leave out art, music, and literature, for it is evident to all that the West has its art and literature which are at least comparable with those found in the East, and its music which is certainly far more advanced than any which the Oriental countries can boast of. Let us begin with science. Whatever may be our divergent views regarding the exact definition of the life of the spirit, no one today will probably deny that the desire to know is one of the legitimate spiritual demands of mankind. Yet practically all the older civilizations have tried to suppress this intellectual longing of man. According to the book of Genesis, the fall of man was caused, not by woman, but by the acquisition of knowledge. Most of the Oriental religions taught such slogans as, "Know knowledge, no desire. Know nothing and follow the plan of God. Abandon wisdom and shun sagacity." A great sage of the East declared, "Life is finite and knowledge is infinite. How hazardous it is to pursue the infinite with the finite." Thereupon those teachers of man turned away from the strenuous path of knowledge-seeking and resorted to the various ways of introspection, meditation, and contemplation in search for what they conceived to be the deeper wisdom. Some taught the ways of direct communion with God through devout contemplation. Others elaborated the 4 stages by means of which one might attain the 6 magic powers of the gods. As recently as January 1927, an Egyptian fakir tried to demonstrate to an American audience in Englewood, N.J., that he could prove the superiority of the spiritual civilization of the East by allowing himself to be buried alive for 2 hours and 52 minutes 5 feet under the ground. He bettered the record set by the great magician, Houdini, by 82 minutes, but failed to secure a vaudeville contract with the Loew's Company, which feared that the theater audience might not have the patience to sit 3 hours for the Oriental wise man to revive. After all, there is very little spirituality in such small tricks of spiritualism, which are still commonly practiced by mendicant priests of the East. Do not most animals succeed in doing this during their period of hibernation? On the other hand, There is genuine spiritual joy in the work of the scientists, who seek to wring from nature her little secrets by means of rigid methods of study and experimentation. Truth is deeply hidden, and never reveals itself to those insolent souls who approach nature with unaided hands and untrained sense organs. Science trains our intelligence and equips it with necessary tools and methods. It teaches us not to despair of the infinity of knowledge, for it is only through piecemeal accumulation of fragmentary information that we can hope to arrive at some knowledge of nature at all. Every piecemeal acquisition is progress, and every little step in advance gives to the worker a genuinely spiritual rapture. When Archimedes, on jumping into the bathtub, suddenly found the solution of the scientific problem that had troubled him, he was so overjoyed that he ran naked into the streets and shouted to everybody, "Eureka! Eureka!" This has been the spiritual joy that has constantly visited every research worker in science, every Galileo, Newton, Pasteur, and Edison, a state of rapturous spirituality totally unknown to the pseudo-prophets of the old civilization, who profess to seek the higher knowledge of the totality of things by inward contemplation and self-hypnotism. For self-hypnotism, it was which constituted the so-called spiritual pleasure of the practitioners of the older religions. A great Chinese philosophical rebel in the 17th century thus recorded his own experience in one of his moods of spiritual attainment. It was a summer day. Clad in cotton-padded coat, I was leading the mules carrying the wheat crop from the field. When my hired laborer was unloading the mules and piling up the sacks, I sat alone under the willow trees and looked at the blue skies. The breezes were pleasant, and the white clouds were gathering and regathering. I sang aloud the famous song of the great philosopher Chung Hao, which began with the line "light clouds and light breezes" a little before noon, and I felt that I was very happy, and my heart flew out as if it could embrace the whole heaven and earth, as if there were nothing else besides heaven and earth and myself. Then I looked through the thick leaves with half-closed eyes, and the sun appeared like a brilliant pearl shining through a screen of green silk, and the buzz of the invisible flies sounded like the divine music played in the court of the ancient sage kings. When the author of this episode, Yen Yuan, 1635 to 1704, in his later years revolted against all the empty philosophizing of Neo-Confucianism and founded the Northern School of Pragmatism, which to this day bears his name, he allowed this record of his early folly to be preserved in his collected writings as a testimony to the unreal and self-deceptive character of the methods of the old semi-religious philosophies. The most spiritual element in science is its skepticism, its courage to doubt everything and believe nothing without sufficient evidence. This attitude is not merely negative, although on the negative side it has performed very great service in liberating the human mind from slavish subjection to superstition and authority. The attitude of doubt is essentially constructive and creative. It is the only legitimate road to belief. It aims at conquering doubt itself and establishing belief on a new basis. It has not only fought the old beliefs with the irresistible weapon, "Give me evidence," but also raised new problems and led to new discoveries by the same insistence on evidence. It is this spirit of creative doubt which has made the biographies of the great scientists such as Darwin, Huxley, Pasteur, and Koch the most inspiring of all human records. Just as credulity has made our medieval saints, so has doubt made our modern gods, who overcame nature and blessed man. V. But the most spiritual phase of the modern civilization of the West is its new religion, which, in the absence of a better name, I shall term the religion of democracy. Modern civilization did not begin with religion, but it has resulted in a new religion. It did not much trouble about morals, but it has achieved a new system of morals. The European powers of the 15th and 16th centuries were frankly states of piracy. The great heroes of the age, Columbus, Magellan, Drake, and their like, were great pirates who braved the stormy and unknown seas in search of gold, silver, ivory, spices, and slaves. Their adventures were usually supported by genuine royal or imperial patronage, and their glory and spoils were justly shared by their state and sovereign. They had no scruples for their religion, which taught love for all men, or for their morals, which condemned even usury. Those acts of piracy opened up the new continents to European trade and colonization, which in turn greatly enhanced the material wealth and power of some of the European states, and furnished tremendous stimulus to production and invention. The Industrial Revolution followed, which fundamentally transformed the methods of production and multiplied the productive powers of the European states. With the increase in material enjoyment and the rise of a large middle class, there has been simultaneously an expansion in man's imaginative power and sympathy. And with the restoration of man's confidence in himself as the agent to control his own destinies, there have developed the various types of social consciousness and social virtues. All this leads to the rise of the new religion of democracy, by which I mean to include the individualistic ideals of the 18th century and the socialistic ideals of the last 100 years. The new creeds of the 18th century were liberty, equality, and fraternity. The new religion since the middle of the last century is socialism, all of which are spiritual forces rarely, if ever, dreamed of by the older civilizations. It is true that there were in the East religions which taught universal love, and there were schools of thought which advocated equal distribution of land and property. But these have remained paper doctrines, which never became real factors in social life and political organization. Not so in the West. The ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity have become the war cry of the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and the revolutions of 1848, and have vibrated through all the later revolutions. They have worked themselves into the constitutions of the new republics. They have brought about the downfall of monarchies, empires, and aristocracies. They have given to man equality before the law and freedom of thought, speech, publication, and religious belief. Above all, they have emancipated the women and made universal education a reality. The ideals of socialism are merely supplementary to the earlier and more individualistic ideas of democracy. They are historically part of the great democratic movement. By the middle of the 19th century, the laissez-faire policy was no longer sufficient to achieve the desired results of equality and liberty under the highly organized and centralized economic system. Compulsory education was opposed as an infringement of liberty, and legislation regulating wages and factory conditions was branded as class legislation. The time had come for a new social and political philosophy which would meet the needs of the new economic life of the age. Hence the rise of the socialistic movements which, when freed from their distracting theories of economic determinism and class war, simply mean the emphasis on the necessity of making use of the collective power of society or of the state for the greatest happiness of the greatest number. In practice, the movement has taken two main directions. On one hand, there has been the strong tendency to organize labor as the effective means for the protection of the interests of the working class, and collective bargaining and strikes have been the chief weapons. On the other hand, there has been an equally strong tendency on the part of all modern governments to forestall the wasteful methods of class struggle by assimilating and putting into practice a number of socialistic ideas such as taxation on inheritance, progressive income tax, compulsory insurance of workmen against accident and old age, regulation of working hours, fixing of minimum wages, and others. By one way or another or by both, many ideas which were once regarded as dangerously socialistic have become an integral part of the legislative and governmental program of every modern state. One may still believe in the sacred right of property, but the tax on income and inheritance has become a most important source of revenue for most governments. One may still condemn the idea of class war, but organized labor has become a fact and strikes are almost universally legalized. England, the mother country of capitalism, has had a labor government and may soon have another. The United States of America, the champion of individual liberty, is trying to enforce national prohibition. The world is becoming socialistic without being aware of it. This religion of democracy, which not only guarantees one's own liberty, nor merely limits one's liberty by respecting the liberty of other people, but endeavors to make it possible for every man and every woman to live a free life, which not only succeeds through science and machinery in greatly enhancing the happiness and comfort of the individual, but also seeks through organization and legislation to extend the goods of life to the greatest number. This is the greatest spiritual heritage of the Western civilization. Is it necessary for me to remind my readers that neither the emancipation of woman, nor democratic government, nor universal education has come from the so-called spiritual civilizations of the East? Is it necessary for me to add that, after all, there is not much spirituality in a civilization which bound the feet of its women for almost 1,000 years without a protest, nor in that other civilization which long tolerated the practice austere cremation of widows, and has maintained the horrible caste system to this day? 6. I cannot think of a more fitting conclusion to this lengthy discussion than proposing to reconsider the much misused, and therefore very confusing phrases spiritual civilization, material civilization, and materialistic civilization. The term material civilization ought to have a purely neutral meaning, for all tools of civilization are material embodiments of ideas, and the wheelbarrow civilization of the East is no less material than the motor car civilization of the West. The term materialistic civilization, which has often been applied to stigmatize the modern civilization of the West, seems to me to be a more appropriate word for the characterization of the backward civilizations of the East. For to me that civilization is materialistic which is limited by matter and incapable of transcending it, which feels itself powerless against its material environment and fails to make the full use of human intelligence for the conquest of nature and for the improvement of the conditions of men. Its sages and saints may do all they can to glorify contentment and hypnotize the people into a willingness to praise their gods and abide by their fate. But that very self-hypnotizing philosophy is more materialistic than the dirty houses they live in, the scanty food they eat, and the clay and wood with which they make the images of their gods. On the other hand, that civilization which makes the fullest possible use of human ingenuity and intelligence in search of truth in order to control nature and transform matter for the service of mankind, to liberate the human spirit from ignorance, superstition, and slavery to the forces of nature, and to reform social and political institutions for the benefit of the greatest number. Such a civilization is highly idealistic and spiritual. This civilization will continue to grow and improve itself. But its future growth and improvement will not be brought about by returning to the spiritualistic ideals of the East, but only through conscious and deliberate endeavors in the direction of fully realizing those truly spiritual potentialities, which the progress of this civilization has indicated. Wang Mang, the Socialist Emperor of 19 centuries ago. Journal of the North China Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. Volume 59, 1928. 1. In the year 71 BC, there was born in the Wang family of Yuan a little girl who was destined to rule over the Han Empire for almost 40 years, and to found a new dynasty which was to last 15 years. This girl grew up in a family of 4 daughters and 8 sons, and was educated in the arts of writing and harp playing. At the age of 17, she was sent to the imperial court as one of the court maidens. In the following year, she was selected by the Emperor Xuanti as one of the 5 maidens to be given to the heir apparent, who had been much grieved by the death of his favorite concubine. She soon won the love of the heir apparent, and in the year 51 BC gave birth to a son, the first male grandchild of the emperor. In 48 BC, the emperor died, and the heir apparent came to the throne, whose posthumous title was Yuan-ti. In the same year, Lady Wang was made empress and her son heir apparent. In accordance with the custom of the time, her father, Wang Qin, was created Marquis of Yangping. His death in 42 BC left the marquisate to his eldest son Wang Feng, who, in cooperation with the empress, played an important part in protecting the young heir apparent against the many intrigues in the imperial household. The emperor Yuan-ti died in 33 BC, and the young heir apparent became ruler of the Han Empire at the age of 17. Empress Wang thus became Empress Dowager, and her brother, Wang Feng, was made Marshal and Grand Minister of State. Another brother, Wang Xiecheng, was created a Marquis, and her 5 half-brothers were made titular Marquises. Several years later, all 5 were given large marquisates. All political power was in the Wang family. After 10 years of autocratic power, Wang Feng died in 22 BC and was succeeded by his cousin Wang Yin, who held the power of state until his death in 15 BC. Wang Yin was succeeded by Wang Feng's half-brother Wang Shang, who in turn was succeeded in 12 BC by his brother Wang Qin. Wang Qin retired in the year 8 BC, and his nephew Wang Mang became Grand Minister of War. Wang Mang was the son of Empress Wang's eldest half-brother, who died young. While all the other members of the Wang family were rivaling one another in luxury, debauchery, and the amassing of riches, Wang Mang alone won a great reputation for his scholarship in the classical studies, for his filial piety towards his widowed mother, for his temperate and simple living, and for his assiduous patronage of talented and learned men. He was made Marquis of Hsin at the age of 30, 16 BC. He was only 38 when he wielded the highest power of the empire. The higher he was elevated in rank and power, the more humble and courteous he became in dealing with men. He distributed all his income among his poor friends and followers, and his own family lived a life of frugality and simplicity. One day his mother was ill, and all the nobles and high officials sent their wives to his house to inquire after her state of health. These great ladies were met at the door by a woman dressed in simple cloth and without a long flowing skirt. They thought she was a servant woman of the house, and were greatly surprised on learning that this lady was no less a person than the wife of the great Marquis Mang. The Emperor Cht died in the year 6 BC, leaving no heir to the throne. The Prince of Tsingtao, nephew to the Emperor, was selected to succeed him. This was Ait. The Empress Dowager now became the Grand Empress Dowager. The new emperor brought with him his own mother and her family, who soon overshadowed the Grand Empress Dowager and the Wang family in imperial favor and political power. But the new emperor was the last and probably the worst of a long line of degenerate scions of the Han Dynasty. He lived a life of sexual perversion and died in the 6th year of his reign, 1 BC. Wang Mang was restored to power by the Grand Empress Dowager, who became regent for the newly selected emperor, a boy of 8 years. In the first year of the Christian era, Wang Mang was made imperial tutor and Grand Duke with the title of Guardian of the Han Dynasty. Wang Mang was at the height of his popularity. He continued his simple living and offered the government 1 million cash and 3,000 mu of land for the relief of the poor. His virtuous example was followed by the other nobles and high officials, and all credit went to the guardian of Han. He expanded the National University and built 10,000 rooms for the accommodation of students. He enlarged the College of Doctors and gathered at the imperial court talented men of all kinds of attainment: astrologers, musicians, mathematicians, military experts, men of letters, physicians, and men who studied medicinal herbs. It is recorded that over 1,000 of such scholars were gathered from all parts of the empire. He became the idol of the nation. When he refused to accept the vast tract of land granted to him as a reward for his services to the state, the populace cried out as at an act of grave injustice, and, it was recorded, 487,572 persons from all parts of the country petitioned the emperor and the empress regent, urging that just rewards be given to the great guardian of the Han Dynasty. The boy emperor, Ping Ti, died at the age of 13, AD 5. It was rumored that he was poisoned by Wang Mang because the young ruler had shown some tendency to recalcitrance against the absolute control of his grand guardian. An infant of 2 years old was then selected to be successor to the throne, and Wang Mang was made the acting emperor. This was an age of superstition. The prevailing religion of the people included 3 main features: a belief in a knowing and purposeful God, the worship of spirits and forces of nature, and a belief in a reciprocal relationship between God and the actions of men. All calamities and anomalies in the heavens and on earth, such as eclipses of the sun, comets, earthquakes, flood, famine, pestilence, were believed to be warnings of heaven to the emperor and his government for their evil policy and wicked conduct. But in times of peace and benevolent rule, God would also send down signs of approbation in the form of propitious phenomena, such as the arrival of rare birds and animals of striking shape and beauty, the fall of fragrant dew from the skies, or the growth of strange flowers and grains. All these forms of popular superstition were utilized by the supporters of Wang Mang in creating a general belief that it was the will of heaven that the great guardian of Han should become emperor and supersede the descendants of the family of Lu as the son of heaven. A messenger from heaven was seen in a dream by a petty officer in Shantung, who was told that the acting emperor ought to become the real emperor, and to prove the reality of the divine will, the heavenly messenger caused a well to appear in front of his house. The next morning, the officer opened his door, and found there a well of 100 feet in depth. One day in the year AD 8, a bronze case was discovered in the temple of the founder of the Han Dynasty, containing an explicit message from the spirit of that great empire builder instructing Mang to become the real emperor. Now that even the founder of the Han Dynasty had expressed willingness to entrust the empire to the hand of Mang, there was no way open to the virtuous acting emperor but to accept this great trust. Thus, most reluctantly, and with tears and loud weeping, Mang led the baby emperor down from the throne and made himself the new emperor. He called his dynasty the New Dynasty. It lasted until the year AD 23. Mang was the first man to win the empire without an armed revolution. He did it by deliberate planning, and by a lifelong practice of studied virtue and covert cunning. For 19 centuries, he has been called Mang the Usurper. 2. In the light of history, Mang must be regarded as one of the greatest statesmen China has ever produced. He became Grand Minister of War at the age of 38, was Grand Duke at 46, acting Emperor at 51, actual Emperor at 53, and was killed at 68. His activities in politics covered a period of about 30 years. But that brief period of 30 years has left a lasting mark in almost every important phase of Chinese civilization. Mr. Kan Yue, the scholar reformer of 1898, published in 1891 his great work, The Confucian Classics Forged by the Scholars of the New Dynasty, in which he tried to prove that practically all the important Confucian classics, which had been known as ancient script texts, and which had continued to influence Chinese thought and morals for 19 centuries with unrivaled authority and almost unquestioned authenticity, were forged by the followers of Mang, in particular by Liu Hsin. This group of texts includes part of the Shu Qing, the Mao commentary on the Shi Qing, the Zhou commentary on the Chnc Chaiyu, the Chou Li, and others. Kan Yue was not a solitary rebel and iconoclast in raising grave doubt about these important texts. His accusations were seemingly well documented, and at least some of his theories have since been accepted by a fairly large number of critical scholars. There is no doubt that these suspected texts either did not make their appearance or were never officially recognized until the end of the 1st century BC, and their authenticity was bitterly contested by conservative scholars during the early period of Mang's supreme power. And there is no doubt that the founder of the new dynasty and his enthusiastic supporters were not entirely disinterested in advocating the recognition and establishment of the so-called ancient script texts. There is no doubt also that some of the texts justified some of Mang's methods of action, and others furnished a theoretical basis for a number of his social and political reforms. This is only one of the many instances of the lasting influence which the Mang regime has had in the history of Chinese civilization. One of these disputed texts, the Chou Li, deserves special attention because of the tremendous influence it has exerted over social and political thinking throughout later ages. The Chou Li, or the Institutes of Chou, purports to be the political plan of the great Duke of Chou, who was an important statesman during the period when the Chou dynasty was first founded, 12th century BC. In reality, the Chou Li was probably written by some unidentified author as a political constitution for a utopian state. It was certainly never mentioned by anyone before the Han period, and it was unknown to writers of the 2nd century BC. It was probably worked out by some political thinker of the Mang period as a utopian scheme of political organization. It divides the government into 6 parts or departments and describes in minute detail the purpose, function, policy, subdivision, and personnel of every department. Probably to show that it was a lost work rediscovered, the 6th part was left unwritten. A number of important political ideas are contained in this utopian constitution. It contains a detailed educational policy which provides education and employment even for the deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled, a plan of military organization, a land policy which is quite socialistic, a number of schemes of economic reform, including poor relief, rural credit, governmental monopoly of large industries and of commodities of basic need to the people, and the taxation of the income of the merchants, with a system of national census and economic survey and many other interesting and suggestive schemes. The Chou Li has always been a source of inspiration for political reformers in later ages. It was the basis of the policy of equalization of land attempted by the statesmen of North Wei during the 5th century. It was the political textbook for most of the reformers of the Sung dynasty, and especially for the great statesmen Wang and Shi, 1021 to 1086, who wrote a commentary on it, and whose land policy and economic reforms were largely based upon it. If the Chou Li San be proved to have been the deliberate product of the Mang regime, then the influence of this little book alone is sufficient to indicate the extent of the indebtedness of later generations to the leaders of the new dynasty. 3. As I have pointed out, Mang called his dynasty the New Dynasty, and he meant to inaugurate a new policy of social and political reform. In the first year of his reign, AD 9, he proclaimed 3 radical reforms: the nationalization of land, equal distribution of land, and abolition of slavery. He explained in a decree, "The ancients grouped every 8 family lots of 100 each with 100 of public land. 1 man and his wife were given 1 lot, and the 8 families farmed the 100 of public land for the government as their tax to the public treasury. The ratio of taxation was 10%, and it prevailed throughout the great epochs of Tang and Yu and the 3 dynasties. Ever since the decay of that land system under the misrule of the Qin dynasty, there has been much encroachment of land by rich and greedy people. The strong possess land by the thousands ofmu, while the weak have nowhere to place a needle. And there has arisen the trade in slaves wherein male and female slaves are bought and sold in the same enclosures with cattle and horses. The lives of the slaves are in the hands of the trader, and profits are made of them by unscrupulous and cruel people. There has been much exploitation and even kidnapping of women and children for sale. All this is a violation of the will of heaven, a transgression of human relationship, and an open breakdown of the principle that man is of the highest worth under heaven." The Han dynasty ostensibly reduced the land tax to the ratio of 1/30, but there was left the poll tax from which no one, not even the aged and the crippled, is exempt. And the land having passed into the hands of the rich and powerful, poor people have been compelled to rent land from the landowner and share the produce with him. Therefore, although the nominal ratio of taxation was 1/30, the farmer has been paying a rent as high as 50%. Very often the hard toil of a whole family, including those of the women and children, will not yield enough for their own subsistence. As a necessary consequence, the dogs and horses in the rich families have enough food and to spare, while the poor have not enough grain husks to fill their stomachs. The rich have become arrogant and are living in licentiousness, and the poor are being driven into criminality by their poverty. Before I ascended the throne, I had ordered all land to be nationalized and divided into equal lots of 900 each. The inauguration of this new policy apparently met with the favor of heaven, for there were propitious signs in the form of strangely abundant grains. Unfortunately, a rebellion broke out, and the reforms were postponed for a time. I hereby decree that all land in the empire shall be henceforth known as the emperor's land, literally Wang's land, Wang being his family name and also meaning king, that all male and female slaves shall be called private retainers, and that neither land nor retainers shall be bought and sold by the people. It is further decreed that any family having not more than 8 male adults, and possessing over 800 mu, shall distribute the superfluous land among their fellow clansmen, neighbors, and fellow citizens. All those who had no land before shall receive their due share in accordance with the law. Anyone who dares oppose the land policy, or who dares mislead the people and violate the law, shall be exiled to the distant land of the barbarians. Han Shu, BK 99b, CFBK 24a. It must be understood that these radical measures were not actuated by a mere desire of a usurping ruler to gain the favor of the populace. They were probably sincerely proposed as solutions to problems which had troubled the minds of statesmen for a long time. Towards the end of the 2nd century BC, the Confucian scholar Tung Chung Shu had advocated practically the same radical reforms. He proposed to the Emperor Wu Ti that slavery should be abolished, that killing of slaves by their owners should be prohibited by law, and that, although it might not be possible to enforce an equal distribution of land, a limit should be set to the amount owned by any one individual. Han Shu, BK 24a. A little over a century after the death of Tung Chung Shu, during the reign of Ait 6-1 BC, when Wang Mang was in retirement, the Prime Minister Kung Kuang and the Emperor's tutor, Shi Tan, proposed that a decree should be issued to limit private ownership of land to 3,000 mu, that the number of slaves should be limited to 200 for each prince, duke, or marquis, 100 for any other hereditary lord and for each princess, and 30 for any other official or private individual. The emperor was willing to issue the decree, but his mother's family and his own favorite companion found this measure to be highly inconvenient to their interests, and persuaded him to withhold the proclamation. Wang Mang's reforms, therefore, were merely a continuation and a culmination of a long line of political thought dating back at least to the early years of the Han Dynasty. Only he found the policy of limitation to be inadequate, and he went a step further, abolishing slavery and private ownership of land altogether. The execution of such a gigantic national scheme was exceedingly difficult in those days of inadequate transportation and communication. But it seems clear that there was some earnest attempt to enforce the new law, for history records that numberless persons, including members of the nobility, as well as private citizens, were convicted for the sale and purchase of land and slaves. BKS 24a and 99b. The law lasted until 3 years later, when Mang repealed it by a decree. He had been told by Opa that even the sage rulers of ancient ages could not carry out these radical reforms without 100 years of gradual preparation. And 3 years of experimentation had convinced him of the truth of this statement. So in the year AD 12, he decreed that owners of the emperor's land might sell it, and that prosecutions for the selling and buying of slaves should cease. In a later decree dated AD 17, he imposed a tax on slave owners at the rate of 3,600 cash per slave. 4. In the meantime, Mang had proclaimed another series of important reforms. They were known as the 6 state controls, or 6 state monopolies, relating to 1. Salt, 2. Wine, 3. Iron, 4. Mines and other natural resources, 5. Coinage, 6. The 5 equalizations, including banking and credit. Some of these were not new in Mang's time. State monopoly of coinage became effective about the year 118 BC. From that date to the beginning of the Christian era, the government mint had coined over 28 billion cash of a uniform type, which, because of its technical perfection, it was impossible for makers of counterfeit money to imitate. Mang's policy was to replace this uniform coinage with a series of graded monies. His theory of gradation was sound, but he worked out too complicated a system of money utilizing 5 different kinds of material: gold, silver, tortoiseshell, mother of pearl, and copper, 6 categories, and 20 grades. The whole system failed almost entirely, the people accepting only the 2 copper coins of the value of 1 and 50 cash respectively. Salt and iron had also been government monopolies ever since 119 BC. Both had been the chief sources of governmental revenue for over 100 years. There were 28 districts with salt monopolies, and 40 with iron monopolies. Mang merely continued the policy, and made full use of the existing machinery. The other monopolies were innovations under his regime. The working of the wine monopoly is described in detail in BK 24b of the Han Shu. After deducting all costs of materials, the gross profit was divided into 10 parts, of which 3 went into salaries and other expenses, and 7 into the government treasury. The operation of minerals and other natural resources was conducted, not by any strict form of government monopoly, but by private concerns regulated by the government. The operators must register with government offices at the different localities and report all profits to them. 10% of the net profit must go to the government. The most interesting feature in the program of economic reform under the new dynasty was the so-called 5 equalizations, which need some explanation in detail. They were chiefly directed to stabilizing the prices of commodities in general use. They may be characterized as a governmental control of trade in useful goods operated for the benefit of the general public. The surplus profit was to be used in loans to the farming and working classes. The organization for this purpose consisted of 7 directorates stationed at 7 of the commercial centers of the empire, namely Xichang East, Xichang West, Luoyang, Hantan, Wan, Linsei, and Xichang. Under each directorate, there were 5 trade commissioners and 1 commissioner on banking and credit. Each directorate was to be in charge of the 5 equalizations, which are described in the Han Shu. These were the 5 equalizations. It is important to note that there was a clear and conscious political philosophy behind all these economic reforms. Mang issued a decree in the year AD 10, in which he said in part, "I have now inaugurated the loans to the people, the 5 equalizations, and the various state controls, all aiming at an equitable distribution of goods among the people to protect them from being encroached upon by the rich and strong." 7 years later, he issued another decree to explain further the purpose of the 6 controls, which now included the 5 equalizations. He said, "Salt is the chief seasoning of all food. Wine is the leading accompaniment of medicine, and the favorite beverage in all gatherings of conviviality. Iron is the basis of all agricultural implements. Mines and forests are the storehouses of national wealth. The object of price stabilization and banking is to protect the people and supply their needs. Money and coinage furnish the necessary medium of exchange. None of these 6 can be operated by the average citizen, who must depend upon the professional trader for the satisfaction of these needs. Therefore, he becomes the victim of economic exploitation and must accept whatever price the rich and the strong are pleased to dictate to him." The sages of the ancient times realized all this evil and resolved to check it by means of governmental control. How exceedingly modern these words read today. These 2 edicts certainly deserve to be ranked as the earliest conscious statement of the theory of state socialism in the history of the social and political thought of mankind. But Mang and his scholarly assistants were 19 centuries ahead of their time. In an empire almost as large as the modern China proper, without modern facilities of governmental check and control, they were destined to fail in their ambitious schemes of economic and political reform. There were not enough men trained to carry out these highly complicated undertakings. Those who were employed for this work were largely shrewd merchants and capitalists of Luoyang and Shantung who were more interested in raising revenues to please the new emperor than in caring for the welfare of the people. And above all, these great capitalists, whose names are preserved in the Han Shu, were most keenly interested in making money for themselves at the expense of the people, and to the discredit of the government. The net result of it all was the rise of banditry and insurgency everywhere throughout the empire. And the new empire fell in AD 23. Mang was much worried in his last years. He thought that peace would reign in the world when institutions were perfected. So he devoted all his time to thinking out new plans for institutional reform. Very often he worked whole nights till daybreak. During the last year of his life, he lost his appetite and lived on wine and salted sea fish. When he felt overtired, he would fall asleep while sitting at his desk. He no longer slept in bed. The city of Xichang fell on the 3rd day of the 10th month, November 4th, in AD 23. He was killed by a merchant named Tu Wu, and his body was dismembered among a number of soldiers of the victorious army. And for 19 centuries his name was a curse. No historian, however liberal, has ever said a word in his defense. Revised in February 1951. Conflict of Cultures. Bruno Lasker, edition, Problems of the Pacific, 1931. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1932. Pages 471 to 477, 499. I have taken for my subject the cultural conflict in China. May I begin by telling a little story of the Sikaway Observatory, which you visited this afternoon? As you know, this observatory of Sikaway had its historic origin in the Jesuit movement of the 17th century. The Jesuits, amongst whom the most prominent was Matteo Ricci, first arrived in China about 1600 AD and brought with them three things. They found out that the best way to approach those powerful eunuchs who were controlling the government was through the offering of clocks, the newest then made in Europe. These exquisite mechanisms were regarded as great inventions of the time and were readily accepted by the Chinese. That was the first thing. Next, they learned that in order to conquer the resistance of the intellectual class, they must convince it of the superiority of their own learning. So they brought with them the best trained scientists. Among these were included especially astronomers, because at that time the whole Chinese nation was engaged in a controversial discussion of the reform of the calendar, which had been in use for 270 years, and was no longer accurate in the prediction of the eclipses or other stellar phenomena. So the first Jesuits were all trained in the astronomical science, and Matteo Ricci, the greatest of them, was the favorite pupil of Father Clavius, who was one of the chief authors of the Gregorian calendar. Thirdly, they wanted, of course, to proselyte the Chinese to Christianity. So we have first, mechanical invention, second, astronomical science, and third, the Christian religion. The fate of these three gifts will illustrate the thesis I am going to present today. The eunuchs were very much pleased with the clocks which they regarded as tributes to China from these foreign nations. But it took the Jesuits many years before they succeeded in convincing the Chinese scholars of the time that they were in possession of a new astronomical science which could assist China in the reform of the calendar. At that time there were four groups of astronomers in this country. First, there were the imperial astronomers in charge of the old calendar. Second, a Mohammedan school had become established whose principles were recognized as useful supplements to the astronomical science, and who had had a separate observatory. Third, one native scholar, Wei Wenquei, had offered a new system of calendar reform and had been given an independent observatory. And lastly, there was introduced this new school of the West. These four schools were fighting for ascendancy, and the government adopted a wise policy of assigning to them four different offices, or observatories, with the aim of letting their actual results be the basis of judgment. So from 1629 to 1643, a period of about 15 years, these four schools of astronomy were subjected to careful examination as to their relative merits in the prediction of sun and moon eclipses and other heavenly phenomena. On all occasions, the Jesuit fathers were the most accurate. All the astronomical offices tried to prepare tables for the prediction of eclipses, and the results showed the methods of the foreigners to be the most exact. Sometimes, these Jesuit astronomers feared that clouds might spoil the test, so they made predictions of eclipses in Peking, Sichuan, Honan, and Shanxi, and asked the emperor to send out special observers to such stations to time the occurrence of the eclipses. In the case of one moon eclipse on February 22, 1636, all three provinces reported that the Jesuit prediction was exact to the second, while the forecasts by the other astronomical observatories all proved to be inaccurate. Such keenly competitive tests went on and, in every case, the scientific triumph of the Jesuits over the other schools was complete. After 14 years of careful observation, the science brought by the Jesuits was finally recognized by the government, and a new calendar worked out by these Jesuit astronomers was in 1643 officially proclaimed the calendar of the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty fell in 1644, but the Jesuit calendar was adopted by the Manchus and became the official calendar of the Manchu dynasty. A monument of that victory for scientific astronomy has remained to our days in the form of the Sikaway Observatory. But the third gift, the religion of these Westerners, was accepted only by the few, only those who came into contact with that remarkable leader, Matteo Ricci, and his associates. These few later succeeded in converting large numbers of people, and almost converted one emperor. But opposition soon arose, and it was largely this opposition on religious grounds that caused the decline of the Jesuits' influence. So, out of three things they brought to China, mechanical invention was the most readily accepted. Science was accepted when its accuracy had been demonstrated, and religion was the last to be accepted, and only within the narrowest limits. When we talk about a cultural conflict, it always means a graded absorption of the various elements of cultural impact. Some are more readily accepted, some are accepted after hesitation, and some are never accepted. Cultural change or growth is the natural result of a contact of peoples. When nations come together, it is the most natural thing for one to take from the other those elements that are most advantageous to its own culture. Historically, the invading people as well as the invaded usually took those elements which they needed most. The exchange was usually beneficial to both sides. There is no conflict when a people freely chooses from a visiting culture those elements which it wants. A cultural conflict occurs only where the native culture offers resistance to an invading culture, and the intensity of the conflict is in direct ratio to the strength of the resistance on the one hand and the force of the invasion on the other. The Jesuit movement in China is a good illustration. The resistance to the Western science of astronomy was overcome after 15 years of competitive tests in accuracy and exactness. The resistance is weakest in the case of a mechanical invention, as in the case of the clocks, which promises an immediate, tangible improvement. But the contact of the Christian religion with the native beliefs of China produced the strongest power of resistance, to which the new religion finally succumbed. Resistance occurs only when there is a counterpart in the native civilization that is good enough for the particular people at the particular moment. Some years ago, when I was a student in America, I visited in the home of an American friend who was working in the laboratory of a great chemical plant at Niagara Falls. One day he said to me, "The director of our laboratory is a real pragmatist. He has a great formula for dealing with new inventions. Suppose a new method is invented by some unknown scientist for the manufacture of the same kind of chemical product that we manufacture, and a patent is granted, then it is to the interest of our laboratory to buy the patent rights. If the new method can easily be put into operation, the existing processes will be abandoned. But if the new process is too expensive for us to take over, then we are justified," he says, "to shelve it after having paid for the patent rights." He justifies this practice with the formula, "The better is the enemy of the good." I was horrified by this interpretation of pragmatism, but this formula amused me, because it is exactly that of cultural resistance. It is the opposite way of putting the usual formula. The good enough is the greatest enemy of the better. In all cases of cultural resistance, we meet this element of the good enough for us, for our fathers, for our country. Why should we give up the good enough for something that in the long run may turn out no better, after all? That philosophy is not applied, of course, in those cases where there is no good enough counterpart in a native culture. This general formula of cultural conservatism, while it explains much of the long resistance on the part of China to the civilization of the West, is not adequate when we look back into Chinese history. China did accept a great many cultural elements from her neighbors. She did accept a religion from a neighbor, and made it one of her three great religions. If China could be so generous and big-hearted as to accept a religion which penetrates every phase of life, and which is opposed to the ancient culture of the country, how is it that she so long resists a civilization which is certainly far more useful than Buddhism? There must be something deeper than the general inertia of cultures. A friend of mine recently published an article in which he tried to offer a suggestion which is illuminating on this point. He said that although in the past China had more than once been conquered by the barbarians of the North, somehow those conquests were never accompanied by cultural conquests. Those barbarian invaders were soon absorbed by the civilization of ancient China. Then, when China did accept the Buddhist religion from India, together with all its art, ritualism, and philosophy, that religion was not thrust upon us by a big army or a big navy. Not a single soldier crossed the border. China was willing to accept a great religion and a great philosophy without fear of military invasion behind it. But today, for the first time, we have been forced to face a new situation. We are facing a race which combines mechanical, scientific, technological invention with superior military strength. A great civilization is behind the military strength, and the great military strength is behind this apparently highly advanced civilization. This is a new situation. We cannot acknowledge the superiority of this culture of the West without at the same time feeling resentment over the necessity of submitting to its military force. The psychology of not being able to swallow this situation is behind all the apologetic reasons advanced against accepting the civilization of the West. But we may go a step farther and ask, apart from the general explanation on the basis of the natural inertia of civilizations, apart from this historic situation of the fear of the military strength behind the apparently advanced civilization, are there not intrinsic and objective differences between the Chinese and the Western civilization which make the latter difficult for us to accept? I think there are, and I shall outline only a few. In the first place, this new civilization from the West has brought to us an entirely new conception of economic life, the conception which elevates the position of the merchant. That was the first thing the Chinese could not swallow. In the past, our own traditional place of the merchant has been very low, higher only than that of the soldier. The mechanic and the farmer were above both. The merchant who does nothing but reap unearned increment, through usury and commerce without labor, found his position almost the lowest in society. Here in the new civilization, the merchant was seen to be elevated almost to the highest position. Usury, commerce, and business in this system are regarded as legitimate and respectable. That was one of the first shocks to the Chinese. It would take a long time for the Chinese to acquire a new conception of this economic situation, a long time to appreciate the function of the merchant and businessman in society, the function of transporting goods from the place of production to those places where it is needed most, the utility of exchange, transportation, communication, the idea of creating new wants as an element in civilization, almost never occurred to economists of ancient China, which was chiefly agricultural. Usury was condemned because farmers suffered from it, commerce for the same reason. Agriculture had been the only orthodox economic system. This, then, has been one of the chief obstacles to the ready appreciation of this new civilization. It will take a long time to make the people realize that this new civilization, which elevates the merchant and recognizes usury, has also made it possible to lower the interest on money loans from 50 or 100% down to 3%. It will take a long time for this people to appreciate the aid which this civilization can render to the agricultural population. There is also a fundamental difference in the conception of law, of government. It has been said in this conference that the Chinese are governed by the concept of justice, while the West is governed by the concept of law. Law as the West understands it has practically no place in this country. When the first coded law was published in the 5th century BC, Confucius, the founder of orthodox moral and political philosophy in this country, opposed it because he was very near the feudal system under which the upper classes were governed by a code of honor and the masses were governed by penalties. It would have been a degradation to subject the upper classes to law. The concept of law itself was opposed to their thinking. Although there was a time when Chinese philosophers were trying to idealize a government by law, it was never accepted by orthodox thinking. So the whole system in orthodox China still is to regard law as something good only for the punishment of law breakers and evildoers. And if that is the purpose of law, it has nothing to do with the upper classes, the gentlemen. It should be allowed to stand as a guidance only for the punishment of the evildoers. And since it is only for the evildoers, we should apply the most drastic measures for the detection of crimes and for their punishment, while a gentleman must be governed by consideration for others, the code of honor and morality. Law was never accepted by orthodox thinkers in China. The professional lawyer was never legitimately recognized until recent decades. Law was never taught in the Chinese schools of old. Lawsuits were tried by magistrates trained in a purely bookish classical education. They had no idea of a legal procedure based on evidence. If the law were only meant for evildoers and lawbreakers, why should one refrain from using torture to obtain a confession? The absence of carefully trained judges who would go out of the way to seek evidence and justice, the absence of scientific detection systems, the absence of public defense by trained lawyers, and the prevalence of torture, lynching, etc., to force a confession from the criminals, all these naturally made law horror in the eyes of the people. And all these made it very difficult for the people to acquire the conception of government by law as a necessarily slow and painstaking process of presentation of evidence and judgment on the basis of evidences proffered. So there has grown up a reliance on the primitive sense of justice, but not on law, because we all know that law is no sure way of securing justice. At least it is the last method to secure speedy justice. This desire for speedy justice has made many people, including the Chinese, tend to disregard the regular procedures of the law and seek other means of gratifying their desire for justice. A recent case will illustrate. There was a case of suicide of a young woman who was living in the home of an official, but her family suspected that it was not suicide. Suit was brought by her relatives against the official on a charge of murder. It got into the newspapers and was quite a sensational case for weeks. Then public opinion began to demand justice. The military governor thought it was his duty as the governor of the province to take up this matter of justice. So he disregarded all regular procedure of the courts and summoned a trial in his presence. He was criticized by the newspapers and by those who thought a military governor should not interfere with the law courts. But somehow he became very popular among the people who had no use for this slow process of appealing and reappealing. This primitive sense of justice coupled with a traditional suspicion toward the law is, I think, one of the basic obstacles which China has had great difficulty in overcoming in her efforts to bring about a modern government by law. It will probably take a long time for the people to acquire the patience necessary to wait for a court to go through the all too slow processes of law. The third obstacle is probably a fundamental intellectual difference. It seems that these two peoples, the Chinese and the Europeans, have from very early beginnings been quite different in the direction of their intellectual development. You will remember the early Egyptian mathematicians, Plato, writing on his door, "One who knows no geometry is not educated." Euclid, almost a contemporary of Mencius, who perfected geometry, and Archimedes, who laid the foundation for mechanics at about the same time. If you seek the Chinese contemporaries of Archimedes, Plato, and Euclid, you will find that even in those days they were already working in different intellectual spheres, one in social philosophy and political systems, the other playing with figures, tools, mechanics, and machines. We are proud of the scientific development of scholarship during the 17th century in China. Yet when we compare the work of that century in China and the intellectual work of the same period in Europe, we find a fundamental difference. While Chinese scholars were trying to reconstruct the ancient pronunciation of a word by really scientific methods, one man gave 162 evidences to prove the ancient pronunciation of one word. Galileo was using the telescope to discover new stars in the heavens. And while another Chinese was trying to demonstrate scientifically which chapters of the book of history, Shu King, were forgeries, in Europe van Leeuwenhoek with his microscope marked two great advances in that century and helped to lay the foundation for the new science of Europe. It was the same period which laid the basis for a scientific scholarship in China. But you will find that, while one people was working with objects of nature and with mechanical aids to the senses, the other was working on paper, on literary documents. This, I think, is another fundamental difference. We have been laying stress on literary education, which has practically disabled us from taking an interest in objects in nature. We have failed in conquering nature because we have paid too much attention to documents. Literary education versus natural science. This sharp distinction between the two cultures makes it difficult for those trained in the old literary education to accept this new education, to look at test tubes, to boil unpleasant liquids, and the like. The method of going to things was advocated by some of our philosophers, but was never seriously put into practice. So here we have a third difference, the difference in intellectual life, which may be traced back to those early days of Democritus and Confucius and Mencius. It will take us a long time to get away from the books and documents and acquire an aptitude for work on objects and machines. I have tried to explain this resistance of a culture from a historic point of view. After all this explanation, the cultural conflict is still there. What are we to do about it? There are only three roads open: to resist it, to adopt it wholeheartedly, or to take a middle course, what is called selective assimilation. Resistance is no longer talked about today, because for the last 80 years we have learned the futility of resisting Western civilization. But there is still a great deal of talk about this attitude of selective assimilation. It sounds the most reasonable of all. We ought to select those elements which are useful and reject those elements which are harmful. This seems the most reasonable attitude, And yet, when you come to analyze it, it is a subterfuge, a refuge behind which the old resistance shelters itself, a new disguise for the same old conservatism. After all, culture is usually one, is a whole, and if you take this attitude, as has been proposed by some Chinese statesmen, namely, that Chinese learning must be the basis on which the useful learning of the West may be made to function, on the theory that Western civilization is materialistic and Chinese culture is spiritual, you will be compelled to drop all steps of modernization. For, when you assign all the basic functions in the social and cultural life to the old, and allow only the superficial external things to this invading civilization, you are really taking the same attitude as those old reactionaries who resisted this new civilization in toto. My own attitude is that we must unreservedly accept this modern civilization of the West because we need it to solve our most pressing problems, the problems of poverty, ignorance, disease, and corruption. These are the real enemies we are facing, and none of these can be subjugated by the old civilization. After all, we do not reject a precious stone simply because it comes from the quarries of Italy or Greece. So the social thinkers must not reject any element of culture because it comes from an invading race. We need every stone from every quarry to build. Japan, in the early days of the Reform, took over Western civilization wholeheartedly, and Japan has no reason to regret it, because in that short period of wholehearted modernization, she has succeeded in solving some of the most serious problems of national defense and economic poverty. When we have health and wealth and leisure, then we can talk about the preservation of our old traditions. And I am convinced the old traditions will not be lost even when we take an extreme view of the need for modernization, because civilizations are conservative by their nature. By the natural inertia of cultures, the vast majority will take good care of those traditional values. But it behooves the leaders to go as far as they can in order that they may bring the masses to move a few steps farther in the direction of solving the most urgent problems of the nation by means of every instrumentality which this new world civilization can offer. The establishment of Confucianism as a state religion during the Han Dynasty. Journal of the North China Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. 1929, Volume 60, pages 20 to 41. This paper is an attempt to tell the story of the vicissitudes of Confucianism during the 2nd and 1st centuries before the Christian era, and to point out the real nature of the resultant religion which was elevated to be the state religion of the empire, and which has since influenced the Chinese nation for the last 20 centuries. 1. When the first emperor of Tianjin conquered the whole of China and created the first Chinese empire, he and his great generals and ministers were quite antagonistic to the numerous philosophical schools which had flourished during the period of contending states. The age of idle speculation had passed, and the problem of the day was how to govern the newly created empire. They abolished all the hereditary principalities, and divided the empire into 36 districts or provinces. They built state roads throughout the empire, standardized the form of the written language, and unified the system of weights and measures. These gigantic policies of empire building were often met with adverse criticism from the conservative scholars, and the government had to resort to drastic measures of persecution in order to suppress opposition. Nearly 500 were killed by being buried alive, and in the year 213 BC, the government ordered that all books owned by private individuals should be burned. The famous Edict of Book Burning says, "All histories not kept in the imperial archives should be burned. all books outside the Imperial Doctorate College should be delivered to the local magistrates to be burned in their presence. Only books on medicine, divination, and agriculture are exempt from this order. All who dare to hold open discussion on the forbidden books are liable to capital punishment. All who uphold the ancients to criticize the present regime should be punished by death. The First Empire lasted only 15 years, 221 to 206 BC. After 7 years of terrific wars, the country was again united under the Han Empire. But civil wars did not end until 195 BC. The long years of revolution and war had devastated the country, and the new empire found everything in ruins. Rice cost 5,000 cash a hundredweight. Half of the population had been swept away by war and famine. The imperial government had to issue a decree permitting the people to sell their children and migrate to the western provinces for subsistence. The imperial court was so poor that it was impossible to find 4 horses of the same color for the emperor's carriage, and the ministers and generals had often to ride in ox carts. They were hard times indeed. What was needed was not positive and meddlesome reforms, but peace and order to allow the people to live and recuperate. So the early statesmen of Han practiced the policy of peace and laissez-faire, and scholars and thinkers tended to exalt the philosophy of Taoism, which taught non-action and non-interference with nature. In some instances, this promotion of Taoist philosophy was consciously done. Tsao Tsen, one of the early prime ministers of the empire, was a disciple of the Taoist Kai Kung and consciously practiced the political philosophy of laissez-faire. During his 3 years of premiership, he was drunk every day, and when his subordinates came to him to make new proposals, he made them drink to intoxication to prevent them from talking about their new schemes. Another Taoist ruler was the Empress Dowager Tu, d. 135 BC, who was the most powerful political figure for 40 years. She made it a rigid requirement for all her children and grandchildren to study the philosophy of Lao-tzu. The dominating school of thought during the first 70 years of the Han Dynasty, therefore, was Taoism. Taoism is a term invented about this time to designate that great eclecticism which was taking place during the 2nd century BC, and which attempted to embrace all the essential doctrines of the various schools of thought that had flourished during the preceding age of philosophical speculation. The central position of this eclectic synthesis, however, was the naturalistic philosophy of Lao-tzu and Chuang-tzu as embodied in the conception of Tao. Hence the name Taoism, or the School of Tao. The greatest work of this eclectic school is the Huinan Zhu, a work compiled by a group of philosophers under the patronage of the Prince of Huinan, a grandson of the founder of the Han Dynasty. A more concise statement of the eclectic position is contained in an essay by Sima Tan, father of the great historian Sima Chien. The Taoist school, says Sima Tan, teaches men to live a life of spiritual concentration and to act in conformity with the unseen ways of nature. It is all-comprehensive and self-sufficient. Its method consists of observing the seasonal regularities of the natural forces, as taught by the astrologers, and in selecting the best elements in the teachings of the Confucianists and Moists, and incorporating into itself the essentials of the schools of the logicians and the jurists. It adapts itself to all times and undergoes all changes in response to all things. It fits in everything. Its tenet is simple and therefore easy to hold. It undertakes few activities, but achieves much. The Taoists say, do nothing, but they also say, nothing is undone. It sounds subtle, but is in reality easy to work out. Its method lies in postulating nothingness or non-being as the basis of all things, and in following natural evolution as the principle of activity. They recognize no ready-made situation, nor constant form. They are therefore able to understand the reality of things. They do not wish to anticipate things too prematurely, nor do they wish to lag behind the times. Therefore they are masters of all things. This is the philosophy of Taoism. It is naturalistic, rationalistic, and fatalistic. It disapproves of revolutionaries and reformers, but it also opposes stand-patters. Its political implication is laissez-faire, allowing nature to take its own course and abiding by it. As I have pointed out, this attitude suited the temper of the age admirably well, and for nearly 3/4 of a century the people enjoyed peace and throve in prosperity. Thus says the historian Sima Chen, by the first years of the present emperor, Wu Ti, 140 to 87 BC, that is, about 70 years since the founding of the empire, millions and millions of copper coins had accumulated at the capital city, so long lying idle that the strings tying them together were rotting away, and the grains in the imperial granaries were literally overflowing and had to be stored uncovered, with the consequence that the grain soon became rotten and uneatable. The peasants became wealthy and owned horses. Those who rode on mares or young colts were laughed at in respectable society. Gatekeepers lived on fine food and meat. Petty officers held office long enough to see their grandchildren grow up, and often named their families after their offices. During this time, the law had become lax and the people rich. The wealthy people grew powerful and arrogant, and there was exploitation. Their words were law in their localities. The nobles owned much land, and all grand officials rivaled one another in luxury and extravagance. From this contemporary testimony, we can see that a new age had come, an age of material prosperity, of capitalism and luxury. The time was ripe for a more positive political program and imperialistic expansion. The essentially negative philosophy of Taoism, which taught resignation to nature, was no longer adequate to meet the new temper of a new age. The stage was set for the ascendancy of the more positive moral and political philosophy of Confucianism. 2. The Han Dynasty was the first dynasty to be founded by men arising from the lowly classes. The first emperor was a drunkard and an unscrupulous rascal. Some of his great generals were one-time butchers and riffraffs. They had no respect for the scholarly class. The first emperor was noted for his dislike of the Confucianist scholars, and for the most contemptuous ways with which he treated them. He would take off the hat of a Confucian scholar, and soil it with filth. He would receive a Confucian visitor while having 2 women washing his feet. He detested the sight of the flowing robe of the scholarly class, and those Confucian teachers who sought to enter his service had to wear short jackets to avoid his ridicule. But Confucian scholars were useful persons at a time of empire building, for they knew the historical tradition and were versed in the social and religious ceremonies. They knew the laws and institutions, and could talk about statecraft with a wealth of historical illustrations. All this was useful to the new warlords, who were aspiring to be empire builders. When the scholar Lu Chia quoted Confucian classics in the presence of the first emperor, he was cut short by this scolding. "You fool! I have conquered the empire on horseback. What use have I for your classics? To this, Lucia retorted, Yes, sire, you have conquered the empire on horseback, but can you govern it on horseback? The emperor thought that there was something in that, and told him to write a book on why the Tiessins lost their empire to him. The book was duly written and read to the emperor chapter by chapter. He was pleased and gave it the title, The New Book, which is preserved to this day. Another episode is still more important in the history of Confucianism in the early years of the empire. When the emperor was first proclaimed, all old rules of court etiquette had been swept away by the new class of generals and nobles, who were of very lowly origin and had no manners. They quarreled and fought one another at court banquets, and when they got drunk, they shouted and drew their swords and struck the walls and pillars. The emperor felt quite uncomfortable and was greatly annoyed. Thereupon Tung, the Confucianist, offered to work out a system of court etiquette for the maintenance of order. The emperor said, Very well. Try to do it, but make it easy to understand and easy for me to perform. So Tung sent for 30-odd Confucianist scholars from Lu, Shantung, the native state of Confucius, and with the aid of these and his own pupils, he began his work of a new ceremony for the imperial court. When it was completed, he brought those scholars to the outskirts of the city, and made them practice the ceremony in a mock court. After a month of practice, the emperor was invited to see the performance. I can do it, said the emperor, and he made his whole court learn it. On the first day of the 10th month of the year 200 BC, the whole court met to celebrate the completion of the new palace of everlasting bliss. The new ceremony was put into practice with full imperial splendor and pomposity, and the whole thing went through in perfect solemnity and orderliness. The imperial censor supervised the whole ceremony, and wine was stopped after being passed around 9 times. There was no boisterousness nor unbecoming conduct. When it was over, the emperor said, Today I begin to appreciate the honor and the pleasure of being emperor. Tung was made the imperial master of ceremonies, and was rewarded 500 pounds of gold. At his request, all his scholarly co-workers were given petty offices. When he left the palace, he distributed the 500 pounds of gold among his pupils, who were much pleased and shouted, Master Shusen is a sage. He knows what the time needs. 5 years later, the emperor, touring through the Shantung region, worshipped at the tomb of Confucius and sacrificed a sheep, a pig, and an ox. Tung later became the tutor to the heir apparent, upon whose accession to the throne he was again made the imperial master of ceremonies, and most of the early institutes concerning ceremony and ritual of public function and religious worship were devised by him. These episodes, which all happened in the first years of the empire, illustrate the practical utility of the teaching and training of the Confucian school and explain the reason why Confucianism was able to force itself into political power in spite of the indifference of an illiterate royalty and wild nobility, which despised scholarship and learning, and in spite of the hostility of the Taoist philosophers, who wanted laissez-faire and non-action. But the time was not yet propitious for the adoption of the meddlesome and paternalistic teachings of the Confucian school. There was a reaction against the absolutism of the Tiessin Empire, and men began to be suspicious of positive political reforms. More peace and less law, that was the desire of the age. When the founder of the Han Dynasty took possession of the Tiessin Empire, He abolished all the minute laws of the old regime and pledged that he would retain only 3 articles, namely, that murder should be punished by death, and that robbery and injury of person should be dealt with due penalties. This masterly stroke of judicial simplification was met with hearty acclamation from the people, and the new conqueror was hailed as the liberator of the oppressed. The empire soon found it necessary to develop a code in 9 chapters, but it was a simple code, and during the reign of the first 3 generations little attempt was made to make it over-elaborate. The tendency of the empire in the early decades was to secure peace at any cost and allow the people to recuperate from their past suffering. During the 23 years, 179 to 157 BC, of Winti, there was not a single addition to the palace buildings, court retinue, or the emperor's stable. He abolished corporal punishment, and towards the end of his reign there were every year only a few hundred cases of capital penalty in the whole empire. He promoted agriculture by farming his own farm, and the empress raised silkworms in the imperial palace. Taxation was reduced every year, and in 167 BC the land tax was abolished altogether. When the young emperor Wuti, 140 to 87 BC, came to the throne at the age of 17, there was a movement, led by his prime minister, Wei Wan, to give precedence to the teachings of the Confucian school over those of the other schools, and to introduce to the court more prominent Confucian scholars. This did not please the aged Grand Empress Dowager Tu, who was a devout believer of the Taoist teachings, and who was then acting as regent for the youthful emperor. The Confucian scholars attempted to overthrow her regency but failed. She arrested 2 of the Confucian leaders, and put them in prison where they committed suicide. The other prominent Confucian leaders were dismissed. It was not until the death of the Empress Dowager in 135 BC that the Confucianist movement was fully revived. A year before her death, the government had established an exclusively Confucianist college of doctors, reducing the personnel of the old doctorate college and limiting it to 5 faculties, each specializing in one of the 5 classics, namely, the Book of Changes, the Book of Poetry, the Book of History, the I Lion, the Chun-Chu with the Kung-Yang commentary. In 125 BC, at the suggestion of the Confucianist prime minister, Kung Sen Hung, each classical faculty at the doctorate college was to have a limited number of students selected from the different parts of the empire. The number of students was at first limited to 50 for the entire college, but it formed the foundation of the Imperial University, which had 3,000 students by the end of the 1st century BC and grew to the size of over 30,000 students in the 2nd century AD. But the most important step in the establishment of Confucianism as a national religion, or, more exactly, as a national system of teaching, Chao, was the adoption of the Confucianist classics as the basis of government examinations for civil service. By this time, the written language had long become dead, and the edicts and laws written in the classical language were no longer intelligible to the vast majority of the people. It was said that even the petty officers in the government services were often not capable of understanding the language in which were written the public documents of the empire. So in 125 BC the prime minister, Kung Sen Hung, proposed to the emperor Wuti that in the future all those who could pass an examination in one of the Confucian classics should be employed in the various government offices, in the provinces as well as in the capital city. In all cases, priority should be given to those who read most. This was the beginning of the system of civil service examinations, which, gradually improved and modified, has remained in force for 2,000 years. It was the most effective means of popularizing the knowledge of the Confucian classics, because in later ages the classical examination practically furnished the only channel of civic advancement to all who were not born great. The government had only to announce the standard requirements for the examinations, and all the people who had some ambition for their sons would manage in every possible way to give them an education in the knowledge of the classics and in the ability of writing expository essays on them. In this way, the Confucian classics, sometimes chiefly the pre-Confucian texts as mentioned above, and sometimes the post-Confucian text, in particular the so-called Four Books, have remained the principal textbooks in all Chinese schools for the whole period of 20 centuries ever since the time of the Emperor Wu Ti. Wu Ti's reign lasted 53 years, during which many Confucian scholars arose to political prominence. Sima Xian, the great historian, who wrote his great history during the last half of Wu Ti's reign, testified that, since the new educational law of 125 BC, more and more scholars had entered government service as ministers, high officials, and magistrates. The Confucian doctors in the imperial college, though low in official rank, always took part in the court conferences and played a very important role in the determination of state policies, and especially in the drafting and discussion of laws and ceremonies of worship and sacrifice. Truly may it be said that Confucianism was now firmly established as the official religion or orthodox teaching of the empire. 3. Having thus far described the vicissitudes of Confucianism during the first 100 years of the Han Dynasty, we shall now try to see what kind of Confucianism it was that was thus honored by government recognition and elevated to the position of unrivaled orthodoxy. In order to understand the real content of this newly established Confucianism, it is necessary to paint a picture of the religious and intellectual background of the age in which this Confucianist movement was taking shape. When we have understood this background, we shall be in a position to appreciate why and how this Confucianism was not at all what Confucius taught or Mencius philosophized about, but was something so different from the original teachings of the school that we must call it the Han Confucianism, in order to distinguish it from the moral and social teachings of Confucius and Mencius on the one hand, and the Neo-Confucianist philosophy of the Sung dynasty on the other. The first important element in this religious and intellectual background was the vast number of popular beliefs and occult superstitions of the various races and localities, which had been brought together by migration of peoples, by military conquests, and, finally, by the formation of the empires of Tianjin and Han. Tianjin people came from the northwest, and on their eastward movement brought with them all their primitive worships and shrines, which, when they had conquered the whole of China, became an important part of the religion of the empire. One of these was the worship of a liver-shaped stone or fossil named Chien Pao, which was supposed to have been the transformation of a divine pheasant who became the patron goddess of the Tianjin people, and was responsible for all their military conquests over the other nations. Once in every 2 or 3 years, her divine mate, also a pheasant, would pay a visit at her shrine. His arrival was always marked by a peculiar light of red and yellow color, 40 or 50 feet in length, and by the simultaneous crowing of all pheasants and cocks in the vicinity. When this occurred, the imperial priest would sacrifice at the shrine a sheep, a pig, and an ox, and send a special messenger by post horses to report the great news to the king, or, in later years, to the emperor, wherever he might be at the time. According to the great Confucianist scholar Lu Xiang, died 6 BC, this famous deity's visits to his fossilized consort were officially recorded to have been 151 times between the years 206 and 31 BC. This, together with the other occult worships of the Tibetan people, continued to be part of the state religion of the two empires, and was particularly in vogue during the reign of the Emperor Wu Ti. It was abolished in 31 BC, but the opposition to its abolition was so great that its worship was reinstated in the following year by a special decree of the Empress Dowager Wang. There were the primitive worships of the other races which composed the empire. The coastal people of Qi, eastern Shantung, contributed the worship of their pantheon of 8 great gods, which also came into great vogue during the reign of Wu Ti, who traveled many times to Shantung to do homage to them. The chief of these 8 gods was called Tian Su, or Lord of Heaven, which name was used by the Jesuit missionaries in the 17th century to translate God, hence the name Tian Su Chao, by which Roman Catholicism is known to this day. Later discovery of this lowly pagan origin of the name led to a heated controversy at the papal court in Rome, and partially contributed to the downfall of the Jesuit movement in China. This story is told in a well-known passage in Robert Browning's great poem, The Ring and the Book. The rich imagination of the coastal people of Qi and Yin, modern Shantung in Chile, made the greatest contribution to the religion of the Chinese nation in their belief of the existence of Shinshin, or immortals, who dwelled in the 3 sacred mountains or islands in the sea. On these islands, it was believed, all birds and beasts were of the white color, and the dwelling houses were built of silver with gates of gold. There were to be found the immortals, and the elixir of longevity. It was said that these islands had been visited, and the immortals approached by persons of proper devotion and due preparation. Many rulers before the age of the empires had sent messengers to seek these sacred lands. The first emperor of Tibetan was a devout believer in this, and sent several expeditions with young boys and girls to the sea in search of the immortals and their magic prescription of prolonged life. The Emperor Wu Ti of Han was determined to succeed in what the great first emperor of Tibetan had failed. Throughout his long reign of 50 years, he was constantly patronizing this and that alchemist or Methodist, Fang Shi, the man who had methods or prescriptions for worship or alchemy, in the hope that the immortals might someday honor him with a visit and bestow on him the gift of longevity. These were only a few of the vast number of the folk superstitions and practices of the empire. When the founder of the Han Dynasty triumphantly entered the capital of Tibetan, he issued a proclamation saying, "I respect all worships and revere all forms of sacrifice. Therefore, all worship of the great gods of heaven and the gods of the various mountains and rivers shall be continued as before." A few years later, 200 BC, when the unification of the empire was completed, the city of Xiangshan was made the capital of the new empire, and all the tribal and local religions and cults were fully represented in the capital, where each sect had its own shrines, priesthoods, and ceremony. There were the Liang priestesses, representing the sects of the western peoples of modern Sichuan, the Xin priestesses, representing the tribal worships of modern Shenxi, the Tibetan priestesses, representing the peoples of modern Shenxi and further west, the Qin priestesses, representing the races of the valleys of the Han and the Yangtze, and the river. And when the Emperor Wuti conquered the tribes of modern Guangdong, 111 BC, the priestesses were added to the numerous tribal and local priesthoods at the capital city, and were allowed to worship their own gods and spirits, and practice their peculiar method of divination by means of chicken bones. So much for the tribal and provincial cults and superstitions, which the component races of the empire brought to the capital, and which formed integral parts of the state religion, as they were all under the control of the imperial department of worship and sacrifice. The superstitious court and populace worshipped indiscriminately in any one of these shrines or temples, as fancy or suggestion might lead them. The founders of the Han Dynasty, as I have described above, were of very lowly origin and naturally subject to all forms of superstition. There were notable exceptions to this generalization, as in the case of Wen Ti and his consort, the Empress Dowager Tu, and their son, the Emperor Qing Ti, 157 to 141 BC. But in general the court and the imperial household were full of ignorant and superstitious persons, who gave prestige and popularity to a number of primitive worships, which they had embraced before they became great. The most remarkable example of this group of popular cults was the worship of the oracular goddess of the city of Xichang'an. There was in the vicinity of Xichang'an a young woman who died of childbirth, and whose spirit was said often to appear and talk to her sisters-in-law. The sisters began to worship her in their house, which soon became the center of pilgrimage of the credulous populace. She spoke through one of the women, and was known as the Divine Oracle. It so happened that among her many worshippers there was a lowly woman whose daughter ran away from her husband, and was brought to the imperial palace, where she became a favorite concubine of the heir apparent, and gave birth to a son. The heir apparent succeeded to the throne, and this runaway woman was made empress in 151 BC. 10 years later her son, who was no other person than the great Wu Ti, became emperor, and her lowly mother was given the title of the Grand Lady of Pingyuan. Her brother and 2 half-brothers were made marquises, and one of the half-brothers became prime minister of the empire. All this sudden good fortune of the family of this lowly woman was naturally attributed to the blessing of the divine oracle, whose worship was accordingly introduced into the imperial household through the devout family of the grandmother of the Emperor Wu Ti. The emperor became a very devout worshipper of the oracular goddess, to whom 2 palaces were dedicated as her shrines. In 118 BC, while touring the country in search of new shrines of worship and new methods of approaching the immortals, he fell ill, and all the priests and priestesses and alchemists failed to cure him. He sent a messenger to ask the oracle, who replied, "Tell the emperor not to worry about his illness. Tell him to get well and join me at Canchuan." And the emperor did get well, and went to Canchuan, where he gave a grand banquet in honor of the oracle, and proclaimed a general amnesty for the whole empire. And all this was done while the emperor was promoting Confucianism as the orthodox teaching of the empire. This was an age of magic, alchemy, and the cult of immortals, and the Emperor Wu Ti was a devotee of all these. A number of alchemists, or Methodists, arose to highest political power during his reign. This, of course, gave great impetus to the study of all kinds of occultism. The historian Sima Chen recorded that when in 110 BC the emperor arrived on the coast of Qi to pay his homage to the 8 great gods, at least 10,000 persons requested him for an opportunity to try out their new prescriptions of worship and alchemy. But the most fortunate of all the alchemists was Luan Ta, whose great eloquence and cunning fully convinced the credulous emperor that his wonderful methods could not only make gold out of base metals, not only attract the immortals and obtain the elixir of everlasting life, but also prevent all future floods of the Yellow River, which had been worrying the imperial government for years. He was tested on some of his small tricks, which proved to be quite fascinating. So the emperor made Luan Ta a general with the title of Wu Li, 5 utilities. In a little over 1 month, he was given 3 more generalships, all with fanciful titles. A little later, he was made Marquis of Lotung, given a palatial mansion, 1,000 slaves, and an elaborate set of furniture taken from the emperor's own palace, and above all, was married to the Princess Wei, eldest daughter of the emperor. 10,000 pounds of gold was sent as the princess dowry. The emperor often paid personal visits to his house, and everyday messengers bearing new gifts from the palace lined the streets leading to Luan Ta's new mansion. Shortly after, the emperor caused a new jade seal to be carved bearing the inscription, "The General of the Guide to Heaven," which was sent to his son-in-law by a special ambassador wearing a mantle of feathers, which symbolized the heavenward flight of the immortals. The General of the Guide to Heaven, also wearing a mantle of white feathers, received the jade seal in all solemnity. He received 6 seals of highest honor in the course of a few months, to the greatest envy of his contemporary scholars of Confucianism. None of his wonderful prescriptions, however, proved to be efficacious, and he was executed in the year 112 BC, when his deceit was fully discovered. And this devout patron of Luan Ta, imperial son-in-law, Marquis of Lotung, General of the Guide to Heaven, etc., etc., was no less a personage than the Emperor Wu Ti, who has been known in history as the ruler that established Confucianism as the orthodox religion of the empire. Such was the religious and intellectual background of the age. The shrines or temples went on multiplying themselves in number and increasing in splendor and extravagance. By the year 31 BC, the Prime Minister reported that there were 683 temples in the city of Xichang'an, and at those localities where were stationed imperial priests in charge of the worships. 475 of these were abolished in that year. But they seem to have gradually been revived soon after the abolition. And by the year AD 20 there were in the city of Xichang'an alone over 1,700 places of government worship. The birds and animals used at one imperial sacrifice at all the temples numbered over 3,000. In late years it was found so difficult to prepare so many sacrificial animals that cocks were used as substitutes for wild ducks and dogs for deer. 4. It was in such an atmosphere of occultism and superstition that Confucianism was elevated to be the orthodox system of teaching in the empire. It was impossible for Confucianism and for the Confucian scholars to escape from the contagious influence of this tremendously powerful atmosphere of the popular superstitions. Indeed, a number of the great Confucianists never attempted to escape from it. Mencius once remarked that Confucius was a timely sage. Confucianism, too, was always a timely system of teaching. It always caught up the fashions of the age. Shusen Tung, who was the real founder of Confucianism of the Han Empire, was described by his own disciples as a sage that knew what the time needed. The same may be said of a number of the leading Confucianists of the age. Tung Chung-shu, the greatest representative of Confucian thought of the dynasty, was well known in history for his method of praying for rain, which consisted in closing all southern gates of the city and forbidding all use of fire, while our Confucian philosophers stood on the northern gate spraying the passers-by with drops of water. Another great scholar of the Confucian school, Lu Xiang, was an alchemist believing in the possibility of converting base metals into gold through the magic intervention of spirits, and he was once sentenced to death on the charge that he had deceived the Emperor Suen Ti, 73 to 49 BC, with his alchemical forgeries. It is to be expected that the new Confucianism, established under the patronage of a ruler of such multifarious and insatiable credulity, and under the leadership of such equally credulous scholars, this new Confucianism should be a great synthetic religion into which were fused all the elements of popular superstition and state worships, rationalized somewhat in order to eliminate a few of the most untenable elements, and thinly covered up under the disguise of Confucian and pre-Confucian classics, in order to make them appear respectable and authoritative. In this sense, the new Confucianism of the Han Empire was truly the national religion of China. It was a great conglomeration of popular beliefs and practices of the time through a thin and feeble process of rationalization. It must be noted that the 5 classics officially recognized were chiefly the pre-Confucian texts of a pre-Confucian culture, which the historical sense of the school of Confucius had preserved for posterity. These texts, being largely collections of folk literature, traditional history, divination, and social and religious observances, naturally contain numerous references to the primitive superstitions and practices which could be readily linked up with the popular religion of a later age. The post-Confucian texts, as well as the other works of the various schools of the philosophical age, were too clear-cut and too much sophisticated to suit this purpose. The establishment of Confucianism at this stage of Chinese national life was, after all, only a case of survival of the fittest. But even the pre-Confucian classics were too simple and too factual to be used alone as basis for this ambitious synthesis of the vast multitude of popular cults and superstitions. It was therefore found necessary for the Confucianist movement to go beyond these classical texts and produce a new literature of its own. This new Confucianist literature took 2 distinct forms. One form consists of a number of interpretative commentaries on the classics, commentaries which read into the classics much stuff that was never there. The other form was sheer invention, or forgery of new Confucianist texts under strange and fanciful titles. As the classics were Kalachinger warps, so these forged texts were Kaldwir woofs. There were 7 classes of this apocryphal literature recorded in old catalogues, and fragments of them are still preserved today. A study of this literature will show that the new Confucianism of Han, viewed as a state religion, contained at least these elements: a belief in a personal God or heaven who wills and knows and watches over the conduct of men and governments; a belief in the gods and the spirits of the dead, who also watch over the acts of men and government; a belief in the idea of distribution of good and evil; a belief that there is a reciprocal relationship between heaven and man, evil deeds tending to bring forth warnings and wrathful penalties from heaven, and good action leading to propitious omens and rewards; a belief in the possibility of prediction, divination, of events, and in the ability of man to appease God and even to change the course of heavenly bodies by accumulation of virtue and merit; a belief in astrology as a science of interpreting the meaning of heavenly phenomena in relation to human and political events; All these elements were to be interwoven into a system of politico-religious philosophy under the disguise of the Confucian classics. The central idea in this philosophy or religion is that God or heaven is purposeful or teleological, that his will or purpose is benevolence to mankind, and that his will may be understood by carefully observing the strange and abnormal phenomena in the heavens and on earth, which are God's warnings to men and to the governments. The action of men, and especially of governments, should be guided by the observation of such phenomena. Failure to be thus guided would result in further wrathful warnings from God, and might even lead to the fall of the dynasty or the ruin of the nation. In short, while the whole tone of this new Confucianism was religious, its underlying motive, whether conscious or not, was almost entirely political. The power of the emperor since the formation of the Tian Empire had become truly absolute, and there was no convenient weapon with which this despotic power could be curtailed or controlled. The Confucianist scholars, consciously or unconsciously, hit upon the religious weapon, which seemed to have been able to hold the absolute rulers in awe. This religious element, so prominent and powerful at that time, was seized upon as the promising foundation on which to build up a formidable politico-religious system of thought and belief. The political motive of this new Confucianism was best expressed by Tung Chung-shu, who himself never attained political prominence, but whose writings furnished the new Confucianism with a philosophy and a logical method which have had tremendous influence over Chinese thought from the time of Sima Xian to the time of Kang Yue. Tung Chung-shu worked out his philosophy largely as an interpretation of the Chunqiu, the spring and autumn annals, from which he derived this important formula. The Chunqi teaches the subjection of the people to the ruler and the subjection of the ruler to God. This is Han Confucianism put in a nutshell. The object of this new politico-religious system was to find a power over the absolute power of the ruler. Tung Chung-shu also formulated the essence of the theology of New Confucianism in these words: the action of man, when it reaches the highest level of goodness or evil, that is, when it becomes government action affecting vast number of men, will flow into the universal course of heaven and earth, and cause reciprocal reverberations in their manifestations. When a state is on the verge of ruin, heaven will cause catastrophes to befall on earth as warnings to the ruler. When these warnings are not hearkened to, then heaven will cause strange anomalies to appear to terrify the ruler into repentance. But when even these fail to check his evil doing, then ruin will come. From this, we can see that heaven is always kind to the ruler and anxious to preserve him from destruction. Heaven will always try to protect him and lead him to safety unless he is such an inveterately evil ruler as to be beyond correction. All depends upon one's determination and endeavor. These courageous words were written as an answer to questions which the Emperor Wuti had put to the Confucian scholars whom he had gathered at the court. He spoke like a prophet and with authority. On these words there was built up a highly complicated theology of Han Confucianism. It is sometimes called the science of catastrophes and anomalies, because its practical application chiefly consisted in the interpretation of these two classes of phenomena. Fires, floods, famines, earthquakes, and mountain slides are examples of catastrophic phenomena. The class of anomalies includes sun eclipses, appearances of comets, unusual movements of planets and stars, the growth of beard on women, etc. But how can we tell the meaning of a particular warning in the heavens or on earth? By what method are we to interpret the significance of a given catastrophe or anomaly? To this question, Tung Chungshu replied by working out a curious type of logic, which became the model for many generations of Confucian logicians of the Han Dynasty. He said, "The principle in the Chun Chuis to record the past for the enlightenment of the future. Therefore, if an event bears some resemblance to one recorded in the Chun Chu, and if we can penetrate into their hidden or implied significance by careful study and grasp their common principle by means of analogy, then all the abnormal phenomena in the heavens and on earth and all the events of the state and of history can be understood without the slightest doubt." Here is the statement of the methodology of New Confucianism. It is essentially a logic of historical analogy which, in every particular case, involves three distinct steps of reasoning. Take every recorded catastrophe or anomaly in the Chun Chu and find out its meaning by connecting it causally with some political event immediately preceding it. Then, when a present-day anomaly or catastrophe occurs, try to find its counterpart in the Chun Chu. When you have found this, read its implied meaning which will be applicable to the present phenomenon by force of historical analogy. Let me cite a famous example which almost cost the life of our philosopher Tung Chungshu. The Chun Chu records two fires in the state of Lu, one in 507 BC, the other in 491 BC, which Tung interpreted as warnings of heaven for the Duke of Lu to remove his unrighteous ministers from office. Now, in the year 135 BC, two fires broke out in the course of a few months and burned down two ancestral temples of the empire. Tung interpreted these events as God's warning to the Emperor Wu Ti that he should get rid of two powerful personages, who, though dearest to him by blood relation, were sufficiently unrighteous to arouse the wrath of heaven. Tung did not present this interpretation to the throne, but his enemy brought it to the attention of the emperor, and every reader knew from the language of the text that he was hinting at the prime minister, who was half-brother to the Empress Dowager, and at the Prince of Huinan, who was the emperor's oldest uncle. The philosopher was condemned to death, which he barely escaped by a special pardon from the emperor. But Tung Chungshu founded the theology of New Confucianism by his great learning and by his prophetic courage. He built up his system on the Kung Yang commentary of the Chun Chu. Other Confucianists sought to overshadow him by starting with other classics as their basis. One school took the chapter of Hung Fan in the Book of History and worked out a more elaborate system of Confucianist logic or casuistry. Another school began with the Book of Change. Lu Xiang, the convicted alchemist, founded his system on the Kuliang commentary of the Chun Chu, which at that time was still regarded as apocryphal. His son Lu Hsin, the confidential advisor to Mang, founded his system on the Tso commentary of the Chun Chu, which too was a disputed text at the time. But the most marvelous piece auteur de force was the school of Ifeng, who succeeded in building up a detailed system of fortune-telling and catastrophic interpretation on the basis of the Book of Poetry. Thus the various systems of Confucianist theology and casuistry went on multiplying themselves. Of course, no two schools could agree in the interpretation of any particular catastrophe. Whenever an earthquake or a sun eclipse occurred, the throne was flooded with all kinds of interpretations as to its practical bearing upon persons or events. A large number of these interpretations made between 185 BC and the first years of the Christian era are preserved by the great historian Pan Ku in his History of Han and form the longest chapter, Book 27, of the Book Pan Ku's example was followed by practically all the later dynastic histories, through which one may trace the development, or at least the survival of this phase of the Confucianist religion throughout the ages. From the above account one may easily see that the new Confucianism of the Han Empire was quite different from the agnostic humanism of Confucius, or the democratic political philosophy of Mencius. One may see that it was the peculiar product of the age of the first empires, when the tribal religious ideas and practices were being brought together and fused into a great conglomeration of indiscriminate belief and worship. The whole religious and intellectual atmosphere, even in the highest quarters of nobility and royalty, was primitive and crudely superstitious. It was but natural that the new Confucianism, which was patronized and nurtured in this environment, should take on much that was primitive and crudely superstitious. It frankly discarded the naturalistic philosophy of a previous age, which had been accepted by such prominent Confucian thinkers as Sun Tzu. It frankly rejected the agnosticism of Confucius himself, and openly took a theistic position similar to that of the school of Mo, whom the earlier Confucian philosophers had condemned. These new Confucianists of Han believed that they knew the will of God, and were capable of interpreting hidden meaning of all its manifestations in heaven and on earth. They believed in magic and practiced alchemy. They borrowed their methodology from the astrologers, and spent their lives in trying to interpret the significance of physical catastrophes and anomalies by means of historical and scriptural analogies. Yet for all that we must forgive them. These Confucian scholars were children of an environment which alone was responsible for their primitiveness and crudity. They were groping in the dark for some means whereby to check the absolutism of the rulers of a united empire from which there was no way of escape. Religion seemed to be a promising weapon, so their new Confucianism took the form of a religion. And superstition seemed to appeal to the rulers, so superstition was seized upon to form an integral part of their Confucianist religion. They wanted to establish a religion which should teach the rulers to subject themselves to the will of heaven and to be benevolent to the people they governed. And in the name of this new Confucianist religion, they did frequently brave the anger of emperors and powerful ministers, and wrung from them not a few social and political reforms in the interest of the people. And the greatest achievement of the Confucianist movement in the Han Dynasty was in the field of education. By founding a national system of education and examination on the basis of the study of classical literature, the Confucian leaders had sown the seeds for the future development of that democratic system of civil service examinations which made it possible for any village boy to rise through his own effort and merit to the highest political position in the empire. And, what is more important still, by governmental encouragement of education and learning, new Confucianism was unwittingly digging its own grave. For in the course of a few generations, there gradually arose great leaders of learning and thought who sought to remedy the primitive crudities of the established state religion. Thus, towards the end of the 1st century BC, there arose the group of the so-called ancient script classics, which represented much clearer and more mature thinking, and which gradually, though never completely, superseded the modern script texts on which the new Confucianism of early Han was based. And a few decades later, there arose the great thinker Wang Xiecheng, AD 27 c. 100, who revived and developed the naturalistic philosophy of Taoism, by means of which he severely criticized and swept away all the fundamental ideas and beliefs of the politico-religious system of Han Confucianism. Social changes in China. The People's Tribune, April 1, 1934. Volume 6. Number 7. Pages 385 to 392. Apophet of the last century, Wang Tao said, "The ways of life cannot be immediately unified. They must first be brought together by the tools or implements of human invention. The steamship and the railway are the carriages of the ways of life. Therefore, these great inventions, which the Western powers are using for their encroachment upon China, are the very things which the sages of a future age will utilize as the means for the unification of the ways of life of all the nations of the earth." When this prophet made these remarks, he probably had in mind the possibility of Chinese ways of life being carried to the West to influence or even replace those of the West. He could hardly have dreamed that half a century later all the social and political institutions of his own country would be undermined and replaced by new forms, new ways, which the steamship, the railways, and the printed book brought to the interior provinces. He was right in foretelling that the new tools of the West would unify the way of life in the world. All the social changes in China can be traced back to the time when the new tools or vehicles of commerce brought the Chinese people into contact with the strange ways and novelties of the West. The first things to be accepted were material goods, which seemed more capable of satisfying duly needs than native products, and throughout the 19th century various manufactured goods gradually came in and became, first of all, the luxuries of the elite, then the necessities of the cities, and finally, articles of everyday use by the people. Slowly and imperceptibly imported goods found their way to the villages, and farms replacing their rivals of native manufacture. Matches took the place of the old tinder box and flint. Cigarettes replaced the old-fashioned water pipe or long bamboo pipe. Lancashire piece goods appeared instead of homespun, while paper of Western manufacture is completing its conquest in the country of its invention. The story is true of nearly every article of modern invention. The result is that China has practically become a consumer nation of the manufactured goods of the West, and old handicrafts are driven out of existence and, instead, factories are rising in the cities, while sales agents penetrate the country and peasants are flocking to the cities and trade centers to find employment. New ways of transportation and communication are assisting the spread of goods and the migration of peoples, and the transmission of new ideas and new manners. With them have come new techniques and processes of financial and commercial transactions with extraordinary rapidity. Many of the changes have taken place within 40 years, and while not all of them have touched the vast hinterland, three great factors have assisted the effects of these changes to spread far and wide: the rapid migration of people to cities, the new schools, and the political revolution. The city is the center of radiation of all forces of change and progress. Trade, industry, and facilities of education draw people from distant regions. Some of them stay on in the city, others return to the villages. In either event, the influence cannot be overestimated. No peasant can, for instance, effectively escape from the influence of the city, as the farmer in Pearl bucks the good earth who was apparently unaffected by 1 year's stay in a southern city. To the men who leave their families behind them, and to those who migrate with the wives and children, the changes are great. It means the breaking up of old homes, the removal from family and clans, the change of working and living habits, contacts with new social organizations, the entrance of women and children into factories, the reliance of the individual upon himself for good or evil, new temptations, and new wants. The changes brought about by the new education are more revolutionary than the moderate curriculum would seem to warrant. But the new education is revolutionary when compared with the content and extent of the old village school. The old education was purely classical and literary, and was intended only for those with political aspirations. The others, if they went to school at all, were content with learning a few hundred characters, and only the exceptionally clever were encouraged to go beyond that. But the new education is meant for everyone, and it has created a new and more interesting world, which is far more intelligible than the moralisings of the sages. New ideas, ideals, and ambitions are developed in the children and their parents, and if it does not give the children new capabilities, it does create dissatisfaction with their environment. They learn enough to know that foot binding is bad, that arranged marriages and superstitions are bad, and these tend to make trouble, and set parents at variance with their children. As the children get older, their troubles increase with the complexity of thought currents, which arise out of the fads of the city, while the press bring new troubles to the schools and the homes. Each political crisis, especially if it involves foreign aggression, creates reverberations in the remotest villages. Finally, the political revolution of 1911 to the present time has done more to effect tremendous social changes than even the economic and industrial changes or the new schools. However unsuccessful the revolution may appear to the outside critic, its meaning to the common people is that even the emperor must go. It upset one of the 5 elementary human relationships: heaven, earth, monarch, parent, and teacher. What relationship of greater permanence could there have been than that of the emperor, which had stood the test of thousands of years? And with the downfall of the imperial dynasty, there also accrued the downfall of numerous institutions, which for centuries had been its uppunishers. Parasitic nobility born to power, Manchu garrisons in various parts of the country, thousands of useless offices which reformers failed to abolish, the public sale of offices, the open corruption of petty clerks, who controlled departments and magistrates' offices and who, because of their technical ability and experience, were more powerful than the magistrates. All this had immense effects on the lives of the people. It entailed a dislocation of old social classes and brought about new professions, and, of course, revolutions always bring into power groups of people, energetic and unscrupulous, who are capable of fishing in troubled waters. Revolutions always mean the breakdown of old authority, and in a country where there was no ruling class, this sudden collapse was a serious matter. It brought about long periods of anarchy and social disorder. There was nobody to lead, and everyone was lost in a sea of uncertainty. New fads and fancies such as the single tax, woman's suffrage, free love, destruction of temples and idols, anarchism, socialism, federalism, party government. Some of these die out in speeches and magazine articles. Others, like the destruction of temples and idols, penetrated into the provinces. The political revolution made possible many of the intellectual and social changes, which would have been impossible in the old days. The tragic failure of the 1898 reforms showed that important changes could not take place without the overthrow of the authority of the dynasty, as intellectual and literary movements would not have been permitted to succeed under the Manchu dynasty. A memorial from an imperial censor would have been enough to cause the imprisonment of the leaders and nip their programs in the bud. Most of the social changes of recent years have been facilitated and accelerated by the political movements since 1911. The most important effect of the revolution lies in the fact that it swept away the gentry in most localities. This to such an extent that in Hunan, where the gentry had succeeded in opposing many reforms in the latter part of the 19th century, in 1911 the reactionary leaders were drawn away. This in a province whose gentry and conservatives mobbed, and actually stoned a prominent citizen for taking a foreign steamboat in his hurry to attend a family funeral at Changsha. This place became a hotbed of radical revolutionary thought and a center of communist activity a few years later. Radical changes are made possible by the removal of forces which were once the bulwarks of the institutions and usages of old society. One of the most conspicuous changes is the rearrangement of the social classes in China. The old traditions of social divisions gave the scholar first rank, the farmer next, the artisan third, and the merchant the lowest place. This was never literally observed, as the merchant had the wherewithal to purchase office, or rank, and money made it possible for the merchant to rise more rapidly to power than the poor scholars, who had to climb the ladder of state examinations. But this did not raise the merchant above the reproach of his class, and contempt for the merchant official was expressed succinctly in the phrase, which the speaker translated as, "smelling of the odor of copper." And no scholar would give up the prestige of a literary future, no matter how uncertain, for the socially contemptible profession of money-maker. Similarly, the banker was known as the money devil, and the comprador as the slave of the foreign trader. But the rise of new industries demanding highly educated personnel changed all this. Prominent retired officials now become directors of industrial undertakings, while ex-ministers become chairmen of industrial and manufacturing concerns, and the merchant class, which formerly could not purchase social esteem, have become elevated by the raising of their intellectual level. The same is true of the elevation of the soldier class. The personal military successes of men like Chang Solin and Cao Kun did not remove the opprobrium in which the military profession was held, but the successes of the Wangpo Cadet School, the first student army, caused thousands of university students and school graduates to flock to the army to be trained as new soldiers for the salvation of the nation. The rise of new professions has accelerated the changes in the social strata. The engineer, the modern trained doctor, the lawyer, the woman teacher, the nurse, the broker, the seaman, the railway worker, the factory hand, and the party worker each are finding an important place in the new social order. Of these, the rise of the new legal profession is the most important for the following reasons. While China had developed her own codes and theories of jurisprudence, she had never developed the institution of public pleading by lawyers of the parties to lawsuits. This was largely responsible for many of the injustices and tortures in the old courts. There were, however, the Tsung Tsu, masters of litigation, more generally known as rascals of litigation, who operated as managers of lawsuits, writing the papers for the litigants, coaching them in the requirements of the law, and acting as go-betweens in the bribing of officials and corrupt magistrates. The law never recognized this underhand institution and tried to suppress it, recognizing its members as corrupters of men, disturbers of the peace, who knew little law but much of its abuses. The advent of the modern lawyer in China does not mean merely the rise of a new profession, but the advance of a new age in the administration of law and justice. Another important feature is the breakdown of the old family. Transportation facilities enable the migration of families, while the high cost of living in the cities has curtailed the size of those families, confining them to the immediate members, while the consequent long absences from home have weakened the hold of the elders over the younger generation. Wage earners now no longer support non-earning members. Daughters-in-law no longer wish to live with their mothers and sisters-in-law. Marriage rites and funeral ceremonies are simplified. Ancestor worship is largely discontinued. New and loose relations between the sexes which would be impossible in circumscribed village life pass unnoticed in the busy life of the cities. Students find it difficult to return to the narrower spheres of villages to live and work. They have succumbed to new intellectual influences and are allured by new social contacts, which have made them discontented with the old ways of life. They break their old betrothals, even their marriages, and thus carry out what are known as Chiatingkhmen, home revolution, often at the cost of being disowned by their parents or being deprived of financial support from their homes. Some of them have openly attacked the old ideas of filial duty, and these criticisms have received the approval of many of their contemporaries. All these tendencies worried the conservatives, and they tried to make scapegoats of the leaders of intellectual movements, but these attacks only gave the movements a wider publicity and a more intense influence. The age-honored idea of filial piety, which had degenerated into a demand for support and unconditional obedience, no longer appealed to the younger generation, and it has consequently definitely passed away as a moral force in the new and disintegrating society. The new leaders also openly attacked the double standard of morality, which rationalized the system of concubinage, but which used all forms of social sanctions to induce widows and unmarried girls not to marry after the death of their husbands or betrothed. The conservatives could not defend these criticisms, and after resort to force and persecution, which failed, they resigned themselves in despair. The discussion of sex morality leads to a consideration of the changed status of women in China, which is another important phase of the revolution. Their position was never so low as many superficial observers would have one believe. On the contrary, the woman has always been the despot of the family. The authority of the mother or mother-in-law is well known. Even the wife is the terror of the husband, and there is no other country in the world which can compete with China for the distinction of being the nation of henpecked husbands. Certainly no other country has produced more stories and jokes about henpecked husbands. Woman in China built up her strong position not on love, beauty, or intelligence, but solely because the Chinese wife could not be dislodged from her position. She could not be divorced. There was no law forbidding divorce. The classics laid down 7 conditions under which divorce could be sought: jealousy, failure to bear sons, talking too much, etc., which would be sufficient reason for divorce, but the same classics also gave 3 conditions which would preclude the possibility of a man seeking divorce. If the wife had shared 3 years' mourning for one of her husband's parents, if after marriage he had accumulated wealth, or if she had no home to which she could be sent back. This last was the most powerful protection for the wife. The alternative for a divorcee was death or a nunnery, each of which meant social disgrace. She would be unable to return to her parents if they were alive, as they would be ashamed of her. She would be unable to live with her in-laws, and she was never possessed of property of her own. Her only solution in facing the disapproval of merciless society attendant on divorce was that of suicide. Therefore, there grew up a sentiment against divorce. When China emerged from the medieval age, there was no more divorce in respectable families, as a wife threatened with the severing of her marriage, she could only resort to suicide or become a nun, both of which would be terrible blows to the self-esteem and respectability of any family. So it was that by the Ming Dynasty, the only justifiable cause for sending away a wife had narrowed down to adultery, short of which no husband could really divorce a wife without inviting the strongest social condemnation. There was a classical novel written by Pu Sungling, a writer of the 17th century, who had evidently given much thought to the problem of unhappy marriages. After writing several short stories, he developed one into a serial of 70,000 words, and then enlarged it to a dream of about 1,000,000 words under the title of A Marriage Which Will Awaken the World. It was the story of a truly terrible wife who was one-eyed and only had half a nose, was guilty of crimes against her parents, and also guilty of 3 attempts on the life of her spouse. However, she had never committed the unforgivable crime, and all his attempts to escape from her were foiled. Even his secretary refused to write out a petition for divorce, and pacified his sorrowful master with the pious reflections that such a marriage could only be the result of accumulated retribution of a past existence, and adjured him not to seek to break the casual chain of retributive justice save through resignation to fate, lest he create further causes for revenge in a future existence through resort to measures of human invention. Another writer of the 19th century left an interesting diary, in which he told of all his horrible sufferings at the hands of his wife. He said that, "I cannot fight you, neither can I escape from you. But as you are illiterate, you cannot read what I write about you, and you cannot answer back. So I here set down truthfully the 90 charges of your unpardonable crimes. This is my only means of revenging myself." In contrast with these examples of married infelicity, the Civil Code, which was promulgated on December 3, 1930, provided in Articles 1049, 1050, and 1052 10 points of possible conditions under which divorce may be obtained in court. It is questionable whether the new social conditions would make it possible for the divorced wife to live without the burden of public censure, and to remarry without losing her respectability. In the cities it might be possible, as the law provide her with compensation if she is unable to support herself, and, under the new code, daughters are entitled to share in the property of their parents in equality with their brothers, while the wife's property is protected by law from her husband. These emancipations remove her from the invulnerable position once enjoyed by the undivorceable wife of the old days. But in becoming no longer an unremovable terror, she also ceases to be a nuisance. She has won her position by rights of her own. She is no longer to be married away without her consent. She must win her position by her own charms, her education, and her personality. With the new rights have also come responsibilities. She must live her life as a useful member of society, and in many cases she is thrown out into the world to work unprotected with men. She is facing her perils, making her own successes and failures all alone. What type of womanhood these new rights and responsibilities will make of her time alone will tell. As one looks back on the changes, viewing them in the light of historical development, one is forced to pronounce them the greatest gains which Chinese nation has received from its contact with the life and institutions of the West. The old family life in China rarely possessed the virtues attributed to it. It was theoretically built on the foundation of suppressing individuality for the sake of the well-being of the whole. The real basis was economical. It was cheaper to live together and cook together than for married couples to start life independently. It was always more economical for incompetent members to be supported by parental or ancestral charity, or by enterprising or productive brothers. But the disadvantages were very great. It was false economy to place too great a burden on promising members of the family. The family too often broke the back of a productive young man, who, while it also imposed on him the moral obligation of finding employment for his good-for-naught relations. The old-fashioned family were rarely able to make the distinction between private interest and that of the public. Moreover, the old family system was a hotbed of frictions, suspicions, intrigues, oppressions, and even suicides. The classical family of China in the 7th century, which was able to keep 9 generations together without separation, was so unique as to elicit the visit of the Tang Emperor, who inquired how such a feat was possible. The aged patriarch, who was unable to speak, asked if he might write the answer, and on being given permission to do so, handed his imperial visitor a sheet of paper on which was inscribed 100 times the character "Forbear." When forbearance is necessary, it is certain that the peaceful exterior of the family covers the demand for impossible demands of sacrifice, of individuality on the part of every member thereof, and the consequent suffering, because it is silent, is beyond the comprehension of those whose family system has long outgrown it. The idealized virtues of filial piety could not exist, and where they were consciously cultivated the price paid for them were nothing short of suppression and mental and physical agony. The new changes are on the whole for the better. They release the individual from the collective responsibility of the family and recognize in him new rights and duties as an independent member of a larger society. The old framework has gone to pieces not because of external attack or criticisms, but because it was impossible to hold itself together in the face of the new forces. A View of Immortality. Unpublished script. Dr. Eliot and Friends. I feel quite at home in a place once presided over by my teacher, Dr. Felix Adler, and now by my friend, Dr. Eliot. I have selected as my topic today, A View of Immortality, which may also be called Social Immortality. It is essentially a Chinese view, but I am sure you will find in it much that is quite near Dr. Adler's conception of the holiness of human conduct. The ancient Chinese had a very simple religion. Prior to the introduction of Buddhism about 2,000 years ago, we had no heaven as a place to live after death, no hell as a place in which wicked people received punishment, and no conception of a future life after death. Yet there were in ancient China several views of immortality. One view is that posterity, the physical continuation of the individual and the family throughout the generations, is one form of immortality. Another conception of immortality was expressed by the statesman Xu Sunpao, who in the year 548 BC, when Confucius was only 3 years old, said that there were 3 kinds of immortality: the immortality of virtue or character, of service or achievement, and of wise speech. These are not forgotten with length of time, and that is what is meant by immortality after death. From my younger days, I have been attracted by this doctrine. I often spoke of it to my foreign friends and called it the doctrine of the immortality of the 3 W's, the immortality of worth, work, and words. The immortality of worth refers to the lasting influence of great personalities, such as Confucius, Socrates, Jesus, Saint Francis of Assisi, men of great personal magnetism who left their stamp on all those who came near them directly or indirectly. By the immortality of work is meant the permanent value of achievement of great statesmen, great empire builders, great generals, great leaders of men and great inventors and discoverers. The third immortality, that of words, includes great literature and great thoughts, words of wisdom expressed either in the great philosophies or in the great poetry and prose of the various nations. For many years the idea of these three immortalities seemed to be quite satisfactory to me. I was not interested in the idea of personal survival after death. As a matter of fact, immortality in the sense of personal survival after death somehow has never aroused much interest in the Chinese intellectual class. But as time went on, and as I grew older, I began to find that the doctrine of the three immortalities probably was in need of some revision. It is defective in the first place in being too aristocratic, too exclusive. How many people are there in this world whose achievement in character, in work, and in literature or philosophical wisdom cannot be forgotten with the passing of time? How few people can be considered immortals in any one of the three classes? Christopher Columbus, for example, may be immortal, but how about the other members of his crew? How about the men who built his ships or furnished his tools, or the many pioneers who had paved the way for him either by courageous thinking or by successful or unsuccessful explorations of the seas? How much, in short, must one achieve in order to attain immortality? In the second place, this doctrine fails to furnish any negative check on human conduct. Virtue is immortal, but how about vice? Shall we again resort to the belief in Judgment Day and hellfire for our moral sanctions? Some such way of thinking has led me to rethink the problem, and to come to the conclusion that probably we have to universalize and democratize the conception of the three immortalities. Probably everything is immortal. Probably everything that we are, everything we do, and everything we think or say is immortal in the sense that it has its effect, its consequence somewhere in this world. And that effect in turn will have its own consequence somewhere else, and the thing goes on in infinite space and through infinite time. As I have once said, a man is what he eats, and the work of the Dakota farmer, the California fruit grower, and a million other food providers lives in him. A man is what he thinks, and everyone who has influenced him, from Socrates, Plato, and Confucius down to his parish preacher and his nursery governess, lives in him. A man is also what he enjoys, and the work of numberless artists and entertainers, living or long dead, renowned or nameless, sublime or vulgar, lives in him. And so on ad infinitum. I remember going home in the year 1917, after 11 years' absence. My mother was still alive. One day she said to me, "Take this key to our vegetable garden and see your own bamboo grows." I said, "Mother, I never planted any bamboo." She said, "You take the key and look in the vegetable garden." So I took the key and opened the gate to the vegetable garden, and there I saw large groves of bamboo, growing so far and wide that they were invading all the available space in the vegetable garden, and my people had to build brick walls deep into the earth to prevent their invasion into the vegetable lots. When the bamboos couldn't grow freely in my garden, they crept underground and came up in some of our neighbors' gardens. So there was not only in my own garden a big bamboo grove, there were thousands of bamboos in all the nearby gardens. I was very much impressed by this sight. I ran home and said to Mother, "I never planted that." She said, "You did. 11 years ago, you came home from Shanghai for a vacation, and one evening you were standing at the street corner by our house, and our neighbor Uncle Chun passed by you, carrying a big load of wood and walking very fast. When he saw you, he called you by name and gave you a little bamboo root and said, 'Take this and make of it a smoking pipe for yourself.' And before you could reply, he had gone. So you took that little bamboo root home and asked me if you could plant it. You planted that one little bamboo, smaller than my own finger, and it has grown." I had forgotten all about it. Yet in 11 years, that one little root I planted had not only grown into a big bamboo garden on our own grounds, but had spread to many other gardens in the neighborhood. That is the way things grow. That is the way we produce consequences even in places where we least expect them. As we say in Chinese, "Sow melons, and you shall get melons. Sow beans, and you shall get beans. Sow wild oats, and see how they grow." 14 centuries ago, a Chinese scholar, Fan Chen, wrote an essay on the destructibility of the soul, which was considered so sacrilegious that his emperor ordered 70 great scholars to refute it. Of course, it was refuted. But 500 years later, the historian Sima Kuang recorded a summary of this sacrilegious essay in his great history. And another 900 years passed. Then a little boy of 11 chanced upon this brief summary of 35 words, and these 35 words, after being buried for 1400 years, suddenly became alive again and are living in him and through him in the lives of thousands of men and women. In 1912 there came to my alma mater, Cornell University, an English lecturer who gave an address on the impossibility of founding a republic in China. His lecture struck me then as quite absurd, but I was amused by his peculiar pronunciation of the vowel, and I sat there imitating it for my own entertainment. His speech has long been forgotten, but somehow his pronunciation of the vowel has stuck by me all these years, and is probably now on the tongue of hundreds of my students without anyone's ever being aware that it came through my mischievous mimicking of Mr. J. O. P. Bland. And Mr. Bland never knew it. 25 centuries ago there died a beggar in a valley of the Himalaya mountains. While his body was decomposing by the roadside, there came a young prince who saw the horrifying scene and was set to thinking. He thought over the impermanence of life and of everything else, and decided to leave his family and go to the wilderness to think out a way for his own salvation and that of mankind. Years later he emerged from the wilderness as Buddha the Enlightened One and proclaimed to the world the way he had found for its salvation. Thus even the decomposition of the dead body of a beggar has unwittingly contributed its part to the founding of one of the greatest religions of the world. This line of reasoning led me to what may be called the religion of social immortality, because it is essentially based on the idea that the individual self, which is the product of the accumulated effect of the social self, leaves an indelible mark of everything it is and everything it does upon that larger self, which may be termed society, or humanity, or the great being. The individual may die, but he lives on in this great self which is immortal. All his virtue and vice, merit and sin, all his action and thought and speech, significant or trivial, right or wrong, for good or for evil, everything lives in the effect it produces on the great self. The great self lives forever, as the everlasting monumental testimony of the triumphs and failures of the numberless individual selves. This conception of social immortality seems more satisfactory than the ancient Chinese doctrine of the three immortalities, in that it includes the lowly and the insignificant as well as the heroes and sages, vice as well as virtue, crime as well as meritorious service. And it is this recognition of the immortality of evil as well as of good that constitutes the moral sanction of the doctrine. The decay of a dead body may found a religion, but it may also plague a whole continent. The discovery of a microscopic bacillus may benefit millions of people, but a tiny drop of sputum from a consumptive may kill multitudes and generations. A chance remark of a barmaid may lead to the sudden enlightenment of a Zen monk, but a wrong theory of political or social reconstruction may cause centuries of bloodshed. Truly the evil that men do lives after them. It is the clear recognition of the lasting consequences of individual conduct and thought that constitutes our sense of moral responsibility. The individual self owes a tremendous debt to the greater social self, and it is his duty to hold himself responsible to it for everything he does or thinks or is. This is especially true in social and political thinking which, as I understand it, is thinking or planning for a nation, for a society, for a world, and for generations to come. 24 centuries ago, a young prince asked Confucius whether it was true that one theory might ruin a state or another might build up a nation. The question sounds silly, but as we now know, it contains much truth. Social and political theorizing presents in reality a situation in which a wise theory may benefit mankind, while a wrong philosophy may actually lead to centuries of war and devastation. Humanity is what it is by the wisdom and folly of our fathers, but we shall be judged by what humanity will be when we shall have played our part. Shall we say, "After us the deluge"? Or shall we say, "After us the millennium"? Note, in writing this address, I have made full use of, and quoted freely from, an earlier article of mine, which forms a part of a volume of personal credos published under the title, Living Philosophies, by Simon and Schuster, New York. Who's she? The Struggle for Intellectual Freedom in Historic China. World Affairs. September, 1942. Volume 105. Number 3. Pages 170 to 173. It is a great pleasure and a great honor to speak with Dr. Coate on this question of intellectual freedom. It is most fitting that the main speaker of this occasion should be my esteemed friend Dr. Coate, the biographer of Ibsen, one of the greatest champions of intellectual freedom in the modern world. In his immortal play, An Enemy of the People, Ibsen has given us a most dramatic picture of the struggle for intellectual freedom in a situation where the announcement of a scientifically ascertained truth is supposed to be against the material welfare of the entire community, and is therefore to be suppressed by the explicit wish and the combined authority of that community. And Dr. Stockman, the hero of the play, who claims the right to speak the truth under all circumstances, is therefore named an enemy of the people by the unanimous vote of his fellow citizens. This play best illustrates what Dr. Leland has said about intellectual freedom being more precarious in the fields of investigation which touch our emotions or our political, cultural, social, or economic opinions. That is the heart of the problem. The freedom to search for truth and to announce the results of the research does not form a serious problem, except when those results are considered to be in conflict with the venerated traditional beliefs, or supposed to be against the interest and welfare of the community. Socrates, Jesus of Nazareth, and the latter-day martyrs in religion, philosophy, and science were persecuted, not because they told the truth as they saw it, but because the truths they told were regarded as against some sacred tradition and therefore against the public interest of the community. Intellectual freedom, therefore, is the freedom to tell the truth even though the telling of it hurts the feelings of the guardians of the sacred tradition or public morals or common welfare of society. In other words, intellectual freedom is a species of the freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, freedom of the press, or freedom of religion, the exercise of which is supposedly in conflict with some fundamental aspect of an established tradition or general welfare of the community. At the very end of Ibsen's play, An Enemy of the People, Dr. Stockman announced that he had made another discovery, that the greatest man in the world is he who stands most alone. A Chinese reader of that announcement is invariably reminded of a great saying of Mencius, the Chinese sage of the 4th century BC, whose moral and intellectual authority is second only to Confucius. "The great man," says Mencius, "is he who cannot be tempted by wealth and honor, who cannot be budged by poverty and lowliness, and who cannot be subjugated by authority and power. Such a man is called the great man." Only such a man can be the champion and the fighter for intellectual freedom against the dead weight of tradition, and in defiance of persecution brought against him in the name of the common welfare of society, the state, or the church. It was easy for Chinese thinkers in the time of Confucius and Mencius to seek truths, and to teach them publicly, because theirs was an age of separate, independent, and rival states, when a thinker exiled from one state could find asylum and refuge in another. It was somewhat like the Europe after the Reformation and before the conquest by Hitler, wherein a book suppressed in Rome could be published in Leiden, Holland, and a heretic persecuted in France could be welcomed in Geneva or London. But it was very difficult for Chinese thinkers to find intellectual freedom under the unified empire, within which there was practically no political asylum for the persecuted. It is, therefore, the greatest glory in Chinese intellectual history that throughout these 21 centuries of unified empire life there has been maintained a tradition of comparative freedom and independence of thought and research, thought that often came in open conflict with the established tradition of the great religions, and research that often resulted in historical, philological, and philosophical discoveries openly at variance with the traditional authority of the schools. Broadly speaking, there were 3 periods of struggle for intellectual freedom under the empire. The first period, from the 1st century AD to the 3rd century, was a period in which courageous thinkers sought to criticize and overthrow the ideas and beliefs of the religious and philosophical tradition of the Han Empire. The greatest leader of this period was Wang Chung, whose Luanheng has been translated into English by the German sinologue Dr. A. Forks, consisting of about 80 essays, most of which aimed at exposing the fallacies of the various ideas and practices of the religion of the empire and the people. Wang Chung said that the superstitious beliefs and practices and the forged books and documents of his age often made his blood boil and his hands itch to write, and that his sole object was to sift the false from the true and the spurious from the authentic. The second period of the Chinese struggle for intellectual freedom covered the medieval period, during which the doctrines and practices of the great medieval religions of Buddhism and Taoism were subjected to severe criticism and courageous doubt. This critical spirit existed both within the religious schools and among those who were their exponents. Courageous thinking among the Buddhists themselves, for example, gave rise to the newer schools of liberal and even radical thought, such as the various schools of Chan or Zen Buddhism. The severe criticisms of the Confucianist scholars against the medieval religions, on the other hand, brought about several persecutions against Buddhism and finally resulted in the revival of classical Chinese thought after the 10th century AD. One of the great heroes of this period was Han Yu, whose memorials to the throne attacking the established religion of Buddhism caused his political exile in 819 by the order of the emperor, but whose critical writings laid the foundation for the cultural renaissance in the subsequent centuries. The third period of struggle for intellectual freedom included the long period of rational philosophy from the 11th century to the 19th century. Practically all the founders of the great schools of rational philosophy of various ages were subjected to political persecution, proscription, exile, and sometimes bodily punishment. Sometimes thinkers were persecuted because of their courage to preach unorthodox doctrines and to found new schools of thought. But in most cases persecution befell those courageous scholars who were exercising their traditional right of outspoken censure and criticism against political corruption and misrule. Some of these censors were punished by torture or even by death. But the struggle for free and outspoken criticism went on. As a philosopher in the early 17th century expressed it, "There are two things supreme in the world, authority and reason. Of the two, reason is the more supreme, because in the history of the struggle of courageous scholars against despotic governments, reason always ultimately triumphs. Therefore, reason is more supreme than political authority." That best expresses the spirit of Chinese warriors in the fight for freedom of thought and criticism. Throughout the last 300 years, the struggle for intellectual freedom has taken a more constructive form and has stood on a more solid foundation. The scholars who sought to overthrow the great authority of the established commentaries have gradually perfected a more effective weapon in the form of a scientific methodology. They have swept away traditional scholarship by resorting to the most ancient lexicons and by perfecting a philological and archaeological approach to the study of the classical works. To all appearances, these scientific scholars have succeeded in avoiding the glamorous persecutions. But the spirit of independent thinking and courageous doubting has pervaded the thought and scholarship of 3 centuries. Mr. Wu Qingheng, the oldest living philosopher of present-day China, told me this story. As a young man in his teens, he was presented to the master of the famous Nanxing Academy at Qianjian. When he entered the room, he saw a scroll on the wall with 8 characters written in the large and bold writing of the master of the academy, which in translation says, "Seek the truth and do not compromise." Mr. Wu said that those 8 words left so indelible an impression on his youthful mind that he has cherished them throughout his long life. Last year I brought to the Library of Congress a collection of my father's unpublished manuscripts for safekeeping. I pointed out a very striking thing to Dr. A. W. Hummel, chief of the Division of Orientalia in the library. Some of my father's writings were notes kept by him in an old-fashioned academy in Shanghai over 70 years ago. These notes were written on regulation blanks printed by the Academy for the use of the students. On the top of every page was printed a motto in red which read in part, "The student must first learn to approach the subject in a spirit of doubt." The philosopher Chang Tsai, 1020 to 1077 AD, used to say, "If you can doubt at points where other people feel no impulse to doubt, then you are making progress. Approach every subject in the spirit of doubt. Seek the truth. Do not compromise." That has been the spirit of the Chinese thinkers, who have kept burning the torch of intellectual freedom throughout the ages. In conclusion, I would like to point out that in the international aspect of this question, my people are now fighting a terribly hard war because my people who have always regarded doubt as a virtue and criticism as a right do not wish to be dominated by a people who condemn all thinking as dangerous. The concept of immortality in Chinese thought. Harvard Divinity School Bulletin. 1. In this lecture, I shall attempt to present a historical study of the development of the conceptions of immortality or human survival after death as they have been evolved in China throughout the various stages of Chinese religious and philosophical history. The story is a long one, covering roughly 3,000 years, but the main outlines are fairly clearly defined. For the history of Chinese belief and thought can be conveniently divided into two main periods: the age of indigenous Chinese culture, 1300 BC-200 AD, and the age of Indianized Chinese thought and culture, that is, the period since Buddhism and Indian thought began to influence Chinese life and institutions, approximately from 200 AD to the 19th century. For the convenience of the student of the religious and intellectual history of the Chinese people, the indigenous, pre-Buddhistic age may again be broadly divided into two main eras. 1. The era of primitive Sinitism, that is, of the religious beliefs and practices of the Shang and Zhou peoples, for which the term Sinitism, or the Sinitic religion, is here suggested, 1300 to 700 BC. 2. The era of intellectual and philosophical maturity, 700 BC-200 AD, which embraces the classical philosophers from Lao Tzu and Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, to Wang Xiecheng, 29 AD-100 AD. For our special inquiry concerning the concept of immortality in Chinese thought, we shall ask. 2. One of the most important events in the historical world has been the recent accidental discovery and the later systematic excavation of thousands of inscribed bones and tortoise shells and other historical objects at Anyang in the province of Honan. Anyang was the site of the last capital of the Shang dynasty, to which traditional chronology assigns the date 1783 to 1123 BC, or, according to another calculation, 1751 to 1123 BC. These archaeological finds are the authentic remains of the period during which Anyang was the capital, covering about 262 years, 1385 to 1123 BC. Thousands of these inscribed bones and shells have been collected, studied, and deciphered in recent decades. Practically all these thousands of bone documents are records of divination kept by the learned priests after each act of divination. They tell of the date, the diviner in charge, the question asked, and the answer given in the reading of the cracking caused by a process of burning underneath the shell or bone. Most of the questions concern the regular cycle of sacrifices to the royal ancestors. These ancestral sacrifices are so numerous and so regular that Mr. Tung Chopin of the Academia Sinica, who was the first man to conduct the Anyang excavations in 1928, and who participated in all later excavations, has been able to work out a chronological schedule of the daily sacrifices under three kings, covering the years 1273 to 1241 BC, 1209 to 1175 BC, and 1174 to 1123 BC, totaling 120 years, with about 360 regularly scheduled sacrifices to each year. It is no wonder, therefore, that the Shang people called the calendar year by the name of Su, a cycle of sacrifices. Other questions for divination include war, travels, hunting, crops, weather, sickness, the propitiousness of each 10-day period, and others. As a result of the excavations carried on in the years 1928 to 1936, several hundred tombs of the Shang dynasty, including at least 4 royal tombs, have been scientifically excavated. In addition to the thousands of inscribed tortoise shells and animal bones, there have been found numerous bronze sacrificial vessels of advanced workmanship, stone sculptures of artistic beauty and vigor, a vast number of household utensils, weapons of war and helmets, and over 1,000 human bodies. Many animals were found buried, including such domesticated ones as dogs, pigs, sheep, cattle, and horses. The animals were buried as sacrifices to the dead. In one pit, there were found 38 horse skeletons, all wearing bridles, beautifully studded with a great many decorated buttons. These are still in place, tracing the lines of the strap composing the bridle. Creel, The Birth of China, page 150. There are clear evidences that many of the human bodies were buried as sacrifices to the dead. More than 1,000 headless skeletons were found in the tombs excavated in 1934 and 1935. The skeletons are buried in pits, which contain 10 individuals. The bodies are buried in rectangular pits. The skulls are buried separately, in square pits nearby. 10 skulls are buried in a pit, standing vertically in regular rows, all looking toward the north. The objects found with the skeletons include such things as small bronze knives and axe heads, and grinding stones, always 10 to a pit, apparently 1 for each man. Creel, pages 212-3. Such are the documentary and material evidences which archaeology has unearthed for our understanding of the religion of ancestor worship in the earliest historical period of Sinitism. For the first time, we are made to realize the extraordinary and extravagant nature of this religion of ancestor worship as represented in its royal and official form of the Shang period. Traditional history had told of the Shang people as worshippers of the spirits of the dead ancestors. But not until recent years did we realize the almost unbelievable frequency of the regular sacrifices and the extravagance in the vast quantity of costly treasures buried with the dead, and particularly in the astoundingly large number of victims of human sacrifice. The frequency and regularity of the cycles of ancestral sacrifices undoubtedly implies a belief that the dead ancestors have feelings, desires, and wants similar to those of the living, and that those feelings, desires, and wants have to be appeased by regular offerings and sacrifices. The burial with the dead of large numbers of utensils and weapons, animals, and human slaves and guards points to the same conclusion. Ancient Chinese documents make a distinction between 2 types of human sacrifices found in Sinitic times. One type is called using human victims at the altar of sacrifice. In this kind of human sacrifice, apparently only captives of war were used. The other type had a special term some which may be translated as followers of the dead, or human beings killed and buried with the dead. Some was defined by Chung Suan, d. 200 AD, as killing men as guards for the dead. The idea was that the dead wants his own bodyguards for his protection, and his favorite wives and playboys to keep him company. Human beings thus killed and buried with the dead were those whom the dead had either explicitly designated to follow him or would have liked to have with him. Judging from later historical cases of Sun, it seems most probable that this custom of killing and burying human beings with a dead ancestor originated as a kind of love offering, wherein the dying man explicitly selected his own favorite companions in death, but it was extended into a ritual wherein large numbers of armed soldiers were killed and buried as guards of the dead. The human bodies found buried with the great dead of the Shang period were undoubtedly intended as armed guards for the king. There were most probably favorite women selected to die with the king, but their bodies are no longer identifiable. Among the bone inscriptions, there were references to the offering of human captives at the ancestral sacrifices. The systematic manner in burying these human victims according to a regular plan and numerical order suggests an established and accepted ritualism, which had so long dulled the natural feeling of man as to make such acts of extreme cruelty matters of routine performance. When the royal court and government were busily engaged in daily performances of elaborate sacrifices to the ancestors, and the learned priesthood was burdened with the daily duty of sacrifices, divinations, and deciphering and recording of the divinations, under such circumstances, it was well-nigh impossible to expect any important intellectual and religious awakening essential to change and reform in the religious system. Such an awakening did not come until after a great war which overthrew the Shang dynasty and broke up the empire, and until after several centuries of racial and cultural conflict under the new conquerors. 3. The Shang dynasty and empire were conquered by the Zhou people, who first settled in the far west and gradually moved eastward until, after over a century of steady growth in military strength and political organization, they finally overwhelmed the armies and allies of the Shangs in the last decades of the 12th century BC. In a number of public proclamations of the founders of the Zhou dynasty, the conquerors listed charges against the Shang court and government. The main accusations against the court were indulgence in sensuous living, neglect of the welfare of the people, and, in particular, the prevalence of drunkenness. The fact that no accusation or condemnation was made of the amazing frequency, extravagance, and cruelty in the sacrifices shows that the new conquerors did not regard the Shang religion as anything unusually cruel or wrong. But the Zhou conquerors seem to have had a religion of their own which, while it included certain features of ancestral worship, did not emphasize those features, nor did it work out any elaborate rituals for the worship of ancestors. On the other hand, there were numerous evidences to show that this westerly people were worshippers of a supreme god whom they called Tyr Shang Ti, supreme god. The Anyang oracular inscriptions lead many scholars to conclude that the conception of Tyr, even of Shang Ti, was not unfamiliar to the Shang people. It seems fairly certain that the Shang people had a custom of paying special honor to a select few of their ancestors by deifying them, that is, by conferring on them the title of Ti, God. And it seems also quite probable that, in the course of time, there was evolved the Shang Ti, the supreme god or high god, who was no other than their first ancestor. It was a tribal god. From time to time, a great ancestor of unusual achievement in war and peace would be elevated to the rank of Ti, who would then be worshipped together with the supreme god as his companion. The sacrifice to God or to an ancestor god was also called Ti. Mr. Fu Sunyan, in his work on the ancient notions of Xing and Mang, lists 63 bone inscriptions in which the word Ti is used. Of these, 17 times it is used to denote the sacrifice to a deified ancestor, 6 times as a title of the ancestor god, and 26 times as God, without other qualifying words. In this last group of inscriptions, God is said to have caused to rain, caused not to rain, caused famine to befall us, etc. This implies undoubtedly a conception of a knowing and powerful God, a theistic conception which seems to have been dwarfed and stunted by the more prominent rituals of ancestor worship. The Chou people, in their long contact with the Shang culture, came to adopt the tribal god of the Shangs as their god and claimed him as their first ancestor. By being borrowed by another race or tribe, the Shangtai gradually lost his tribal attributes and in time became the universal God and supreme Lord. The religious hymns and political proclamations of the Chou people manifest a high degree of deep and genuine religious fervor. They seem to be convinced that God was displeased by the misrule and immorality of the Shang rulers, and that he had transferred his favor and mandate, Ming, to the Chou people. Their battle cry was, "God is watching over you. Waver not in your mind." Their eulogy for their great king was, "Oh, this great one Wang, with cautious reverence, he devoutly served God." The early Chou people seem to have developed a vague notion that the supreme God dwelt in heaven, where their few great kings would also go and be by the side of God. One of the hymns to King Wen says, "The great one Wang is on high, when Wang arose on high, and is by the side of God." And in another hymn, "Oh, the Chou house, it has had wise kings in every age. 3 kings are in heaven." These passages seem to indicate that the Chou people had a limited notion of heaven as the abode of the supreme God, and of very few great kings or ancestors who, by special merit or virtue, were allowed to be by the side of God. Such an exclusive heaven was not to be shared by the ordinary people, the vast majority of whom were the Shang people, ruled over by a new ruling class of feudal princes receiving their original fiefs from the Chou dynasty. This vast majority of the people continued to practice their religion of ancestor worship. But the great days of the extravagant royal religion of ancestor worship were gone forever. Gone were the great annual cycles of daily sacrifices. Gone also were the human sacrifices on the grandest scale. The learned class of royal priesthood, too, had degraded into a professional class of scribes and priests, who subsisted on performing and assisting in the funeral, burial and sacrificial rites in the families of the majority of the subject masses, and in those of the small minority of the ruling aristocratic classes. National disaster and personal poverty had inculcated into them the lesson of humility and meekness. So this priest-scribe class came to acquire the generic name of Jew, meaning the meek and humble. They continued to teach and perform the traditional rites of funeral, burial, mourning, and ancestor worship. During the long period of the Chou dynasty and the later independent and contending states, 1100 to 250 BC, the theistic religion of the ruling classes, and the more predominantly ancestor-worshipping religion of the masses seem to have influenced each other, and were gradually coming together in what may be properly called the Sinitic religion, in which a much simplified ancestor worship coexisted with such theistic features as a general recognition and worship of heaven or God above a host of other minor gods. One of the main points of difference was the extremely long period of mourning, 3 years for a dead parent, which was generally practiced by the Shang people, but was long resisted by the ruling classes of Chou origin. This was still true at the time of Mencius, who flourished in about 300 BC. It was not until after the 2nd century AD that the 3-year mourning period came to be required by law of all officials and candidates for the civil service. 4. What can we know of the earliest Chinese conception of human survival after death? We may begin our inquiry by glancing at the ancient ritual of recall of the departed spirit at the time of a man's death. This ritual is found in the oldest ritual books and seems to have been widely practiced in early Semitic times. It is called the View ritual. As soon as a man is found dead, a member of his family climbs upon the roof of the house with a set of clothes belonging to the dead. He faces the north, waves the dead man's clothes, and calls aloud, "Oh, thou so-and-so, come back!" When the call is repeated 3 times, he throws down the clothes from the housetop and descends himself. The clothes are picked up and spread over the dead man's body. After that, food is offered before him. Ili, Book 12, cf.lich, Book 2 and Book 9. This ancient ritual implies a notion that at a man's death, something goes out of his body and seems to have gone up in the air. Hence the recall is performed on housetops. The ritual of recall probably also suggests a primitive intention of reviving the dead by calling the fleeing something back to the dead body. The fact that food is offered after the recall ritual seems to suggest a belief that something gets called back, which, although it may not revive the dead, is supposed to abide in the house and receive the offerings and sacrifices. What is that something which goes out of the man at his death? It is the light, or soul, of the man. In the earliest literature, it was called pi, which etymologically means white, whiteness, and bright light. It is interesting to note that the same name, pi, was used in ancient bronze inscriptions and records to designate the growing light of the new moon. The periods of growing brightness after the new moon are called Thipe being born, and the last phases after the full moon are called Thipating. The primitive Chinese seem to have regarded the changing phases of the moon as periodic birth and death of its Thai, its white light, or soul. By analogy, the early Chinese regarded death as the passing out of the pi, the light, or soul of the man. This analogy may have its origin in the will-o'-the-wisp, which the Chinese today call ghost light. At an early stage, the pai was conceived as that which gave the man life, knowledge, and intelligence. At death, the soul, pai, departs from the body and becomes, or is regarded as, a kui, a spirit or ghost. But the soul's departure from the body may be gradual. With the decline of vitality and the faculties, the pai is passing out bit by bit, as it were. As late as the 7th and 6th centuries BC, learned men and statesmen sometimes spoke of a man showing signs of declining intelligence as heaven or God having taken away his pai. That is, he would die before long. Sochuan, years 594 and 544 BC. In a later age, however, the notion of pai was gradually replaced by a new conception of the soul as something without shape and color, but moving and active. It is something most like the breath from the mouth of a living being. This is called the hun. Gradually the old word pai came to mean not the life-giving and light-giving soul, but the body and bodily strength. The word duni is etymologically the same as the word yun, meaning clouds. The clouds float about and seem more free and more active than the cold, white-lighted portion of the growing and waning moon. The idea of a Hun may have been a contribution from the southern peoples among whom the ritual Afu, recall of the dead, was Kalitkeo Hun, the recall of the human soul. In an age when the philosophers were taking up the important conception of the yin and yang, the female and male principles, as the passive and active principles or forces in the universe, it was not unnatural that attempts should be made to reconcile the different tribal beliefs, and that the human soul should come to be regarded as consisting in a residual and passive and a more active and cloud-like Hun. After the 6th century BC, it became customary to speak of the human soul as the Huner Ashen Pai. In discussing a widespread popular agitation about the appearance of the ghost of a one-time powerful politician who had been murdered 8 years before, Tzu Chan, died 522 BC, a famous statesman who was regarded as one of the wisest men of the age, said that it was possible that a strong personality dying an unnatural death might become a ghost with power to harm people. His explanation is as follows. A man's life begins with the formation of the Pai. The active part of the Pai is called the Hun. When properly nourished, the Pan Hun grows strong. Therefore there is vitality, intelligence, and even insight. When a common man or a common woman dies naturally, his or her soul, Hun Pai, by attaching itself onto some living being, such as a medium or a witch, may be able to terrify and harm people. Even so with Liang Xiao, the murdered politician whose apparition had been the talk of the city, whose family has held political power for 3 generations, and who certainly has been plentifully and richly nourished. And he died a forced death. Is it, then, not unexpected that he should become a terrifying ghost? So Chuan, 535 BC. A story is told of another wise man of the age, Chi Cha, of the southern state of Wu, who lost his son while traveling in the north, probably in 515 BC, on a diplomatic mission. Attracted by the great reputation of the father as a master of the philosophy underlying the rituals, Confucius was a witness at the burial ceremony. After the tomb had been closed, the father, partially baring his left shoulder and arm, walked around the grave 3 times, speaking with crying voice these words, "Destined it is that the bones and the flesh should return to the earth. But the breath of the Han soul goes everywhere, goes everywhere." After that, Chi Cha went on his journey. These 2 often quoted stories probably indicate some of the intellectual attempts in working out some general conception of human survival on the basis of incoherent and often inconsistent popular beliefs. This general theory is conveniently summed up in such classical quotations as the following. The bottle of pay goes downward. The breath of the intellect remains on high. Li Qi, Book 9. The soul breath returns to the skies. The bottle of pay returns to the earth. Li Qi, Book 11. It will be seen that these formulations agree in general with the alleged saying of Chi Cha at his son's burial that the bones and the flesh should return to the earth, but the breath of the soul goes everywhere. The philosophers of the orthodox schools did not go beyond this and speculate about what becomes of the soul breath after leaving the body and rising up and floating in the air. They tried to evade the issue by saying that they did not know. Some, as will be seen later, actually denied the existence of ghosts and gods. But the vast majority of the people are not troubled by such scruples. They accept the soul, Hun, as a fact and as a real entity. They are sure that the soul can move about either in the earth or in our own midst, invisible ordinarily, but visible if necessary. They are sure that it is the soul which makes the ghost or spirit, that, while the natural abode of the soul is in the grave, in the earth, the yellow springs, he may, and likes to, visit his family at home, that the ghost can and does eat and drink the sacrificial offerings. They are equally sure that if no food is offered, the ghost will hunger and may starve. For there was an old belief that a ghost does not enjoy the sacrifices offered by people who are not his own descendants. This belief underlies the old religion of ancestor worship, which makes it a great sin for a man not to have posterity. There was also a related belief that if a ghost has nowhere to go and enjoy proper sacrifices, then he will do things to terrorize and injure people. This belief justifies the institution of appointing and adopting an heir for a man who dies without a son. But Chinese ancestor worship, even in the earliest historical times, set a limit to the number of ancestors to be worshipped. For the ordinary man without official rank, sacrifices are offered only to the dead parents and grandparents. Even in the great families, sacrifices are limited to 3 or 4 generations. The remote ancestors are promoted by every new generation to the unsacrificed class. A system of regular promotion of remote ancestors to the unsacrificed class is worked out in detail by Confucianist scholars and is applied to the ancestors of the royal and imperial families. What becomes of the ghosts of the promoted ancestors? Will they not starve? The answer has been that the souls gradually shrink smaller and finally disintegrate entirely. There is a popular belief that new ghosts are bigger than old ones. On some such grounds, the old dictionaries define death as destruction by disintegration. This definition sums up both the common sense of the Chinese common man and the skepticism and rationalism of the intelligentsia. The Sinitic religion of the early Chinese people, in short, has some notion of human survival after death. But the human soul, which gives life and knowledge to the living body, survives as a spirit or ghost only for a time, varying apparently in length according to its own strength, but gradually fades out and ultimately disintegrates entirely. It is not immortal. Now, even so moderate a conception of human survival was viewed with some suspicion and alarm by the philosophers. Even the orthodox philosophers, who came from the priestly class of the Jew, and who were trained as masters of the rites and rituals of funeral, burial, and ancestor worship, even they were worried by the expensiveness of the sacrifices and the objects buried with the dead, and by the lingering primitive practice of human sacrifices in certain influential quarters. The Tso Chuan, a chronological compilation of historical narratives covering the years 722 to 468 BC, records 6 cases, 621, 594, 589, 581, 529, and 508 BC, Asen, that is, killing human beings to be buried with the dead, of which only one instance, that of 594 BCE, was a conscious disobedience of the expressed wish of a dying father to have his favorite concubine buried with him. The other 5 cases involved many human lives sacrificed in royal burials. 2 of these instances, 529 and 508 BC, took place during the lifetime of Confucius, 551 to 479 BC. In 529 BC, When the king of Chu died in exile in the midst of a civil war, his host killed 2 of his own daughters, and buried them with his king as his majesty's companions in death. The Book of Tan Kung, which forms Book 2 of the Li Qi and which consists of a large number of narratives relating to Confucius, his followers of the first and second generation, and their contemporaries, records, apparently with approval, 2 instances of deliberate refusal to kill and bury human beings with the dead. Both of these cases seem to belong to the time shortly after the death of Confucius. The Tso also records 7 cases, 641, 627, 588, 537, 532, 531 and 503 BC, of another type of human sacrifice, that of sacrificing war captives at an altar of worship. In 3 of these, all instances of a strange custom of killing a war captive, and using his blood to smear the war drum, the victims were spared. In the case of 503 BC, the prince of a defeated tribe of barbarian origin was captured in war, and was offered alive at the altar as a sacrifice, but his life was spared after the ceremony. This case happened in Confucius' home state of Lu, when he was nearly 50 years old. While these recorded cases are confined to state action and to practices in royal and noble families, they indicate beyond any doubt the persistence and the widespread of human sacrifice to a dead ancestor or to a god. The general development of civilization had already reached a very high level of humanitarianism and rationalism, so that most of these inhuman practices were recorded with the severe disapproval of the historian. Nevertheless, these things were done by respectable people in supposedly civilized states. No wonder, therefore, that the thinkers of the age should feel disturbed by the religious ideas which lay beneath those inhuman practices. The philosophers of the school of Confucius seem to have come to the conclusion that the basic idea underlying the human sacrifices and the burial of expensive objects with the dead was the belief that a man retains his knowledge and feelings after death. One of Confucius' disciples said, "The Xia people used crude token utensils in burying their dead, because they wanted to tell the people that the dead have no knowledge. The Shang people used real utensils for sacrifice and burial, because they wanted to tell the people that the dead have knowledge. We in the Chou time are burying both real and token utensils with the dead, because we want to tell the people that we are in doubt whether or not the dead have knowledge." Li Qi, Book 2. This statement frankly points out the historic connection between the burial of real objects and utensils with the dead and the belief in the survival of human knowledge after death. Confucius himself took the same view. He said, "Those who make the token utensils, Ming Qi, for burial have really understood the principle of the rites of mourning the dead. What a great pity that the dead should be expected to use the real objects intended for the living. Would that not be tantamount to killing human beings to be buried with the dead? Clay carriages and straw effigies have been used ever since ancient times. That is the proper way of making token utensils for burial. It is inhuman even to make burial puppets which are lifelike, for would that not be too close to using real human beings to accompany the dead?" Li Qi, Book 2, Cf. Mencius, BK. ICH 4. It is quite clear that Confucius and some of his disciples openly oppose the use of real utensils for burial, which would imply the belief in the survival of human intelligence after death. But do they then openly accept and teach the notion that the dead have no knowledge? Confucius and his school preferred to take the agnostic position and leave the question in doubt. Confucius said, "It is not human to say that the dead are really dead. Therefore, we should not say that. It is not intelligent to say that the dead are not dead, but alive. Therefore, we should not say that." Li Qi, Book 2. The proper attitude, then, is that we do not know. This agnosticism is more explicitly taught in the Analects. When a disciple asked how to serve the ghosts and the gods, Confucius said, "We have not yet learned to serve man. How can we serve the ghosts?" The same disciple then asked, "What is death?" The master said, "We do not know life. How do we know death?" And on one occasion, Confucius spoke thus to this disciple, Shall I teach you what knowledge is? To say that you know when you do know, and that you do not know when you do not know, that is knowledge." It was only one step for some of his followers to go from this agnostic position to that of a frank denial of the survival of human intelligence after death, and therefore a denial of the existence and reality of all ghosts, spirits, and gods. And in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, the Confucianist school was accused by their opponents of the Mo religion as actually denying the existence of gods and ghosts. The Mo religion was founded by Mot, the greatest religious leader of the 5th century BC, who made a great stir by his earnest efforts to defend and reform the theistic religion of the people. He believed in a personal God whose will is that man should love all men without distinction. He firmly believed in the existence and reality of gods and ghosts. In the works attributed to Mot, there is one lengthy essay, To Prove the Existence of Ghosts, Book 31. In this essay, Mot tried to prove the existence of ghosts by 3 groups of arguments: that so many people have actually seen or heard the ghosts, that the existence of ghosts is either explicitly recorded or implied in many ancient books, and that recognition of the existence of ghosts is useful to the moral conduct of the people and the welfare of the state. Mot revived and founded a religion of great force. He was one of the greatest and most lovable characters in Chinese history. But he did not prove the existence of ghosts. In later ages, Orthodox Chinese thinkers either simply accepted the traditional worship and sacrifices without serious questioning, or took refuge in the agnostic position of Confucius and professed that they did not know whether the dead had knowledge or not. To make the Confucian position more explicit, later Confucianists invented the following apocryphal story, which first appeared in the 1st century BC and became more popular in a revised version of the 3rd century AD. This is the story. A disciple asked whether the dead had knowledge or not. Confucius said, "Were I to say that the dead had knowledge, I would be afraid that pious sons and grandsons might go so far as to injure life in order to accompany the dead. But were I to say that the dead had no knowledge at all, I would be afraid that undutiful sons might abandon their dead parents without a burial. So you are not in any urgency to know whether the dead have knowledge or not. Some day you will understand." Lu Xiang Shuayuan, Book 18, and Kung Tzu Chiayu, Book 2. But some Chinese thinkers frankly took an atheistic position. Wang Xiecheng, 27 c. 100 AD, one of China's greatest philosophers, wrote several essays, Luanheng, BKS, 61, 63, 65, to prove that a dead man does not become a ghost, has no knowledge, and cannot harm people. He frankly holds that When the blood in a man's veins ceases to flow, his breath and spirit are disintegrated, and the body decomposes into dust and earth. There is no ghost. One of his most famous reasonings to prove that there are no ghosts is this: if it be true that the ghost consists of the dead man's soul, then all ghosts seen by men should be seen in naked form, and certainly should not wear clothes. For surely clothes and girdles have no souls to survive decomposition. How can ghosts be seen with clothes on? As far as I am aware, this argument has never been successfully refuted. 6. Even as Wang Xiecheng worked on his great essays of criticism, Luanheng, the great religion of Buddhism, was invading China, and was already making converts both among the masses and in influential circles. In a brief period of 2 or 3 centuries, China was conquered by this Indian religion, and Chinese thought and belief, religion and art, and indeed life in every direction, became gradually Indianized. This process of Indianization went on for nearly 2,000 years. Strictly speaking, original Buddhism was an atheistic philosophy in that it taught that all things, including the self, are accidental combinations of the elements, and will eventually disintegrate and return to the elements. Nothing is permanent, nothing has continuity and stability. There exists no self, no ego, no soul. But the Chinese people were not interested in metaphysical speculations of this kind. To the popular mind, Buddhism was the great religion which first taught China many, many heavens and many, many hells, and which first taught China the wonderful idea of transmigration of souls, and the equally wonderful idea of absolute retribution of good and evil throughout past, present, and future existences. These wonderful ideas were eagerly taken in by the millions of men and women in China, because these were the very ideas which the old Sinitic religion lacked. In the course of time, all these ideas became part and parcel of Chinese religious thinking and believing. They became part and parcel of the revived Sinitic religion now flourishing under the name of Taoism. The heavens were now given Chinese names, and the hells were presided over by Chinese kings and judges. The bliss of the heavens, the horror of the hells, the pilgrim's progress through the heavens, the evildoer's sufferings through the hells, all these ideas were not only sung in songs and recited in imaginative tales, but also everywhere vividly pictured in huge mural paintings in the temples and monasteries for the daily edification and terrorizing of the people. In this manner, the old Sinitic religion came to be enriched, renovated, and reinforced. In this manner, Siniticism was Indianized. In the same manner, the old conception of the soul and its survival came to be completely made anew. The soul still goes by the Neihan, but it is now conceived as capable of everlastingly going through all stages of transmigration, for better and for worse, all in accordance with the absolute causal chain of moral retribution. It is the hunt that goes to the Tushita heaven, or the wondrously blissful paradise presided over by the Amitabha of boundless longevity and boundless illumination. And it is Theanoth the evildoer which suffers all forms of torture in the hells, being burned in boiling oil, being slowly chiseled, being pounded and ground, being quartered and requartered. This Buddhist conquest of medieval China was so overwhelming that many Chinese intellectuals were swept off their feet. They, too, were dazzled by the grandiose imagery and obscurantist metaphysics of the new religion, and were captivated by it. But in the course of time, Chinese humanism, naturalism, and skepticism gradually came back. About the year 510 AD, At the height of Buddhist conquest, a classical scholar, Fan Chen, started the attack on the new religion by frankly denying the existence of the soul. He published an essay on the destructibility of the soul. He said, "The body and the soul are one and the same thing. The soul lasts only as the body lasts. The soul is destroyed when the body is destroyed." His most famous argument is the following paragraph. "The body is the material basis of the soul. The soul is only the functioning of the body. The soul is to the body what sharpness is to a sharp knife. We have never known the existence of sharpness after the knife is destroyed. How can we admit the survival of the soul when the body is gone?" Fan Chen's essay consists of 31 questions and answers. It ends by pointing out that his thesis of the destructibility of the soul was intended to liberate the Chinese nation from the pitiful domination of the untruthful and selfish religion of Buddhism. The publication of the essay greatly displeased the Emperor Wuti of Liang, 502 to 549 AD, who was a devout Buddhist. Both the monks and the lay Buddhists were excited. The emperor issued a decree refuting Fan's thesis by reminding him that all three great religions, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, agree in upholding the indestructibility of the soul, and that the ignorant and narrow-minded author should know at least what the Confucianist classics had to say on the subject. The imperial refutation was enthusiastically copied by a great Buddhist abbot and sent to 62 princes, ministers of the government, and recognized scholars of the age for comment. All 62 notables sent replies heartily endorsing the emperor's refutation. But the historians tell us that, although the whole court and country were in uproar against Fan Chen, no one succeeded in refuting his arguments. Fan's thesis that the soul is only the functioning of the body and cannot survive the destruction of the body has had great influence in Chinese thought of later ages. The philosopher-historian Sima Qiang, 1019 to 1086, for example, took a similar line of reasoning in his attacks on the popular beliefs in heaven and hell. He said, "When the body is decomposed and the spirit disintegrated, what is left there to undergo the chiseling, burning, pounding, and grinding, even if there be such cruel tortures in the hells?" This is almost a paraphrasing of Fan Chen. 7. The net outcome of our inquiry is therefore twofold: that the popular religion of indigenous China, even after some apparent intellectual efforts in systematizing and rationalizing, contains a rather naive and simple conception of the human soul and its survival after death, and it was this Sinitic notion of the soul which was reinforced and renovated by the new ideas of the Indian religion of Buddhism, and that the important intellectual leaders of China seemed to take no positive interest in the problem, and that, whenever they took any interest in it at all, their speculations usually resulted either in agnosticism or in open denial of the soul and its survival. This leads us to raise two questions. Why were the Chinese thinkers not interested in the problem of the soul and its immortality? Was there in the religious or moral life of the scholarly class anything which may be regarded as having taken the place of the concept of human immortality? The answer to the first question is that the Chinese intellectual and philosophical tradition has been so predominantly humanistic and rationalistic that the problems of life after death and the gods and spirits simply do not seriously enter the mind of the philosophers. Confucius has set the pattern when he says, "We have not learned to serve man. How can we serve the gods and ghosts? And we do not know life. How can we know death?" On another occasion, Confucius says, "A gentleman has no fears nor worries. He searches within himself and is not ashamed. Why should he worry? And what does he fear?" A moral life in this world of man is sufficiently an end in itself. There is no need to worry about the hereafter, or to fear the gods and the ghosts. Sang Tzu, one of the great disciples of Confucius, leaves to us this pattern. "The scholar must needs be stout-hearted and perseverant. His burden is heavy, and his journey long. Humanity is the burden he imposes on himself. Is that not a heavy burden? Death alone ends his toils. Is that not a long journey?" A Chinese gentleman, if he is not too much under the influence of Indianized thought and belief, feels no pain nor regret at the thought that death ends his toils. Now to the other question. Is there any Chinese concept or belief which, for the educated Chinese, may take the place of the idea of human immortality in other religions? Yes, there is. The Sichuan records that in the year 549 BC, that is, when Confucius was only a little child of 2 years, a wise man of estate, Shusunpao, made the remarkable statement that there are 3 kinds of immortality. The highest is the immortality of virtue or character. The next is the immortality of achievement. The next is the immortality of the spoken or written word. These, says Shusunpao, do not perish with the length of time. That is what is called immortality after death. And he gave an example. In my country, there was a minister by the name of Sangsun Chien, who is long dead, but whose wise words stand to this day. This statement has been one of the best-known classical quotations for 25 centuries, and has had tremendous influence throughout the ages. It is generally known as the 3 immortalities, which I have elsewhere translated as the immortality of the 3 W's, that is, the immortality of worth, work, and words. It is impossible to estimate the extent and depth of the influence and effect of this doctrine. It is in itself the best proof of the truth of the immortality of words. In 1508, Wang Shoujin died in 1528. The great philosopher was asked by a student about the truth of the possibility of prolongation of the physical life through alchemical methods. In his reply he said, "We of the school of Confucius, too, have our view of immortality." Yin Hui, the favorite disciple of Confucius, for example, died at the age of 32. But he is still living today. Can you believe it? As I am writing, my memory carries me back nearly 50 years, back to my first village school in the mountains of southern Anhui. Every day, from my high seat, I could see on the north wall a long scroll on which was writ large a copy of part of a famous letter by Yin Ching, statesman and great calligrapher of the 8th century. As I began to learn to read the cursive writings, I recognized that the letter opened with a quotation about the 3 immortalities of worth, work, and words. 50 years have passed, but the vivid impression of my first discovery of those immortal words on the immortalities has always remained with me. This ancient doctrine of the 3 immortalities has satisfied many a Chinese scholar in the last 25 centuries. It has taken the place of the idea of human survival after death. It has given the Chinese gentleman a sense of assurance that, although death doth end his toil, the effect of his individual worth, his work, and his thoughts and words will long remain after he is gone. And it is not necessary to think that only great worth, great work, and great words can be immortal. It is quite possible and logical for us moderns to reinterpret this ancient conception and democratize or socialize it, so that worth may mean all that we are, work may mean all that we do, and words may mean all that we think and say. This doctrine may acquire a modern and scientific meaning that, in this world, every individual, however humble and lowly and insignificant, leaves something behind him, for good or for evil, for better or for worse. For it is not the good only that survives, it has been well said, the evil that men do lives after them. This recognition that evil as well as good, folly as well as wisdom, may live on in its effect on others, should give us a graver sense of moral responsibility toward our own action and thought and expression. Everything that we are, everything that we do, and everything that we say is immortal in the sense that it has its effect somewhere in this world, and that effect in turn will have its effect somewhere else, and the thing goes on in infinite time and space. We do not see all, but everything is there, reaching into the infinite. In short, the individual may die, just as a cat and a dog may die, but he lives on in a greater self which may be called society or humanity, and which is immortal. This greater self lives on as the everlasting monumental testimony of the triumphs and failures of the numberless individual selves. Humanity is what it is by the wisdom and folly of our fathers, but we shall be judged by what humanity will be when we shall have played our part. Chinese Thought. Harley F. McNair edition, China. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1946. Chapter 13, pages 221 to 230. The history of Chinese thought can be divided into three periods of about 1,000 years each. The ancient period covers the major part of the first millennium BC. The medieval period covers the first millennium of the Christian era, during which Taoism and Buddhism flourished in China. The modern period of intellectual and philosophical renaissance begins in the 10th century, with extensive printing of books, and continues with the rise of secular Chinese philosophy in the 11th and 12th centuries. The ancient period includes the classical age, the indigenous, original, and creative age of intellectual and philosophical activity. It is the period of Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, Lao Tzu, and Mot, or Mo Tzu, of Mencius, Chuang Tzu, and Han Fei, d.ca 233 BC. See chaps. 15, 17, below. Philosophers of the classical age are better known to the Western world than those of later periods. The classical age not only set the pattern of Chinese thought of all subsequent ages, but also furnished the inspiration and intellectual tools with which Chinese thinkers of the medieval and modern periods labored for their philosophical and cultural renaissance. The intellectual heritage of the classical period is threefold. First is its humanism, with special emphasis on man, his life, duties, and relations in this world. Second is its rationalism, or intellectualism. Since rationalism has something of a theological connotation in the Western world, the term intellectualism may be preferable to indicate its special emphasis on knowledge and education. Third is its spirit of freedom and democracy, which champions the supreme importance of the people and advocates the social and political responsibility of the intelligentsia. The classical age was humanistic in that it consistently and distinctly concerned itself with human life, human conduct, and human society. It scrupulously avoided supernatural and otherworldly problems. When Confucius was asked how to serve the gods and the spirits, he replied, "We have not yet learned to serve men. How can we serve the gods and the spirits?" Asked, "What is death?" he answered, "We have not yet learned to know life. How can we know death?" Preoccupation with man and his life in this world is a characteristic which differentiates Chinese thought, at least ancient thought, from that of India, Persia, and Israel. A useful sourcebook on Indian and Chinese thought has been compiled by Dr. Lin Yutong, bearing the title The Wisdom of India and China. It is instructive to compare the section on India with that on China. The former discusses the gods, future life, and the religious life. The latter discusses, in the main, human nature and human problems, man's relation to the family, the state, and the world, education, government, and law. This fundamental difference runs through the history of the intellectual life of the peoples of India and China. Ancient China, which produced a great civilization with highly developed theories of human nature, moral conduct, and political organization, seems to have taken little interest in problems of religion. It was almost primitive in its religious and theological thinking, and spent little time in speculation about life after death. It is the predominant interest in man and his problems that constitutes the first heritage bequeathed by the classical age to China. The classical age is noted for its strictly intellectualistic approach to the problems of thought. The Chinese are the least mystic of peoples, but among them were thinkers who tended toward mysticism. Lao Tzu, for example, declares that without going outdoors one can know the world, and that without peeping out the window one can know the ways of heaven. He goes on to say that the farther one goes the less one knows, which would appear to constitute a mystical approach. But on the whole, the classical tradition of China places most emphasis on knowledge, on empirical and exact knowledge, on learning and thinking. Confucius laid down the dictum, "Learning without thinking is confusing, but thinking without learning is perilous." This observation is representative of the intellectual tradition of the classical period. One of the later Confucianists expressed the intellectualistic attitude in a fivefold formula: study widely, inquire minutely, think carefully, analyze clearly, and then practice earnestly. It was the intellectualistic approach that led most Chinese scholars to stress the importance of education, of learning, and of thinking. The most influential leader in China's national life during the last 25 centuries, the idol of countless millions of Chinese youth, was not a military hero or a messiah, but a schoolmaster, Confucius. He described himself merely as one who never grew tired of learning, and never grew weary of instructing others. Never to grow tired of learning or of instructing others, that is indeed the ideal of a schoolmaster. Confucius sums up the intellectualistic attitude, the most valuable and characteristic gift inherited by China from the ancient period. The classical age was one of mental freedom and independence, an age of democratic ideas. It bequeathed to later ages a spirit of freedom of thought and speech, of independence of character, and of the worth and dignity of personality. It was primarily an age of independent and warring nations. Because of the juxtaposition and coexistence of so many states, a thinker persecuted in one state could usually find political asylum and welcome in another. It was also an age in which the scholarly class was making its influence felt on the internal and external policies of the states. Because of these two factors, thought and speech were relatively free, and the thinkers of the age were fully conscious of their moral responsibilities. One of the great disciples of Confucius said, "The scholar must needs be stout-hearted and courageous, for his burden is heavy and his journey is long." Humanity is the burden he imposes upon his own shoulders. Is that not a heavy burden? And only death ends his toils. Is that not a long journey? This sense of the grave responsibility of the individual, especially of the educated individual, was shared by most of the social and political thinkers of the classical age. Mencius, whose moral and intellectual influence was second only to that of Confucius, often spoke of the individual shouldering the heavy burden of the world. The sense of social responsibility of the intelligentsia is a peculiarly Chinese tradition. Every Chinese schoolboy remembers the saying of Ku Yanwu, a 17th-century patriot. The humble individual, however humble, has a share in the responsibility for the prosperity or the downfall of the empire. He may not realize, however, that this remark goes back to Mencius and to the school of Confucius. The feeling of responsibility gives to the educated individual a sense of dignity and a spirit of independence. Mencius said, "Who is the great man? The great man is he who cannot be tempted by wealth and honor, who cannot be budged by poverty and lowliness, and who cannot be bent by authority and power. That is the great man." From the sense of moral responsibility for the well-being or the misfortune of the nation has emerged the classical tradition of the individual's duty to be outspoken and to fight unrighteousness, misrule, and corruption. It has become a tradition for scholars to fight against tyrannical monarchs and corrupt officials in the interests of the state and the people. From this stems China's fight for freedom and democracy through the ages. The democratic tradition has developed primarily from Confucianism, one of the most orthodox schools of thought of the classical age. In the Zi Qing, Book of Filial Piety, a tiny classic of doubtful authorship, which for more than 2,000 years was read by every schoolboy as his primer, Confucius is made to say, "In the face of unrighteousness, it is the duty of the son to fight it out before his father, and it is the duty of a minister to fight it out before his sovereign. Therefore, I say, in the face of unrighteousness, fight it out." And in the Mang works of Mencius, which was used as a second reader, Mencius taught, "When a ruler treats his subjects like grass and dirt, then it is the right of his subjects to treat him as a bandit and an enemy." See Chapter 1 above. Any ruler violating the principles of benevolence and righteousness is no longer a ruler, but a robber, and a murderer whom the people have a duty to overthrow and kill. These dangerous and revolutionary doctrines are contained in the classical works which have been the required reading of every Chinese student through more than 2,000 years, and which have been used throughout the last 10 centuries in the competitive civil service examinations for selection of government officials. Such is the heritage of freedom and independence, social responsibility, and democratic control which has come down through the ages. The threefold heritage of the classical age has been the bedrock of China's intellectual life. It has given the Chinese the criteria with which to evaluate important ideas and institutions, and the antitoxin to neutralize the poisonous effects of certain of these. It has served also as the soil to which many kinds of foreign thoughts and institutions have been transplanted and have grown to flowering and fruition. The classical age ended about 200 BC, when the country became a united empire. In such an empire, it was no longer possible for a thinker persecuted in one part of the country to find asylum in another, nor was it possible for a book banned in one province to be published in another. There was, in consequence, less intellectual freedom and independence. But it is the glory of the Chinese that, in spite of the unified empire, and in spite of several thousand years of monarchical rule, there has been maintained a tradition of comparative freedom of thought and scholarship that often came into conflict with the established ideas and practices of the great religions of the Middle Ages. The medieval period lasted approximately from 200 BC to AD 1000. Chinese thought, in this period, had to cope with two gigantic problems. The first was to build up not a military, but a civilian government of continuity and stability which should soften the harshness of absolute rule in a unified empire. The second was to rescue China from the fanaticism brought about by mass conversion to the Indian religion of Buddhism and by the rise of its native, imitative counterpart in Taoism. See chaps. 17-18, below. Secular life and civil institutions had to be carried on, in the midst of wholesale conversion to otherworldly religions, and the torch of intellectualism had to be kept alight in the midst of a population going mad under the strange attraction of such religions. It was no easy task to maintain the tradition and authority of civilian government in empires and dynasties often founded or controlled by warriors, or by men and women who arose from the lowest strata of society. The intelligentsia, however, steadily accomplished the task by following the classical tradition. For instrumentalities were responsible for the continuity and stability of civilian government in the medieval period. First was the founding of a civil service examination system for the selection of government officials. Begun in the year 125 BC, the examination system became, through the centuries, one of the most important weapons in the struggle of the people for equality of political rights. Confucius had laid down a democratic educational philosophy in 4 words. With education, there is no class. This germinal idea was worked out in the civil service examination system, which was competitive, objective, and open to practically everyone of ability. It broke down class distinctions, feudalism, and artificial barriers of race, tribe, religion, and color. Prior to its abolition in 1905, it was China's most effective tool in the fight for political equality. Second was the founding of a national university in 125 BC, opening with only 50 students. It had 10,000 by AD 4, and in the 2nd century as many as 30,000 students. With the rise of a national university, numerous private schools were established, some of which had thousands of students. The spread of learning was necessary to supply educated personnel for the civil service. Third was the development of a codified law, which came to be one of the greatest systems in the world. There exist today 5 completely preserved codes of the last 5 great dynasties between AD 600 and 1900. There are, also, fragments of 9 codes antedating the year 600. This body of codified law is one of the most important tools in the development and maintenance of civilian government. Fourth was the establishment of a canon of Confucianism, not only of standard texts for use in the schools, but, more particularly, of sacred scriptures. The Confucian canon gradually acquired authority equivalent to that of basic law in limiting monarchical power and protecting the people against the encroachments of rulers and administrators. An important illustration is the Mang, which contained many democratic and even revolutionary doctrines. This was one of the works used in the examinations for selection of public officials. In 1372, Chu Yuancheng, founder of the Ming Dynasty, who apparently had not read Mencius' book in his boyhood, discovered that it contained dangerous ideas. So he ousted Mencius from the temple of Confucius and later, 1394, ordered a third of the book expurgated. But the desired results were not achieved. The Mengzi continued to be read in its entirety, and to be cherished by the nation. The authority of Mencius was greater than that of the Hongwu Emperor, 1368 to 1399. The second great problem of the medieval period was how to rescue China from religious fanaticism. Buddhism was introduced perhaps in the 1st century BC, or earlier. By the 3rd century of the Christian era, it had become popular and powerful. China had become Buddhized and Indianized to a considerable degree. Mass conversions took place, for the native religion was too simple to satisfy the yearnings of many. No heaven, no hell, no future life. Chinese classical thought was too simple. Indian Buddhism offered China not one heaven, but 32 heavens, not one hell, but 16 or 18 hells. In place of the old idea of retribution of good and evil, India gave China the doctrine of karma, the iron law of causation, which teaches that moral retribution runs through all existences, past, present, and future. It was a situation which a Chinese proverb describes as a little witch conquered by a great witch. A simple religion was conquered by a great religion. For a time it seemed that Chinese rationality and humanism might be submerged by Indian thought and belief. Hundreds of thousands of men and women withdrew from their families to enter the monastic life. Fanaticism swept the country. A zealous monk would burn a finger, an arm, or even his whole body as a supreme sacrifice to a Buddhist deity. Thousands of the pious, sometimes including members of the imperial court, flocked on occasion to a mountainside to witness and wail at the self-destruction of a great monk by slow burning. Otherworldliness and inhuman fanaticism finally shocked the people back to their senses, to reason and humanity. Behind governmental persecutions of Buddhism was always the protest of Chinese civilization against the barbarization of the country. The imperial edict of the Great Persecution of 845, for example, said, "The government cannot abandon the human beings of the Middle Kingdom to the following of the life-denying, wusheng, religion of a foreign country." Humanism revolted against the Indianization of Chinese thought and civilization. The greatest representative and most articulate leader of the revolt against Buddhism was Han Yu, 768 to 824, who pointed out that the ideal of Chinese thought was that moral and intellectual cultivation of the individual must have a social objective, and that this objective was the ordering of the family, society, the state, and the world. Individual cultivation which aims at personal salvation by denying life and fleeing the world is antisocial and un-Chinese. Han Yu's famous battle cry for this revolt was, "Man their men!" That is, restore the monks and nuns to their humane life. Han Yu's severe criticism of Buddhism, especially his attack on the imperial court's patronage of the Buddhist religion, brought about his exile in 819. However, 20 years after his death his ideas were carried out by the great persecution of Buddhism. But persecution has never succeeded in uprooting a religion which has taken a strong hold on the intelligentsia as well as on the vast majority of the people. It was the 1,000 years of preservation and slow spread of classical education, which finally achieved the task, a few centuries after Han Yue's death. Paper had been invented AD 105. A living secular literature of prose and poetry arose in the medieval period. Printing with wood blocks came into vogue about AD 800. Book printing on a large scale took place in the 10th century. Confucian classics, with standard commentaries, were printed under government patronage. Schools were established in increasing number in the 10th and 11th centuries. Printing from movable types was invented in the middle of the 11th century. A Chinese Renaissance was taking place. The Middle Age was passing away. In the 11th century, there were two outstanding movements toward political, economic, and educational reform. The first, in the middle of the century, was led by a great Confucian scholar, Fan Chengyan, 989-1052, who is remembered for his saying, "A scholar ought to worry over the problems of the time before anyone else begins to worry about them, and ought to enjoy life only after everybody else has enjoyed life." In this dictum is seen arising a new spirit which harks back to the classical tradition of the Chinese scholar taking upon himself the burden of humanity. How totally different from the otherworldliness of the medieval period. The second reform movement was led by another great statesman, Wang and Shi, 1021 to 1086, who brought about numerous economic, educational, and political reforms. The cry of the age was, "Revive the social, political, and educational ideas and institutions of the classical age, and make them sufficiently attractive to the youth and the best minds of the nation." Then, but not until then, the otherworldly, antisocial, and un-Chinese religions of the Middle Age will surely die a natural death. Revival of a secular and indigenous philosophical movement opened the third, or modern, period of Chinese thought. It was the age of Chinese philosophical renaissance. In the course of the 900 years of modern Chinese philosophical development, there has been a new flowering of the humanism, intellectualism, and spirit of freedom of the classical age. In the earlier stages of Neo-Confucian, or rational, philosophy, see Chapter 16, below, monastic and moral austerity, and much sterile scholastic speculation still survived from the age of medieval religion. On the whole, however, the spirit of intellectual freedom encouraged the development of rival schools of thought, some of which succeeded in breaking away almost completely from medieval influence. Speculation became more methodical and scientific. Moral teaching became more humane and reasonable. In the 12th century, the school of Chu Shi, 1130 to 1200, laid special emphasis on the intellectualistic approach to knowledge. The slogans of this school were, "Go to the things and investigate into the reasons thereof. From your own body to the reason of being of heaven and earth, everything is an object of investigation. Every grass and every shrub must be studied. Investigate one thing at a time. Understand one thing today, another tomorrow. When you accumulate sufficient knowledge, you will someday understand the whole." This strictly intellectualistic spirit and methodology gradually brought about a new rationalism in Chinese thought. Lacking, however, the tradition and technique of experimenting with objects of nature, this scientific ideal did not produce a natural science. See Chapter 2, Note 7 above. But its spirit came gradually to be felt in historical and philological studies. It has, in the last 300 years, produced a scientific methodology in the study of classical and historical literature. It has developed textual criticism, higher criticism, and a philological approach to ancient texts. Scholars who were seeking to overthrow traditional commentaries now perfected a tool in the form of a methodology by which they were in a position to sweep aside subjective interpretation and traditional authority, with the strength of philological evidence and inductive reasoning. The old rationalism became scientific, and the spirit of intellectual freedom found a powerful weapon. This brief summary of the foundations of Chinese thought may be concluded with two anecdotes. Wu Qingheng, China's oldest living philosopher, was presented in his teens to the master of the famous Nanxing Academy at Tianjin. When he entered, he saw a wall scroll with 8 characters written in the large, bold writing of the master himself. The inscription read, "Seek the truth and do not compromise." In looking over my father's unpublished writings some years ago, I found volumes of notes made when he was a student at the Lungmen Academy in Shanghai, about 1875. These were written on notebooks printed by the Academy for the use of its students. On the top of every page was printed in red a motto reading, in part, "The student must first learn to approach the subject in a spirit of doubt." The philosopher Chang Tsai, AD 1020 to 1077, used to say, "If you can doubt at points where other people feel no impulse to doubt, then you are making progress. Approach every subject in the spirit of doubt. Seek the truth. Do not compromise." That has been the spirit of those Chinese thinkers who have kept the torch of intellectual freedom burning throughout the ages. That is the spirit which has made Chinese thinkers feel at home in this new world of science, technology, and democracy. The right to doubt in ancient Chinese thought. Philosophy East and West. January 1963. Volume 12. Number 4. Pages 295 to 300. The late Professor Carl Becker of Cornell University once told me that he had on the door of his office this quotation from the Confucian Analects: "We gives me no assistance. There is nothing that I say which does not please him." Hui was Yen Hui, the most gifted student of Confucius. The master on many occasions had no hesitation in regarding Yen Hui as his best student. Yet he had this one grievance against him. Yen Hui was pleased with everything the master said, and never questioned or doubted what he said. Therefore, said Confucius, "We gives me no assistance." Becker was so impressed by this passage that he had it posted on the door of his office for all his students to read. What Confucius expected of his favorite students was the exercise of the right to doubt, to question, and not to be pleased or satisfied with whatever a great master or authority might say. Confucius himself fully exemplified this right to doubt in his teaching. On several occasions, he expressed satisfaction that his students were able to come back at him and to stir me up. One of the burning questions of the time was the religious question as to whether dead people had knowledge and feelings. The basic idea underlying the ancient rites of burying expensive utensils, and even living human beings with the dead, was the belief that a man might retain knowledge and feelings after death. Confucius and his school were quite definite in advocating the use of token utensils, Ming Qi, such as clay carriages and straw effigies, for burial. "What a pity," said Confucius, "that the dead should be expected to use the real objects intended for the living. Would that not be tantamount to killing human beings to be buried with the dead? It is inhuman even to make burial puppets which are lifelike, For would that not be too close to using real human beings to accompany the dead? This question was fully discussed in the Book of Tangkung, which is linguistically contemporaneous with the Analects. In the Analects, Confucius took an explicitly humanistic and agnostic stand on the question. When a student asked how to serve the gods and the spirits, Confucius said, "We have not yet learned how to serve man. How can we serve the ghosts?" The same student then asked, "What is death?" The master said, "We do not know life. How do we know death?" On another occasion, he said to the same student, "Shall I teach you what it is to know? To say that you know when you do know, and that you do not know when you do not know, that is knowledge." This Confucian skepticism was no denial of the possibility of all knowledge, but a frank admission that there are things which we do not or cannot know. It was an assertion of the right to doubt, to maintain an attitude of courageous doubt even in matters traditionally regarded as sacred or sacrosanct. This seemingly harmless agnosticism was probably more revolutionary than we can now realize. Probably it was meant to be an intellectual veil or shield for a denial of human intelligence after death, and a denial of the existence or reality of all gods, spirits, and ghosts. And probably it was a shield for the more radical naturalistic conception of the universe, as already taught by Lao Tzu, and apparently accepted by Confucius, a conception of the universe in which nature Tien does nothing and yet leaves nothing undone, and in which the gods and the spirits play no role and exert no influence. In the Book of Immortality, it was definitely recorded that a follower of the school of Confucius actually maintained that there were no gods or spirits. And Confucius himself not only actually used the phrase, "government by doing nothing," but also said, "What does heaven Tien say? All seasons go on, and all things grow." What does heaven say? And it must be remembered that the naturalistic conception of the universe was eloquently propounded by such an influential Confucian thinker as Sun Tzu in the 3rd century BC, who said, "The course of nature Tien is constant. It does not exist for a benevolent ruler like Yao, nor does it cease to work for a despotic ruler like Qi." In short, it was the spirit of doubt, of what Goethe called creative doubt, which initiated, inaugurated, and animated the classical age of Chinese thought, the age of Lao Tzu and Confucius, down to Mencius, Chuang Tzu, Sun Tzu, and Han Fei. Lao Tzu doubted almost everything. He doubted the benevolence of heaven and postulated a naturalistic universe. He doubted the efficacy of war and resistance to evil, and taught 5 centuries before Jesus of Nazareth the doctrine that he who resists not is irresistible. He doubted the usefulness of too many laws and too much government, and taught a political philosophy off a way of doing nothing, of non-interference. Au laissez-faire. He doubted the utility of all the artificiality and refinement of civilization, and advocated a return to the simplicity of the state of nature, in which human inventions that multiplied the power of man by 10 times or 100 times shall not be used, and man will discard all writing and restore the use of the knotted cords. Confucius doubted the survival of human intelligence after death, and taught man to be intellectually honest and to be contented with services to man. He also doubted the validity of class distinctions, and taught a democratic philosophy of education, that men are near to each other by nature, that only practice sets them apart, and that with education there will be no classes. Of the great founders of Chinese classical thought, Mo Tzu was the exception that proved the rule. Mo Tzu doubted the doubters, and wanted to restore faith and belief in the traditional religion of the people, the religion of gods and spirits. He believed that all evil came from doubt, from freedom of thought and belief, especially from diversity in standards of right and wrong. Therefore, Mo Tzu taught the authoritarian doctrine of upward unification, or upward conformity, Shang Tiang, of right and wrong, that what those above believe to be right must be accepted as right by all those below, and that what those above regarded as wrong must be regarded by all those below as wrong. And the people, hearing of any wrong notion or conduct, must not fail to report it to the authority above. This was called the doctrine of upward unification, which sounds alarmingly similar to what is now more eulogistically termed democratic centralism. Mo Tzu's religion of upward unification did not exterminate all doubters. The age of Yang Chu, Mencius, Huishi, Chuang Tzu, and Sun Tzu testified that the torch of creative doubt was carried on undimmed and undiminished throughout the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. To quote two of these great doubters, Mencius and Chuang Tzu, Mencius, the democratic philosopher who believed in the goodness of the nature of man, said, "The great man is he who cannot be corrupted by wealth and honors, cannot be budged by poverty and lowliness, and cannot be bent by power and authority." And Chuang Tzu, the greatest skeptic of all skeptics, declared, "Even though the entire world sings my praise, I am not a bit more persuaded. Even though the entire world condemns me, I am not a bit more dissuaded." It was this spirit of courageous doubt which survived the military conquest, the totalitarian regime, the book burning, and the great persecution of private teaching under the Qin Empire in the last decades of the 3rd century BC, and which survived and blossomed in the post-classical age of Han thought, most notably in the critical philosophy of the great Wang Xiecheng, AD 27 to 100. Wang Xiecheng was probably the greatest doubter in the entire history of Chinese thought. He, like Lao Tzu, doubted almost everything, including Confucius, Mencius, and the fundamental beliefs of the state-patronized religion of Han Confucianism. He left some 84 essays, which he called Luanheng, literally meaning essays of weighing and measuring, that is, essays in criticism. He says of these essays, "These scores of essays can be summed up in one sentence: I hate untruth." This ends my brief paper on the right to doubt in ancient Chinese thought. In conclusion, I would like to cite a challenging passage from Professor Kenneth Scott Latourette, who, in reviewing Dr. Wingsit Chan's Religious Trends in Modern China, has raised this challenging question. Why is it that, of the advanced cultures upon which the West has impinged in the past 450 years, that of China has suffered the greatest disintegration? Of the high civilizations, namely, those of the Muslim world, of India, of the smaller Buddhist countries, Ceylon, Burma, Thailand, and Outer Mongolia, of Japan and of China, that of China has undergone the most profound and sweeping changes. Where are the causes to be found? Are they in the older civilization of China? Can it be that the responsibility must be laid at the door of Confucianism and the manner in which it was inculcated and perpetuated, especially after the Tang, 618 to 907, or must the reason be sought elsewhere? I shall attempt to offer an answer to Latourette's question as the conclusion to this paper. I presume that by the most profound and sweeping changes, Latourette did not mean what has been going on in continental China during the past few years, which certainly are not voluntary changes, but temporary barbarization brought about by military conquest. If by those changes he meant the voluntary changes which have come about, first very slowly, and only in the last half-century very rapidly, throughout the 400 years since the first coming of the Portuguese trader and missionary, then my answer is, the causes are to be sought and found in the thought and civilization of China, and in particular in what I have here discussed as the spirit of doubt, which has ingrained itself in the Chinese mentality ever since the days of Lao Tzu and Confucius. This spirit of doubt has always manifested itself in every age in a critical examination of our own civilization and its ideas and institutions. Such self-critical examination of one's own civilization is the prerequisite without which no profound and sweeping cultural changes are ever possible in any country with an old civilization. All such great and fundamental changes in the history of China, whether they be the result of China's own reformers or the natural outcome of China's coming into long contact with a foreign culture, have always been brought about by a critical examination of the older civilization and a profound dissatisfaction with its institutions. Let us remember how sweepingly Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu criticized and condemned the civilization of their own times. Let us remember how zealously Confucius and almost all the Confucians upheld the utopian social and political ideas of the Golden Age in remote antiquity as the criteria by which to compare and criticize their own age. And, leaving out the great founders of Chinese Buddhism in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, let us remember how the early Chinese Christians, like Su Guangxi and his friends, thought that their small Christian community in 17th century China was comparable to the best society of the great 3 dynasties. And let us remember the early admirers of the West, from Wang Tao down to Kong Yue. They, too, were thinking that the modern civilization of the West, in the words of Wang Tao, embodied the best ideals of our classical antiquity. And, needless to add, the leaders of the intellectual and cultural renaissance of the last 60 years have been men who knew their own cultural heritage intimately but also critically, and who had the moral and intellectual courage to criticize and condemn its weaknesses and shortcomings. It is therefore the Chinese spirit of doubt and self-criticism which has made possible those voluntary, though often profound and sweeping, cultural changes in China. And I may add that it is the very absence of this tradition of doubt and self-criticism which has made such changes impossible in practically all those other Asian countries mentioned by Latourette in his review.